Hey gamers, it's time for some more 99 maybe. Let's see if we can actually maybe get out of this fucking game without one of the siblings dying or both. Cause that seems to be like consistently the thing. But hey comrade. I don't know. I think I mean the last ending was like pretty good. So like I think, you know, we can just let that one sit. Just, you know, move on to the next game. It's fine. But yeah, let's do it. Okay, yeah, we have 4 out of 6 endings so far, so... You know, we're close to the end-ish, maybe-ish, kind of, possibly. I mean, like... Obviously, we've got just, like, one set of, like... locked... shit going on. One extra path, so... Let's see. Get out my notes and everything. Alright. So... I don't really know what I'm supposed to be looking for in this other ending. So we're just gonna find out. And pray to God that I can just manage to get through this on my own power alone. Hey, Watermelon? There is clearly something I'm missing in here. That might be able to unlock just now that I've actually done everything else. But we'll see. Let's just do like the regular puzzle and see if anything interesting comes up while I'm doing that.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I'm fine.
Yeah, we've seen this, I'm pretty sure. This game is about essentially 9 people get locked onto, or kidnapped and brought onto a ship and given 9 hours to escape. And have to complete a lot of funny little puzzles. It's a lot more complicated than that, and there's a lot of dealing with, like, why were we specifically chosen and, like, what's going on behind the scenes, but that's the, like, basic premise.
Hey, come on. It's not like that.
Junpei did his best to act as though he didn't care. His best wasn't very good. Good work, Junpei.
I guess you haven't changed at all, Jumpy.
She giggled.
By the way, Jumpy.
Hmm?
How did you end up here?
What do you mean? I told you earlier, didn't I?
There was a man with a gas mask. You
Okay, this is still the
smoke
same.
passed out.
So it's not like the one choice we get there that matters. I figured not, but... And a map! Oh, is she about to tell us about her crazy theory about the Titanic? Now, what happens if he
Sorry,
says...
but I can't really say I believe in that kind of stuff.
Just kidnap myself to live in isolation? Yeah. Tact was not one of Junpei's many better qualities. Yeah, no kidding.
What about you? No, I guess that's kind of a dumb question.
Yes, I do believe in curses. In fact, I think it was a curse that sunk the Titanic.
Okay. We're back on track. It really doesn't matter what Junpei says, although it does get referenced later. So... There are cups inside. A double bed? Oh. God. Yeah, as long as you're confident there's nothing underneath there. Hey, Elegy. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Okay, that's like all that's really interesting in here. I'm pretty sure. 'Cause there's... I mean, there is the bathroom in here, and it might matter that we see this, but... Honestly, yeah, like... I suppose that's kind of intentional. They're all made to just immediately break. Let's try closing it. Yep. Well, that was it. Okay, yeah, that's... there's not too much you can get in here. First try through. I forget what the dresser key actually unlocks, because I know it's not this. A lot of ways to melt, yeah. Or, you know, you really fuck up the key after making it. Right. You know. Nice and easy. Right, yep, the destroyer, that's what you're for. So there's a plate. And... yeah, nothing interesting there. Got the curtain. Nothing but the pillows. And the candle goes out. A terrible candle too, by the way. It lasts about 2 seconds. And it's like a big thing. So, how do you do that? Questions that'll never get answered. Hey, Spy! Good to see ya! Yeah, it's time for more 99. Wait. Right, yeah, asked him to take the, bookmark. So what if Junpei doesn't?
Thanks, but no thanks. It's kind of weird to be getting presents from another dude, you know?
Oh my god. Santa's eyebrows went up. Apparently he hadn't thought of that.
Wow. I guess you do have a point.
Gonna give it to... Lotus?
I won't force it on you. Sure you don't want it?
Yeah, I don't want it. Why don't you give it to Lotus?
Huh. Good idea. Will do.
Santa turned and headed off to the other room.
Hey, you old bag. I just found the perfect thing for a woman in her 40s.
Christ, this dude. He walked into the next room, waving the bookmark. Junpei turned back to his work. Get fucked. And heard a faint sound from the other room, the sound of bones breaking.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear that.
Junpei returned to his search with a renewed vigor. Yeah, I'd forgotten that we got the, bookmark from him. It didn't seem like it ever came up. I might just be forgetting, but... Wait, was there... Oh, you know, I wonder if I can, like... There's the thing where you click the one, tile on the bathroom wall in the other room. But I'm not... I imagine we can't do that yet, but it would be interesting if it just lets you do that. Because it was like, what is it, 5 down? 4 down? There it is. Easy. So I don't even have to do the tile puzzle. And we only needed the 3, right? Yep. And then we make the dog. There it is. Puppy. And we get a key. Mars key, okay. That does make me wonder. What's the clover thing? Was that it? Clearly not.
What's the deal with this picture anyway?
I feel like we're gonna get some extra detail here. What if I say the right thing?
Maybe a dog. No, see, you got the head here, and then these are the front paws, and then these are the back paws.
Junpei traced the black contours. There it is!
See?
The endings I've gotten so far are knife ending, axe ending, submarine ending, and the paper in the safe. Zero loses.
Oh, I see it. I guess you've got a point.
Santa, despite his constant aloofness, was clearly impressed. Junpei glanced over at Lotus. She looked stunned.
How did you know? You're right. I didn't think you would have been able to guess that.
For a brief moment, Junpei felt a swell of pride.
So, now we know what it's a picture of, but I don't see how that helps us.
We do need to have taken the bookmark. Damn, fuck. Well, at least we got to see that scene, though.
A TV show from Great Britain did an experiment once. They took 2 similar pictures.
I assume it's just the same past point. Yeah, okay.
Let's just say it was this picture of a dog.
Alright. I think we've seen everything we're gonna see for that nonsense. They sound oddly disturbing because they are. Because guess what happens in the bad endings? Yeah, I'd taken the bookmark the first time, but I suppose if I'd looked, I probably would have seen that I got the key. Junpei getting that first try. So genius. No one's ever gonna question that. A legitimate reason to traumatize yourself? Yeah. It's exactly that kind of game. I think, yeah, the map was the only relevant thing in here. Oh, the map and the key from the dresser. Honestly, yeah, the music in this game is really good. I really enjoy it. If you dated 18 times 0 guys, so true. She's just like me for real. Oh shit, I think it didn't show up again? Evil ass. But thank you for the host, Kazik. Good to see ya. Which is weird because I did make a point of refreshing it before stream. Mix it up, I mean. Yeah, like for some reason, normally it's just because like you need to refresh the different sources on OBS in order to make them actually work sometimes, but like, well, now it comes up. LG, thank you for the hose, and thank you for the hydrate, Kazik. Yeah, it's streaming's fun. Technology is great. I feel like we probably don't even really need the curtain. I mean, I suppose taking the curtain is what triggers the candlestick to get melted. So we need it for that. There we are.
Hey, Junpei, you got a minute?
Then we take this. Yeah, I figured there was something that could happen if Lotus had this, but I guess it makes more sense.
You mean like the stock market?
Nah, that's not what I mean. Why the hell would you think that?
Because Junpei is boring as
I
hell.
mean, yeah, I do stocks too, but
Okay, interesting. This last statement, more or less thrown away by Santa, caught Junpei very much by surprise.
You? A stockbroker?
yeah, got a problem with that?
Got a problem with that? You being a stockbroker? I mean, I kind of do now.
No, you don't look like the type.
What Junpei didn't say, of course, was that he didn't think Santa looked smart enough to be a stockbroker.
Man, that stuff's just like gambling, you know? All you gotta do is bet on the winning horse. Nothing that hard about it.
You sure sound pretty confident. So, are you betting on winning horses?
Of course I am. You remember a couple years back when the stock for Cradle Pharmaceuticals shot through the roof?
Oh, interesting.
Stacked a few bills over that, if I do say so myself.
You wait. He invested in Cradle Pharmaceuticals before they. Ooh, interesting. Was all Junpei could think of. He'd never even heard of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Fortunately, he was saved quickly from further embarrassment.
Hey, how long are you gonna stand around wasting time? Stop screwing around.
The voice screaming at them from the other room was unmistakably Lotus's. Junpei and Santa looked at each other.
The lady has spoken.
Santa sighed.
We better get back to work before we really piss her off. I don't want her beating me up.
And with that, Santa walked off slowly.
Hey, wait! We weren't done!
He started after Santa, intended to catch him, but... Lotus appeared from the next room, blocking his path. Her posture suggested she was not about to let him pass. There was nothing for it. He had lost.
Okay, I'll get back to work. Damn it.
Junpei lost ending. Her glare suggested any other choice would not have ended pleasantly for him. Junpei mumbled to himself under his breath and went back to his search. Imposture. So true. And then we guess right. It's not relevant, I imagine, but Just for funsies. Being very smart. I looked this up afterwards, and it turns out they did a couple more experiments, and they got just like worse and worse results every single time. Fun stuff. When the ancestor is paused, so true. Did it. And that should... Yep. Got it. And it's... so we did actually get the thing for this part, but I'm not sure what that would have been. I'm like tempted to go back through just to see. I feel like it's probably something to do with the freezer room. Like learning about the whole detail with the Ice 9. I'm gonna go through it just to see, because I'd like to know. To find out about base... Oh, what base was it? Oh, it's like hexadecimal. Okay, we can't do that yet. Use them as weapons. Sure, Jinbei. Why not? Do we unlock that by looking at this? No. What were we looking for again? Right, we need to find something to, grease the lock here. Trying to remember what that was. Lovely. Did one of the trash cans have something in it? I feel like that was the case, but I certainly don't remember. Oh, there's this... The whetstone. Right, the one thing we needed was the knife from the closet over here. Move the cheese to get the bottle of oil. Okay. There's what we're looking for.
A rusty knife?
A rusty knife. It might also be important for us to know about the futility story?
I know what you're talking about. There was a novel that had a bunch of stuff in it that described the sinking of the Titanic before it actually sank.
Yeah, that's the one. The title of the novel is Futility. It was written 14 years before the Titanic sank. But
I know. I mean, I didn't know the name of the book, but the story was the same, right? It was just like what happened on the Titanic?
Yeah.
Well, I heard it was all a hoax.
Oh.
I heard that the stuff that matched up to the Titanic so well was actually added after it sank.
Yeah, actually, I had looked up this as well, and it turns out that the book had been it gotten like a release after an updated release after the Titanic sank, where the author changed the details a little bit. They still matched up really well, but the theory on what had happened there is that the author just clearly had known a lot about like trends in like making ships and all that, which would have let him predict pretty accurately something like the Titanic, you know, how big it would have been, etc.
Apparently, the only thing that was the same originally was that a boat ran into an iceberg and sank.
But the novel was published in 1898, 14 years before the accident.
Like I said, that was the first print of the book. 14 years later, the author heard about what happened to the Titanic. He figured that was his chance, you know? He just went back and changed some stuff in his novel so that it matched the Titanic exactly.
Well, I mean, that's a bit of a jump, because it did match up, like, reasonably well. Surprised by Junpei's response, Jun seemed rather taken aback.
Really? There's no such
Aw.
thing as premonitions or any of that stuff.
Don't, like, shut her down completely, though. For a moment, Jun looked very unhappy, more so than Junpei thought was normal for such a discussion. But it lasted only a moment. With no apparent reason, she suddenly looked up at him, alarmed.
But that wasn't the only book that predicted the Titanic sinking.
It wasn't?
Yep, there were 2 other similar stories written by a man named William.
Yeah, and then these ones were, like, not as accurate, but when put together, less, you know, adding in the fact that he then would die on the Titanic. It's interesting anyway. Yeah, I don't believe in premonitions or anything either, but... it's cool. It's, like, fun to think about. Did it! Genius. And then we get stuck in here. Oops. Fucked up. Right, and then it seems like she just, like, abandons this. Because Lotus is so cool. Supposedly she did try and help. Frozen chicken. Dry ice. And then there's,
I
yeah,
wonder why it doesn't turn into a liquid first.
right.
It is kind of weird.
Yeah, how does dry ice work? June answered.
But it can turn into a liquid. Carbon dioxide turns to liquid if you put it under high enough pressure. But at 1 atmosphere, normal air pressure.
It won't turn into a liquid, right?
That's right. Instead of melting, it'll do what's called sublimating and change immediately from a solid state to a gaseous one.
The more you know.
See, that is weird. Water's a liquid between 32 degrees and 212 degrees. So why isn't that the case for carbon dioxide?
June replied with an answer that stunned both of them.
There's a kind of ice that doesn't turn into liquid when it goes above 32 degrees.
Huh?
I heard about it. Its melting point is 96 degrees.
Ice with a melting point of 96 degrees?
Ice 9, baby! Originally written about in a science fiction novel, and then people found out that it actually exists, and they're like, well, we might as well just call it Ice 9.
You mean there's water that freezes at 96 degrees?
Yeah, well, You could also look at it as ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees.
Water that freezes at 96 degrees? Ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees? Junpei was cold as hell, but this was too interesting to ignore. He did his best to warm up by rubbing his arms and stamping his feet, then put the question to June.
So what's this ice with a melting point of 96 degrees called?
I heard it's called Ice 9.
Ice 9?
Originally, Ice 9 was a made-up substance invented by a science fiction author.
There it is.
But recently, scientists have discovered that such a substance actually exists.
Wait, hold up. So is this thing called Ice 9, or is it water?
Like I said, if the ice is over 96 degrees, it'll be liquid. If it's under that, it'll solidify.
Now where's my
So you could think of it as a
pencil?
polymorph of H2O.
Because this is relevant.
Here, think of it like diamonds and graphite. They're both made of carbon, right? But depending on the structure of the crystallization,
Get
the
my
hardness and
pencil
structure are completely
for
different.
my very useful notes that are definitely well organized.
So you're saying normal water and this Ice 9 are like that?
Yup.
She wasn't finished.
You heard the story about the crystallization of glycerin?
There it is. There's the really relevant thing, because then that ties into the morphogenetic field.
For 150 years after the discovery of glycerin, people cooled it, warmed it.
I don't think even if this is the... I guess that's already unlocked then.
They did all sorts of things to it, but whatever they did, it never crystallized. However, one day in 1920, some glycerin on its way to England by ship was discovered to have crystallized during the trip. Scientists around the world wanted to research this new crystallized form of glycerin and asked for seeds. Oh, a seed is a sample of the original crystallized substance. With a seed crystal, further crystallization of glycerin would be easy. However, something very strange happened. Not only did the glycerin encouraged by seed crystals begin to crystallize, even the samples nearby did, even though they were tightly sealed. And it didn't end there. After that day, it doesn't matter where in the world it is, all glycerin crystallizes naturally when cooled to less than 64 degrees.
I feel like that's something that has something to do with atmospheric changes or some shit, but I don't know anything about science. I don't know.
Before that day, no matter how glycerin was cooled, it refused to crystallize. But once the crystallization had begun, it was almost like... how do I put it? It was almost like all the glycerin in the world was communicating.
That's, yeah, you know, that's the most reasonable theory. I feel like... Like, what is the connection between Ice 9 and crystallization of glycerin again?
Communicating in some way that we can't sense. And now it's happening everywhere.
My liberal arts degree is taking their word for it. Yeah, me, though. I know I'm questioning it right now, but that's like, half of me is literally same thing. Junpei was honestly impressed. I can't be annoyed with her. It was, in fact, a pretty interesting story. It's weird, right? Because, like, there is a lot in this game that is genuinely, like, real shit that Uchikoshi, or, you know, the writing team in general. It's not, you know, no myth of the author here. But anyway, is, like, expanding upon.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. But,
So it's like, there's a line that I'm not always confident about of like, oh wow, really? And, oh, that's obviously, like, fictionalized.
what does that have to do with Ice 9?
To his surprise, it was Santa and not June who answered.
What she's saying is that it's a lot like Ice 9. What happened, I mean.
A lot like? Oh, that would be bad. If water everywhere started freezing at 96 degrees, man.
It'd be the end of the world.
Junpei felt that Santa might not be treating the idea of the end of the world with proper concern.
At any rate, we're not gonna have...
Right.
Alright, guys. Seriously.
We got all we need. Yeah, anyway. crumbled dry ice. Was there anything else? Right, there's stuff in here. Put the dry ice into the bottle, combine the bottle with the rope. We get a bomb! So if anyone ever needs to know how to make a bomb, the more you know. Just get some dry ice, it's that easy. I love that he goes over to put his hands on the stove. Like, yeah, King, yeah, King. By the Anarchist Cookbook, alternatively play 999, so true. Like... what's more fun, while still teaching you the proper knowledge? Right, C plus N plus F. We know how to do that. Yeah, it's 12 plus 16 plus 15. I already wrote that down! So, total of... 28 plus 15... 43? Yeah. But what's 43 in base 16? Or is that just still the solution? Oh no, I think it was literally you just type in 12, 16, 15. Oh no, because there's like total of, yeah, okay. So T B C plus 10 plus F. Because there's the thing with the 999 is the best entertainment game. You're right. There's the thing of the plates over there. What was? It was like S or 9, meat 10, soup A, seafood F. But I think that was just a tutorial on base 16. Yeah, it was just you to type in base 10. Got him! Yeah, I assume it is the Ice 9.
I think we've been here before.
Yeah, we still got it. There's 2 in here. So let's see what goes on. Been a while since we were in here, though. Right, we need something to pry the dealy out of that guy. Forget what specifically it was. Scalpel should do it, but I know there's another table with more shit as well. There it is. Ah, you knew stuff? Oh. is there anything over... No. Here we go. No medicine for us to pick up. Yeah, probably just don't take random medicine. Oop. God, I got another thing as well. Hey, Senna! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you had a good stream. Let me give you a shout out real fast. Doing some 99 today. Retro games, hell yeah. I hope you had fun. Was it Forceps? Yeah, okay, there it is. Gonna go hit your head in the wall now? Yeah. Yeah, that does sound like post-retro game experience. Feel that! As someone who's not good at video games. I think I want to go into here first. Right, yeah, I know, right. Oh, right, because we used to use the scalpel on this, I believe. There it is. Mostly just redoing stuff for, to get some, secret keys to unlock a new route, whatever you want to put that as. So, having an interesting time with it. Right, there's the red and blue liquid. Right, and carbon dioxide. CO2, so carbon dioxide is 3. Ammonia, and then ethanol. I don't remember offhand how many molecules ammonia and ethanol have. H3. Ammonia is 4. Alright, I think the ethanol is over here. Oh, no, it's iron. There's the salt. Ethanol here? Dihydrogen monoxide, there it is. CO2. Right, it was here. Ethanol. C-type H... The C2H5OH, right, so 7, 8, 9. Alright, so that's 349. We get an arm and a heart. Is there anything else in this room? I feel like this would be the place where we'd get one of the 2 keys. If anywhere. Right, because we found out about the substance they had used to potentially erase memories.
You think we should go back?
There it is.
You're after the factory started up.
Right, yeah, the EDT crystals. Yeah, and it's an industrial strength detergent. Yeah. Ethylene diamine tartrate. I'm gonna write that down just in case. Not that I expect I'm gonna need to remember it, but... Diamine tartrate. Yeah, industrial strength detergent, cleans stuff up. It's like it cleaned his brain up. Story about EDT, started factory making EDT crystals, but they started to turn into hydrates.
Something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals, called a hydrate. Once the crystals turn into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory. They'd been making crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. After it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like, how do you say it?
Like the molecules were communicating with one another,
And he knows!
transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive. This phenomena spread throughout the world, right?
Junpei looked up at Seven with half a smirk. Seven stared at him, dumbfounded.
Yeah, that's it exactly. But how did you know?
I heard another story, kind of like that one.
When?
In the freezer?
What? The freezer?
The freezer?
Yeah, June told me.
Junpei told Seven the story he'd heard from June in the freezer in the kitchen. How one day, glycerin began to crystallize. In the story of ice that wouldn't melt at room temperature. When Junpei was done, Seven looked thoughtful and absent-mindedly rubbed the scar on his chin.
Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sounds familiar?
Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
Here we go. Seven squinted. His eyes stared off into space as if he were trying desperately to focus on something far away.
Do you?
You know about Ice 9?
Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice. Ice. Ice.
Ice, ice, baby. Suddenly, Seven's eyes shot open.
That's it. I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat.
What? Who? Hello?
Woman?
Alice!
Alice! That's it, Alice, all ice.
Who's Alice?
Come on. The woman who won't melt at room temperature.
I'm sorry, what? The huh?
Huh?
It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath.
You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
Yeah, more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history. What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I
Oh,
think it was the
oh,
RMS
oh.
Carpathia, right?
The mummy. That's it, they're talking about the mummy. Because there's the mummy that... Oh, did I write down the name anywhere? I don't know that it did. But there's the mummy that was on the Titanic that was frozen, right? And it wouldn't melt, even though, you know, it's brought through, like, the desert. And it was theorized that... Or, like, June... kind of implied, like, that whole phenomena of, like, body, like, freezing and, like, preserving itself as such, like, happened, but instead of being, like, normal ice, it was Ice 9.
It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
RMS Carpathia, I feel like that's gonna come up somewhere. Carpathia...
No, that was the ship that picked up the survivors.
The survivors. Ooh, oh, I see.
The ship that collected the dead bodies was the C.S. McKay Bennett.
C.S. McKay Bennett.
The McKay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold.
306
It would have to be
bodies.
for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
Oh, is this a different body?
This isn't a very nice story. So, what happened next?
Well, they say the McKay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water. things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff that dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin.
A coffin?
Yeah,
that the mummy?
a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin. It was all wood, no nails, no reinforcements, no gaps in the wood anywhere. The thing was airtight. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made.
Interesting.
Inside, they found a woman. Or, I guess you should say, they found the dead body of a woman. Her hair was thick and black, and her skin rich brown with no blemishes or signs of decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she just looked like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. And she didn't, though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the McKay Bennett finished searching and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to thaw. They say that the stink was horrible, but there was one body that didn't thaw, and that was...
The girl in the coffin.
There it is.
That's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually, but weeks passed and nothing happened. Then a month passed, and another. And it was summer, and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about her started to spread.
I like that he still hasn't mentioned that she isn't just like someone who died on the Titanic.
People came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her All Ice. Alice. Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
All Ice Alice, there it is. I'm trying to remember the original context of that, because I know it was in the, it was, like, next to the captain's room. It was mentioned. It was, like, on the side of one of the books.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, the next day she wasn't. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. After a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship.
Now why the hell would you say something like that?
Because I know.
And just what is it you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
Junpei gulped.
Alright, tell me. What happened to Alice?
Seven nodded slowly and took on the look of a man recalling something long buried.
Well, around that time, the word was that there was a special black market in New York. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gordain.
Dashiell Gordain, there it is. Yep, the guy who bought the fucking boat, right?
You've heard that name before, right?
Lord Gordain. Oh, isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic?
Well,
the Titanic's sister ship.
The Gigantic.
Yeah, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Gordain bought Alice in 1912. 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic. And he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic, but nobody knows where. He died in 1931, and apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However,
what?
Well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic."
In a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic. So, like, bottom middle-ish, right? Forest of Knowledge. I feel like that might be referring to, like, the engine room, since it's got all the, like, pipes running up and down. That looks kind of like a forest, but I don't know how knowledge would fit in.
What the hell is that? Is it some kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Seven threw his hands up in defeat.
So that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it.
Yeah, the boat has a belly button. Confirmed.
She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship.
Don't say that. I don't want to think about that. Before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, as Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
Hey, what are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here.
Nothing important.
Okay, we're coming.
Gee.
Seven looked at Junpei.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
I'm not going to at this point. With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room. I'm gonna write down a couple notes on that. Alice. Small chamber. Forest of knowledge. Navel of ship. Of course. I wonder if it's supposed to be... Well, I don't know why it would be Naval.
Alice.
Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard. He tried to remember what June had told him earlier.
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. They say that she was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic.
Mummy, sorry.
Even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
Then was that Egyptian priestess Alice? Did the water in her body become Ice Nine?
There it is. He realized it.
No, that's nuts.
That's nuts. Couldn't have happened.
There's no way somebody like that could exist.
She does seem like a kindergarten teacher. Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven to the operating room where Clover was waiting. Well, that's cool. So that's 1 out of 2. I don't think we have everything we need for this puzzle yet. Right, we can't get into the preparation room yet, unless... I think the organ key still works. Alright, we know how to do this one. And red liquid. You don't need to empty it out. We're gonna use that. But, you know, do what you want, I guess. So confident. Nope. There we go. Big stomach. Got it. Was there anything over here? I forget. Nope. Now, if I recall, the actual puzzle was actually pretty simple. Have I gotten everything? Oh, right, we need to combine this with the heart, right? Or no? There we go. Just need to figure out how to open that again. Which I sure don't remember. I think we might have needed a screwdriver or something to that effect. Actual dummy inside the bed, yeah. That, I think, might have been it. There we go. Then we need to 51 kg compare with. And where did I have my notes on that? Just so I'm not like writing this down twice. Right. Okay. Yep. There was a difference. Yeah. She's supposed to be 53.2. John's supposed to be 51.3, but he is 53.5. Difference of 2.2. That needs to be transferred over. So yeah, I remember it was like basically all but one part. There we go. Yeah, total of 2.2 needs to be swapped, and we have the reference sheet for it. Just let me look at it, Junpei. I promise it's fine. Yeah, we need to grab 2.2 from John, move it over. Yeah, there's a difference. 0.2 and so 2. Let's see here. I believe we wanted to get basically all the like really heavy stuff. 6, 2.2. Yeah, everything but the whatever's got the 0.3 difference, which is the heart. There it is. Key. And we still definitely haven't gotten the key. Yeah, that key. Yeah, no way it's that, but I wanted to at least have done it. The funny little octopus joke. Anyway. I mean, what would it be? Because we're about to leave. But we can't be doing that yet. So what are we missing? Feels like nothing I can do anything about, but... That puzzle had 28 possibilities. Yeah, that sounds about right. Is there an instrument? A doorway conversation? That could be it. Oh, we could try. Not like I can't go through the entire room again, like, reasonably fast at this point. Wait, what? What did they... They said another door. I assume they meant the door we'd already been through, like, early on in the game.
Hold on.
Well...
Oh, what's up?
Where's Clover?
Huh?
Oh! Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen. I'm pretty sure we've seen this before. So let's see when something new comes up. It's probably in this scene. There it is!
Oh, yeah.
He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given earlier.
It's in my pocket somewhere. Here it is.
He reached into his pocket and dug it out.
A 4-leaf clover.
Santa had given it to him in the second classroom. He held it out to Clover.
Hey, did you know? Each leaf means something. Hope, faith, love, and luck. That's what a 4-leaf clover stands for. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm.
Sweet. He pressed the 4-leaf clover into her hand.
Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope.
She's gonna.
You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck.
Junpei, you just came up with that and like right in the moment?
Snake, I mean, your brother, he's not dead. He's alive, somewhere. I'm sure of it. You've just gotta believe in that.
He's right, you know. Clover stared at the 4-leaf clover in her hand. You could see tears starting to form at the corners of her eyes.
Thank you.
Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. Aw, sweetie. She wiped away tears with the baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly took their place. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small wet circles on the floor.
Thank you.
She said it again. Then she looked up at Junpei, and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb, and gave her the best smile he could manage.
Come on. Seven's waiting for us at the exit.
But still, she didn't move.
Wait, before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
Ooh. For a moment, his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him, aside from the dictionary definition.
What?
Oh. I guess it was just a coincidence then.
Oh?
I mean, that you knew about the 4-leaf clover.
Experiment, 4-leaf clover, kids being tested on the... Ooh. Was she, participating in a Gensfeld experiment at some point, or was that something that Snake did?
Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a jerk, but you are making less than no sense right now.
Please send me feed pics. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day.
Oh, no. It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about?
Good to meet you. Amazing name. Clover looked away. The 4-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment and then finally spoke.
You promise you won't tell anyone?
Cross my heart.
Really?
Really?
I can trust you, right?
Oh boy.
Of course you can.
That's dangerous. Clover slipped the 4-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei.
Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
Oh shit.
Wait. On this ship?
Wait, is it specifically about, like, this bookmark was relevant somehow?
Yeah, this ship.
Or was it just generally 4-leaf clover somewhere? He was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished.
It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing.
Gensfeld experiment, there it is.
Communicating through these fields that you can't see.
Morphogenetic field.
Fields that you can't see?
He'd heard something like this before. Clover nodded.
Like, think about this.
She pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin.
This is John, right? But is he really John?
Huh?
All Junpei could think was, she has finally completely lost it.
Isn't this like Locke's socks?
I'm sorry, what now?
Or
Who
the
socks?
ship of Theseus?
That's the first I've heard of. The first one there. I know the ship of Theseus, so I get what she's getting at. Junpei grew even more confused. He'd never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart. Junpei hasn't heard of the ship of Theseus?
You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes?
No?
I mean, I can't say shit. I haven't heard of Lock Socks. Junpei shook his head.
Really?
Clover laughed. That is fair, though. He is Japanese.
Okay, well, pay attention then. This is how Lock Socks works.
Thank you for explaining that one. I don't know shit about it.
Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei?
Well, I guess I'd patch it up, get some cloth, and close up the hole.
But what if another hole opens?
I'd add another patch, I suppose.
Yeah, I
What
know
if
exactly
another
what she's
hole
getting
opened
at.
after that?
Another patch, I guess?
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches until eventually the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say they're the same socks you started with?
Well, that's tough.
Yeah, because, like, logically it isn't, but, like, given this is, like, a sock you're, like, attached to, and you saw it, like, go through that whole transition, yeah. Junpei crossed his arms.
So, that's the Lock Socks thing?
Yeah, the ship of Theseus is a lot like it. The ship of Theseus. If you keep fixing the damaged parts of a ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say that ship is the same one you started with? And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus? The one you repaired, or the one you built with all the original parts?
I like the idea of building a ship entirely with busted ship parts. It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued.
Hey, do you think it's the same?
What's the same?
These guys. Is this John? Or is it Lucy now?
Junpei looked at the operating table again. A mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It was just like Lock Socks in the ship of Theseus. The part of the body that holds a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resided in his heart, or any of a number of internal organs. And here, they had both.
John's head and heart are both his, but apart from those and a single arm, the rest of his body was once Lucy's.
Was that mannequin really John?
We're just like these mannequins.
She looked at Junpei again.
Think about it. The cells in our body change every day. Old ones die and new ones are born.
There we go.
Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once.
I never thought about it that way, but she's got a point.
Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
I see where that's going. All the cells are mixed together and coming from different but the same places and blah 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 blah.
What the hell is taking you two so long?
I'll never get used to this game using the numbers for dialogue in this context. Seven's head appeared in the doorway. He was not happy.
How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around.
Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say that there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on.
Oh? What were you two doing? Was this some sort of secret meeting?
No, it wasn't. We were just
Just...
playing with the mannequins.
Playing doctor. But yeah, she had been saying that people are all connected, and that was like the basis of the whole theory of the morphogenetic field as it applies to people, and telepathy, and blah 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 blah.
Huh?
Let's go, Junpei.
Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed toward the exit. Listen. Listen. Seven stared after her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression.
Playing with mannequins, huh? Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei.
God. Yeah, you're gonna take it that kind of way. They're medical mannequins.
You're a dick.
Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out the door. With a short laugh, Seven followed. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key.
Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
You don't need to keep asking, just do it, alright?
Fine then.
I'm pretty sure that at this point we're just, yeah, same shit.
Not after hearing something like that.
Okay, he had been talking about something that Clover had said, and I was like, curious why I hadn't stopped. But it wasn't, what she'd said just now. Alright, on to the next. The chart room, I believe, is where we heard about All Ice. A chair. A chair. And the pocket watch.
That's a lie. I wanted to get rid of Ace.
Mm-hmm.
I sent him to the wheelhouse at the beginning for a reason. I wanted to talk to Clover alone. There's something I want to ask her, and I don't want anyone to overhear us. I'm pretty sure Clover won't talk if there's anyone else around.
Okay, so yeah, he hasn't started suspecting Ace yet.
I'm a little desperate to send him back, quick. He has to leave.
Forgot that we'd get another chance to talk to her alone. Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face.
Oh, I see. Of course.
Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. She'd heard what Ace had said. She regarded Junpei with caution.
What was that about?
She was clearly suspicious, and with good reason.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Junpei's eyes widened, and he held up his hands in a gesture of innocence.
Oh, no, it's not like that.
What's it like then?
I just wanted to hear the rest of that story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now.
What story?
About the experiment, remember? The one you started to tell me in the operating room? You said something about an experiment that happened here 9 years ago.
Yeah, good thing you got him out of the room before you started on this. Clover bit her lip. She stared at the floor for several long moments, and when she spoke, it was barely audible.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay? You understand, right? I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother? I can't forgive them. I'm not gonna let them get away with it. They're gonna pay for it. I promise.
Oh boy.
So,
Her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung up on her lips where she was biting them. She wiped it off and looked at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry.
Junpei, who do you think did it?
Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped.
Well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them.
Nope, lol.
You need at least 3 people to open the numbered doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there were at least 2 other people.
You're right. So, what does that mean?
Well, if we just look at the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out.
Going down the wrong path here.
Who could have opened door 3 with Snake? Well, really, who and who, or Who, and who.
Hoo.
You mean it could have been 4 people?
Well, technically, it's possible.
I don't know. That doesn't seem very likely.
Why?
I'll tell you later.
Huh.
Why don't we just assume it was only 2 other people for now?
Okay, got it. Let's do that then.
Then who do you think it could be?
Junpei crossed his arms in thought. Snake's bracelet number was 2. Which 2 bracelet numbers added to 2 would give a digital root of 3? Time for math! I mean, let's just go down the list. 2 plus 1 plus 3 is 6. 2 plus 1 plus 6. 9. 2 plus 1 plus 7. 10. 1. 2 plus 1 plus 8. 11. 2. Math time, yeah. 2 plus 3 plus 6. Yeah, it's another 11, so 2. 2 plus 3 plus 7, 12, 3, so that's one of them. I imagine the others don't work, because, 2, 3, 8, 5, 8, 13, 4, 2, 6, 7, 15, 6, 2, 6, 8, 16, 7, 2, 7, 8, 9, 17, 8, yeah. I figured there wouldn't be 2 correct answers, but...
Would it be Santa and 7? The digital root for Snake, Santa, and 7 is 3. Wait, hold on. Are Santa and 7 the killers?
What's wrong?
It's the same thing she realized. Clover looked at Junpei and he looked back at her. There was no point in hiding it.
Well, I thought about it, and...
He told her his conclusions.
That's what I thought.
She looked less surprised than he'd expected.
Santa and 7. If it was 2 people, then that's the only combination that works.
Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? Well, all I said is that those 2 would have been able to open door 3 with your brother. There might be other possibilities.
Well, what other possibilities?
Yeah, Junpei. What other possibilities? He didn't have an answer. He was ready to admit defeat when Clover spoke.
Are you saying you think that it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely.
And it's also not really better.
Why not?
Can I borrow your pen and paper?
Clover put her hand out expectantly.
Yeah, here.
Junpei pulled out his pen and paper and handed them to her. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually, she had 8, which provided a digital root of 3. A, 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6 equals 12. Yeah, these are all, like, correct, right? Yeah. It's not a matter of, like, which one is right. Okay, so the other possibilities are Ace, Santa, and June, Ace, Clover, and Junpei. Clover, Junpei, 7, Clover, 7, and Lotus. Junpei, June, and Lotus. I mean, these ones, obviously the 4 ones are not probable, but, Ace, Santa, and June. I feel like she's probably written up just because, why would June do that? You know, of all people. She just seems like, well, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, Ace, Santa, 7, and Lotus. Ace, Clover, June, and Lotus. Ace, Junpei, June, and 7. Santa, Clover, Junpei, and 7.
What's this?
These are the combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones.
Oh,
Junpei,
yeah,
I can trust you, right?
of course. Why would you need to ask that?
Really?
Yeah,
So then I should get rid of B, D, G, and H, right?
of course. Just cross them out. And you should take off yours too. The ones with 4.
So, what does that leave?
A and E.
Mm-hmm. So either Ace, Santa, and June, or Ace, Santa, 7, and Lotus.
Wait, it can't be A.
Do you tell?
Why?
Because June's in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that.
Are you sure?
I bet my life on it.
You haven't seen her in 9 years.
I can cross off A too, right?
Yeah,
Well, what have we got left?
E.
Do you know what this means?
Everyone besides me, you, and June would be working together.
Yeah, that does make sense. It's like the biggest problem.
Do you think that's likely? If there were 4 people working together, they wouldn't be very cautious. I don't think they'd try that hard to hide what they were doing if they outnumbered us, right?
Well,
Good point.
you do have a point.
And besides, if Ace and 7 are working together, they could have easily gotten rid of me when I went to the shower room with them.
Oh, that is a very good point.
But they didn't. They didn't even try anything.
The other... Okay, yeah. Ace, Santa, June.
If they were killers, why wouldn't they?
Her voice was calm, but Junpei only had to look her in the eye to note it was a forced calm. There were tears forming at the corners of her eyes, and she was blinking furiously to keep them back. Perhaps by attempting an objective analysis of who might have killed her brother, she had been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of his death. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten.
Oh, I see. Anyway, I understand now. It seems pretty unlikely that it was as many as 3 or 4 people.
Yeah,
Then that means there's a good chance it was Santa and 7.
that's how it looks.
But why would they do it?
Why would you do it? There was a moment of
Their
silence.
motive.
He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close, so close to the answer. When Ace chose the worst possible moment to return. Thanks, Ace. He raised a knowing eyebrow and then spoke.
Have I interrupted something?
Yes. You were listening, weren't you?
What is it?
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
Boy. He turned on his heel and walked back toward the wheelhouse.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Junpei looked over at Clover. He gave her a short nod, hoped that she would be willing to talk to him again later, and followed Ace.
What did you want to talk about?
Ace looked at Junpei and smiled. Perhaps more of a smirk than a smile.
There was something I wanted to check.
Yeah, he absolutely had to have been putting his ear up to the door.
Yeah?
If you'll excuse me.
With no warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest. There it is.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
I'm just checking.
Yeah, now that I remember, this is what he had done when he came in the last time around, but Junpei didn't have as good of a reason to kick him out.
No, stop!
He reached for Ace's arm, but it was already too late. In the older man's hand were the pieces of paper that Junpei had balled up and hid in his pocket.
Just as I thought. What exactly are these pieces of paper hiding in your pocket? You switched them, didn't you, when we voted? Well, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the numbered door I wanted, despite your mischief.
Then, why did you...
Oh, simple curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it.
Ace smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, and then turned on his heel and left? Left this room that he's investigating? I assume it just means, like, left his immediate presence. It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense. Alternatively, they just forgot to change it for this circumstance. Alright. I think we still need more info from the other room before we do any of the really relevant things in here. And I still have all the directions written down, thankfully. Here's the ship's log. Nothing. Amazing. Good conversation. His ass. How do we actually get to the point of being able to input directions? I know, like, Junpei has to notice that's the, you know, the thing that's looking for, but... Oh, you know what? Right now we have to go out and, like, compare to this. There we go. I think that's it. Yeah, it moves, buddy. Could we perhaps use it? Oh no, we want to do this. Did we have to... Did it happen? There we go. There it is. Doesn't actually move. Anyway... Yeah, southwest, southwest, northwest, east, north. South. West. Shit. Let me try that shit again. I clicked more than once for no good reason. South. West. Southwest. Northwest. Hey, Jazz with the raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you had a good stream. Let me get a shout out real fast. Northwest, east, and north. Oh, hell yeah, Elden Ring. Hope you did well. We're doing funny puzzles. Night LNG. Get you some good rest. I hope I win too. It's full, half slow pull, half dead stop. Just that easy. Well, it's a subjective term. Yeah, that's fair. I feel that. We're just going back through one of the routes in order to unlock the real true ending, maybe? It's not going to be. We're gonna die again. But, you know, that's just how it is sometimes. Right, we need to check the time up there. Left your stream for the same thing? Yeah. Feel that. 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. There he goes. I mean, don't trust him, but for exactly this. For exactly this, it's fine. We've got the relevant wrong menu thing for this part, yeah. Got it. Easy. I'm so genius, so smart. I definitely haven't solved this puzzle before. That never happened.
Oh, a hallway.
Anyway. Time for this one. 2 more. This is gonna be where it starts to get interesting, I'm sure, because we know what Clover takes from here. There's the music box. I don't think there's anything we need to worry about with the camera quite yet. Please, go get you some rest. Yeah, I feel that. That's important. Thank you for stopping by and thank you for the raid, but yes, please. Right, and it's 0, which we wanted to convert to a number. 35 equals Z. Yeah, it ended up being 35, 14, 27, 24.
Huh.
And I'm assuming there's gonna be a special scene after.
Well,
there we
even
go.
if he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be Zero.
Huh?
Don't you get it? The letters that spell 0 on the TV screen, the captain's clothes he's got on, and of course, the bracelet with a 0 on it. It's too obvious. Look, this is 0 right here. This dead body is 0.
Yeah, I feel like we didn't have to go through all the other routes for him to figure this one out, but...
Isn't that kind of fishy?
You're right. Only an idiot wouldn't see through something like that.
Only an idiot.
No, that's not the point.
Oh, sweetie.
I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work. Which makes me wonder...
Are you gonna finish that line?
I think this is a challenge. A challenge from the person who's really behind all of this. He's making fun of us.
Yeah, this is all just like he's just clowning on the entire cast. That's the plot of this game.
Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think this corpse was 0, they'd never have put a bracelet on him.
Challenge, though.
Walking around with a 0 bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, "I did it!" Anyone with a brain would be
I did it!
that this guy is supposed to look like everything 0 is supposed to be. Just like we did. The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was 0 and put the bracelet on him anyway. Do you know why?
Why?
Like I said, he's mocking us. Too bad, suckers, this isn't 0. Where's the real me then? See if you can catch me. It's the same bad joke a lot of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles.
That's really twisted. But it almost seems kind of childish.
She's not wrong.
You're right. It's really childish. It's like it's just a game to whoever this person is. That's what seems funny to me.
Junpei bent down next to the corpse.
Alright, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man?
I don't know.
And what's this guy's deal? Who is he?
How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you.
You have no idea who he is.
Why would I?
Oh, right, she knew about the game from 9 years ago. So there would have been a good chance that she knew. Junpei sat back on his haunches and thought,
We should check and see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is.
hey, now he realizes.
Give me a hand here, Clover. We gotta flip him over. How else are we gonna search his pockets?
Oh. So this might prevent us, prevent Clover from taking shit off of him. Because we're gonna find it together. Clover didn't move. She was probably already planning on it.
Okay, fine. Guess I'll do it.
Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own.
Here we go.
He grabbed hold of an area not completely covered in blood and shoved. It took a moment, but eventually Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. But just as it did,
Huh?
something fell from the man's left wrist.
Hey, it's the...
The bracelet with the 0 on the face. Yeah, you remove the bracelets by them falling up and you die.
God.
Junpei stared at the bracelets.
This man... He's dead, isn't he?
I mean, we knew that.
No, it's just... I guess I didn't really think about it until right now.
Okay, that is actually fair, though.
If his bracelet's off, that means he's dead.
Well, it's pretty obvious that he's dead. You don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure out that he's dead.
Yeah, reality setting in, though. Like, I get that.
Yeah. I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious. Well, he looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen, though. You know?
Making jokes in this kind of
I
situation.
mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive.
You know?
I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kind of has it better, you know? Dying from a bomb going off inside of you, I mean, that's just... Some of Snake's bones went right through his skin.
Don't start talking about that to her!
I think the explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something.
Don't-
There was a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm.
Junpei, a moment engaged. Yeah, really, like, she's right there!
And
She's right there! She's right there! Suddenly, Junpei realized what he was saying. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. But it was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously.
What did you just say?
Her words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway.
I am so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean...
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm?
She figured it out. She figured it out. She figured it out.
Arm?
Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did, but... I mean, didn't you see it too?
Of course not. I could barely look at him. There's no way I was gonna see the details.
Clover took a quick, deep breath.
Are you sure it was his left arm?
Contrived Junpei moments. Junpei thought back. Yeah, the fact that he
Yeah,
just happened to
pretty sure
mention.
it was.
And only then realized what he was saying.
And he had a broken bone, right?
What the hell are you getting at here?
Just shut up and answer me.
Oh my god. Yeah, understandable, appropriate. She shoved her face closer to his. He could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed.
Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad, too. The bone was sticking out of the arm.
Thank you for the hydrate, Kazuki. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed. Time for typical she talks.
Clover?
Or Junpei.
What's wrong?
It's not contrived, it's the morphogenetic field, so true, Watermelon.
Look, I'm sorry if I said anything.
It all adds up. Suddenly, she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do.
Thank you.
It was close to the last thing he expected to hear.
Huh? What are you...
Junpei had no idea what just happened. It was mentioned in a couple other routes that she had told him he had a fake arm. Is he just, like, not remembering now? Because, like, I never remembered when that actually had happened. Oh, I think it was, in the, yeah, like, experiment room, whatever that place was called. The place that, Lotus was being a girl boss. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. In safe ending, yeah. So he simply stood there, confused. Yeah,
Thank
now
you
you
so
mention.
much, Junpei.
I do remember that, yeah, okay. She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened. Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms. Yeah, we save her because, like, she knows now that he's not dead. Or, you know, they could be alive. But, like, point is.
Hey, what's going on with you?
I'm sorry, it's just... I'm so happy!
Honestly, yeah, the song's good.
Why?
The body in the shower room, it isn't his! It isn't my brother!
Huh?
It's not Snake!
Why on earth would you think that?
Because his left arm is...
She stopped
I'm
herself.
sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this.
Junpei decided it would be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. Yeah, he's just like listening on the other side of the room like... What the fuck did they just say? That meant the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart.
But he's still alive. I'm so happy.
Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest like a child. Oh, sweetie. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight.
I'm so glad.
I love her.
Junpei, you were right.
Huh?
No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck.
Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out. Already best ending, honestly. It was a laminated bookmark with a 4-leaf clover.
I only made it here because you gave me this.
Are we gonna get the full story?
I was suspicious of everybody, and I was angry and miserable. But because I had this 4-leaf clover, because of what you said to me,
She still doesn't know that the others didn't kill him? Or at least attempt to? She just knows that he wasn't the one who died? Well... I suppose it would, like, without the base blindness factor, it makes it obvious that they'd killed someone else who just happened to have the same bracelet. Or, like, someone else had died in general and just been assumed that was him because he had disappeared. And who else is on the ship, right? Because I don't remember if they actually checked what the bracelet was. It is the right one, but still.
Yeah.
Junpei hadn't thought his words would have such an effect on her. Her words were making him feel a little awkward. Lol, awkward!
so much, Junpei.
She looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room.
Oh, if you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa.
Oh.
Santa? Why?
Right, because of the bookmark.
Well, he was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too.
Oh,
Oh, and she thinks he's the one who... Ooh. Yeah, it's thought, anyway. Then suddenly... Clover broke away from Junpei. I can fix her ending? Yeah, really. He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace across the room. Six steps to the left. 6 steps to the right. Another 6 to the left. Why are you counting them? And then she stopped.
Did Santa really tell you those things?
Her eyes were serious, but not angry.
Yeah, he did. Did I say something wrong?
Oh no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news, I think.
You think?
Santa knew about the words and the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects.
Oh.
Subjects?
The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago, with my brother and me.
You were in the experiment? Okay. I was not expecting that, because she's, like, pretty young. Okay. Okay. And he had invested in, Cradle Pharmaceutical. Oh, interesting. And it also explains why she instantly assumed that he knew about the experiment.
But he's blind, and I was part of the Nevada test group.
Oh.
So neither of us would be able to recognize the faces of the people who were on this boat.
Interesting.
Whoa. Okay, time out.
Junpei held up his hands. He took a deep breath and let it out.
Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start with 1 and then move to 2 and 3 and 4 and so on.
You don't have to explain that
If you
hard.
don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out.
Okay.
Clover nodded.
All right, let's start with this experiment. What happened on this boat 9 years ago?
Do you know about morphogenetic fields?
Yep,
Morphogenetic fields.
he did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine.
All right, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
I think Lotus mentioned something like that.
It's all coming together. Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Wow, I wonder why she knows about that. Clover nodded.
Telepathy, huh? Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar.
So they were testing telepathy on this ship?
Yeah, I guess so.
So, what exactly did they have you guys do?
The same thing that we're doing now. Exactly the same thing.
What?
The nonary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in the building in Nevada, and the game started.
Oh shit! Junpei grabbed the sides of his head.
Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it.
Are there also 9 other people in Nevada again? Or like somewhere else, it doesn't really matter.
What do the nonary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Am I missing something here?
Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops in your head? That's an epiphany. And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy. When you add danger to that equation, then it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy.
So you're saying the nonary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger?
The population of Nevada is significantly higher than 9. That's a good point.
Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger.
I mean,
It had to be life and death.
I mean, you weren't supposed to... Anyway. Is the population of Nevada, if you were to take the digital route...
It had to be life and death. And...
Be interesting if you converted all the letters into numbers the same way as 0 and it turned out to have a digital root of 9.
someone did actually die. A girl.
Huh.
Junpei felt the sudden grip of despair on his heart. Yes, I haven't mentioned that. Something deep and distant in Power's full squeeze. Yeah, that took effort for some reason. And for a moment he felt very, very empty and alone.
She was on the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada. I never met her, but I did hear her name. Her name was...
Is an interesting name. The sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Junpei spun around.
Oh, my apologies. I seem to have disturbed you.
You knew! You knew! You're interrupting because you knew!
Ace.
You two must have strong stomachs. I
Ace!
can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long.
Ace glanced down at the floor. At the corpse, covered in blood.
At any rate, Junpei, would you be so kind as to come and help me with something?
Yeah, sure, I guess. Fucking whatever. I guess if it's important. Oh no. What's that? What's the kid who died? What's that? Maybe, I don't know, Allie, Light. You know, it wasn't Nona.
I'm having a little trouble and I could really use your assistance. Come on. It'll only take a moment.
You bitch. With that, he turned and walked back towards the communication office. Clover waited until he was out of sight and spoke in a small, quiet voice.
I don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later.
Huh? Hey, wait!
Clover ignored him. Ace X Snake ship art. Actually, this entire game is Ace X Snake. Ace X Snake ship art. Because they're on a ship. Get it? Because I find, because, you see, Clover ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling.
Junpei? What are you doing in there? Hurry up.
Yeah, it is an ARG. Grumbling to himself, Junpei stomped off towards the communications office. Yeah, fucking... whatever you want. He's immediately so mad! I told you. Like, this is the first thing we've talked about in this room. I'd love to play the Nonary game in real life. Yeah. Tough Silverfox status for a while there. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not gonna say you're wrong. That could be fun to play a Nonary game in real life. I don't know. Yeah, you could die, but like... whatever, you know? Thanks, Watermelon! We know what that's for. Can't believe it, I actually get to play another game in real life. Yay, screwdrivers! Need that shit. Did we need someone else for that? Or... like, it's not... oh, right, we need to take the... thing out of the dealie. And combine that with the egg. Oh, yeah, I have heard that there was, like, a... escape game based off of the Nonary game that they did. Yeah, not that I really needed this, because I already know what it is, but... thoroughness, you know? I'm curious, though. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? I got the later one, but what would have happened before? It might have just been that there's something in this room that I was supposed to find out earlier. But I'd like skip straight to it because I knew how to solve the problem. I don't know. I'm just gonna hope for that. There we go. Easy peasy. And it turned into 35 equals Z, I believe, when we translated it. All ice.
Looks like there's something on the cover. ALLICE.
Now you know what that is.
All ice.
That's gonna be the other key.
Alice. Does this mean...
Junpei couldn't hold back. He had to know what was in the file. Each page was covered with strange characters. Hieroglyphs! They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects, horned animals, wings, and even kneeling humans. There were many pages in the file, and each was full of these strange symbols.
What the hell is this?
I wonder if anyone's ever translated all this. He didn't realize he'd spoken out loud until Ace looked at him.
They are hieroglyphs, a form of writing used in ancient Egypt.
I've seen that much.
So it would seem.
Bottom deck library.
Bottom deck library.
Oh shit! The Forest of Knowledge. Small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge and the navel of the ship.
Oh.
Junpei remembered something he'd heard from Seven when they'd been in the chemical closet.
Seven said something like...
Wasn't reacted that Yoinky Splunky to open the door, so true.
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic.
Could beneath the navel mean the bottom deck, and the Forest of Knowledge is the library? Then could Alice be in a room somewhere beyond the library?
What's wrong? Something on your mind?
No, nothing. You don't need to know about it. It's fine. And Junpei blinked. Only then did he notice Ace looking at him. Curiosity and concern running across his face in equal parts.
Yeah. I just remembered something.
Don't tell him.
Is that so? What about?
Well, don't laugh, okay?
There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. There is. He began to explain his theory to Ace. Then he stopped. It wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know who Alice was supposed to be. So he told Ace everything June had told him. That's a long
The
story.
Egyptian priestess and Ice 9. Interesting.
He should know about this.
And the woman who wouldn't melt, who was recovered from the Titanic disaster, they called her All Ice, which eventually turned into Alice. And she was purchased by an English millionaire who called himself Lord Gordain. According to Seven, this ship is where he hid Alice.
And you think that he hid her in a small room beyond the library on the bottom deck?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is just a theory.
A game theory? Ace stared off into the distance, his hand slowly and absent-mindedly stroking his beard. After a few moments, his hand stopped. He turned slowly to look at Junpei, and his brows drew together.
Junpei, have you ever heard of the term CAS?
Nope.
Cass.
It stands for Cells Alive System. It is an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter.
Well, I'm writing that down.
Put simply, it is a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals.
Oh, shit.
Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within its cells expands as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membrane. CAS, however, works differently. The object to be frozen is supercooled using magnetic fields, and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form.
Is that Ice 9?
It was originally developed for the preservation of food, as an alternative to the normal freezing process. Now, however, there are rumors that it can be used for other things.
Cryogenetic freezing?
What do you mean, other things?
Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel.
Space travel? Are you serious?
Oh yeah, freezing people and then setting them up on like thousands upon thousands of years long journeys.
Surely you've heard of suspended animation. Cryogenic freezing?
Sorry, cryogenic freezing, not cryogenetic. I know words.
It's a fairly common idea in science fiction books and films. People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space.
That was when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting.
Whoa, wait a minute there.
Ace looked at him and raised an
Are
eyebrow.
you saying that Alice was frozen using that CAS thing?
Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. If this special ice you call Ice 9 does indeed exist, and CAS were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantaneously.
You think she could be alive?
Well, I can't say for sure, of course. I'm only talking about possibilities. The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? If she were put somewhere where she could reach that temperature...
That's nuts. Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about?
What are the odds of that?
You're quite right. It does sound unbelievable. But if she had, then we would have an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor.
You mean the guy dressed like a captain?
Yes. He was dead when we found him. Clearly, he was murdered.
So she got frozen hundreds of years ago and then defrosted and went and killed the dude.
But if he was murdered, then by whom? It couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. That door that requires the Earth key prevented us from accessing door 1. Who was it that opened that door?
Santa and Lotus.
Right. Clearly, the two of them could not have opened door 1, or any other door for that matter. Who else then could have done so?
Junpei thought for a second.
Nobody. After Santa and Lotus used the Earth key, they turned back and met up with me and June. Then we returned to the large hospital room and found Ace, Seven, and Clover. While we'd gone into the shower room, Ace, Seven, and Clover had stayed behind. But it's impossible for those three to open door 1. But what about when June and I took the elevator to door 2? No, it still won't work. We were only gone 5 minutes. No human being could have run to the captain's quarters, killed that guy in there, and run back that fast.
You think that?
It would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer. That being the case, who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if his killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well. They would know the locations of all the hidden passages and secret doors. The numbered door would mean nothing to someone like that.
Oh,
It
yeah.
would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters.
Then you're saying the killer was Alice?
It was Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. Ace drew his thumb across his lips thoughtfully.
Well, this is all only one possible theory.
All ice. Alice, is she really somewhere on the ship?
Junpei had only one clue. The key card in his hand.
Maybe this card will give me access to the Forest of Knowledge. And the big mystery. What could be there beyond the Forest of Knowledge?
It's a pretty sussy theory, yeah, you're right.
Anyway, whatever. It's gonna have to wait. I can't do anything right now. I'll come back to this later.
Later, huh? He gripped the key card tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. Neat. Yeah, that's it. Anyway, time to complete this room. Where were we again? Because I think we're done in here. Yeah, so we want to head back. I feel like we should be able to dig into that and see if there's something in there, but that's silly. What did we use the key for again? Surely there's something, right? To the square, you're supposed to use it over... Over where? The other room? Where are we thinking? What's the theory? Cause, oh, right, it goes into this. Yeah, it's just stopping you from, like, just putting in the answer first thing and getting out of there immediately. Okay. But I already had the answer worked out over... Yeah, 35, 14, 27, 24. Oh, right. There we go. Just that easy. So genius. Not that I think it mattered for me to actually have gone through all that, but, you know. It feels nice. Oh, okay, we're already there. Let's see where it splits.
A note.
Oh,
A note?
Yeah, I found it in the pocket of the guy with the captain's clothes. It said something
Oh.
about the darkness of the sinister hand or something.
right. She'd gotten that from him.
What the hell? Let me see it.
No, not right.
But Junpei wasn't going to get to see it. From the other end of the hall, he heard Ace's voice.
Hey, Junpei, Clover! What are you two doing? Hurry up!
Wait, it's in the distance. Something
He's
about
getting
that.
mad.
Clover
I'll
shrugged.
show it to you later, alright? Come on, we gotta hurry.
Before Junpei could protest, she was gone. Around the corner and up down the long stem of the L. A note? A note. Junpei was curious. But there was something else that bothered
From the
him.
look of that pocket, it doesn't particularly look like just a note.
Yeah.
Jeez, what are you thinking?
She got the bracelet,
For crying out loud.
but she didn't take the axe, so there's a victory. Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran off after Clover. Pick up for the hydrate, Kazakh. Junpei pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with a large set of stairs. I think... yeah. They reached B deck at the same time.
Jumpy! Clover!
June's face was excited. Something had happened. That much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her.
What's up?
Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself. Right, and the watch thing was still... watch. I mean, it's a watch. They keep calling it a bracelet, but it's a watch. It's still relevant because that's how we open the coffin. So even though, like, we're not going to bother with the safe this route, probably.
We found it!
Found what?
We found it!
What did you find?
The last door! We found door 9!
Okay, we've seen this.
What?
Or not.
Come on! Just follow us. We'll explain on the way.
Okay.
Seven turned and jogged off down the stairs.
Well, if that's the case.
Wait for me.
We should get going as well.
The rest followed.
Jumpy! We finally made it!
The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt. I suppose the issue in this round is that we don't figure out that Ace was, Ginter Hongo,
Yeah, it's finally time.
which is probably gonna bite us in the ass. Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe that they'd really done it, at least not just yet. Still, if everyone decided that it was door 9, then it probably was, also just the truth of the game.
We've reached the end.
He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. Ace is probably gonna reveal that he has bracelet number 9. We're all gonna be like, why the fuck do you have that? He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one.
Something's bothering me. Only 3 to 5 people can go through the numbered door. 7 of us are on our way to door 9. That means that, best case scenario, there will be 2 of us who have to stay behind. 2 people. Is there a way?
Junpei looked over at the clock.
4:30. We've only got 90 minutes left. I've got no time to wonder about it now.
I mean, you got plenty of time.
Hey, Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up!
Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie.
Let's go, Jumpy!
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could.
Yeah.
Junpei followed. And they're also going to notice that there is another door, which they didn't when they went in. As a group, they piled onto the elevator and rode impatiently down to E deck. It looked familiar. There was a metal grate between the 2 elevators. Seven grabbed hold of it and began to talk.
I know I told you I'd explain it earlier, but honestly, there ain't much to explain. After we split off from you guys, the 4 of us got into the elevator on the left, and that took us to the other side of the grate. After that, we headed down another hallway. It took us toward the bow, and eventually to the number 6 that you two found earlier. We opened it and kept going. There was another locked door behind it, like usual, but This time we had to complete 2 different areas before we could unlock it. Once we were through that door, there was another hallway that went the other direction, toward the stern.
So, on your way, you found the elevator.
That's right.
So, in other words, you kinda did a lap, huh? You came from that side to this side.
Yeah.
With that settled, Junpei looked around.
So, where's the number 9 door?
Over here.
Seven began walking down the hallway that led toward the stern. Junpei and the others broke into a jog to keep up with him.
By the way,
They had been walking for a while. June in silence sat with Junpei when she spoke.
you know, it's because of Santa that we're all here right now.
Huh?
That all 7 of us are going to door 9.
What?
You don't get it? Santa, 7, and Lotus. What's their digital route?
Oh.
9. It's 9.
That's right. They could have just left me behind and kept going if they'd wanted to.
But they didn't.
Yes, because Santa wouldn't let them.
So they wanted to.
He said, we can't leave June and the others behind. That's why we went looking for you guys.
And then you got on the elevator and went back to the central staircase.
Makes you wonder about Seven and Lotus.
That's right.
Well, I wouldn't have called that one. That Santa would be the one to stick up for you.
Junpei felt his eyebrows knit as he considered that.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Perhaps June had sensed Junpei's concern.
I don't mean that 7 and Lotus said they wanted to leave me behind.
Okay,
We
good.
were just talking about it, and Santa objected to it first.
Is that so?
Junpei was about to respond when Seven suddenly stopped.
We're here.
In front of them stood a door.
So, is this...
Yeah.
Junpei couldn't see Seven's face, but could see him nod.
There's no other place for us to go.
Nope. Just look around. There's a big old iron wall at the end of the hallway. The other hallways on the left and right are blocked by metal grates.
I see.
It looked as though Seven was right. The door in front of them was their only choice. What about the fucking library?
All right, let's get moving.
He pulled open the door and walked in. Junpei took a deep breath and followed.
Oh,
It appeared they'd been telling the truth.
no way.
The first thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was the number 9. Like all the others, it was a rough thing, made of red paint. The door it decorated sat on the back wall of a rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it. Honestly, the way that they're so sloppy like that really tells me that, like... I mean, obviously Lord Gardain is long dead, but, like... There's no way he got, like, cryogenically frozen and is 0 and blah blah blah, because, like, he would have never done that.
The 9 door.
It was a large double door with powerful styling. I'm assuming he's like the old dude, but he also got frozen for a while. Something about it was almost majestic, and it made the red paint look especially garish.
We're finally here.
Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge, but then he hadn't really expected it to. The red was bolted to the wall next to the door. Its display read
No
vacant.
doubt about it. This is door 9.
Take a look around.
Oh, finally! This is the last.
Junpei felt a flood of emotion wash over him. He felt a chill down his back, and his chest tightened even as his blood began to boil. There was a moment of complete silence.
Junpei, look behind you.
He turned around.
Behind? What?
Junpei could scarcely believe what he saw.
Why? A door and a 9. There's another one? Hey, what the hell? What the hell is going on here?
His words came slowly, and his brain struggled to understand what he'd seen. On shaky legs, he made his way to the second 9. It was a small door set parallel to the door that they'd come through, but in the other corner of the room. 9. There was no mistaking the number, and if any more proof was needed, a red was bolted to the wall near the door.
There's a red there too. That means... And of course it won't open.
He grabbed the handle and shook the door, not because he expected it to open, because he had to make sure it was real.
Why? Why the hell are there 2 doors?
It was Ace who spoke first.
Do you think perhaps one is the right door and the other is the wrong one?
Lotus was skeptical.
I don't know about that. It seems unlikely.
What makes you say so?
Well, think about all the rooms we've been through so far. They're full of puzzles, but there are always hints about how to solve them. I'm pretty sure there aren't any rooms where we just had to go with our best guess and leave it to instinct to solve the puzzle. Do you really think that at the very end of the game, Zero's going to suddenly throw in something that depends entirely on luck?
Then you're saying there's some sort of hint in this room.
Yep.
No, I don't think there's a hint anywhere in here.
There's a hint. There's a snake in here.
I searched it very well when I was in here before.
And yet you didn't
I
notice.
didn't find anything that might have been a hint, though.
Well then, that means...
Yeah, both of these are the right door. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be. Seek a way out.
Junpei began to mutter to himself.
So if there are 2 number 9 doors, if we split it up right,
That's not gonna work.
Junpei blinked and looked up at Clover. Yeah, we figured that out earlier. It splits up into 9 and 7. But now we have an extra 6 bracelet. And also, Snake is back. Not that they know that yet. She held out her hand. Yeah, so that's 8 that we would add to 7. But that only makes us 6.
You've got a notebook and a pen, right? Can I borrow them?
yeah, here.
Slightly confused, he pulled them out and handed them to her.
Look at this.
Clover opened the notebook to a blank page and set it down on the desk. Everyone else gathered around her and watched as she wrote down a series of numbers.
You get it? The numbers on the top are all the combinations with digital roots of 9. The numbers on the bottom are the people who don't fit.
Hey, I did that.
There's only 8 possibilities if we split up into 2 groups of 3 or 4 people.
She's just like me for real.
So...
If 3 people go through the door, then 4 are left behind. If 4 go through, then 3 are left behind. Right?
yeah.
Clover nodded, almost as if she were pleased with herself for solving a difficult math problem.
No way.
Oh, right, because Snake would make a 9. Yeah, I was like focusing so hard on like, oh, she got the 6 bracelet. No. Yeah, just add Snake to one of the groups of 3 or 4 that adds up to 7 and perfect. Alternatively, they could have grabbed the bracelet from the Gaiax. The room went very quiet. Silence lay across everyone like a thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Their faces were blank.
Come to think of it,
Yeah, Snake did use that so true. Desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to the room around him.
what is this room?
The walls were covered in candles. I mean, it's like a chapel, clearly. The wavering flame made the shadows of Junpei and his companions look as though they were dancing. So the fact that Snake is in a coffin at the front is... especially considering the robes he's wearing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the room.
It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony, but what kind?
They're also, like, uneven. Which is interesting. Probably relevant. Between them is a strip of rich red carpet. The carpet ran straight through the room, ending at the door that pointed to the stern of the boat. At the other end of the carpet,
Is that an altar?
it was a recessed space set into the wall between the 2 other doors. Sitting on a raised section of the altar was a coffin. Also, the robes match the flags, I'm now realizing.
A coffin?
A coffin.
No, it couldn't possibly be.
But if it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? I'm sure the message I got isn't important. No, we're good. That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought. He decided not to think about the coffin, for the time being. At that moment, Seven spoke. There was an edge of humor to his voice, but it was forced.
Okay, I give up. I give up. I figured if we sat around here long enough, someone would volunteer. But I guess nobody's got the guts to do it.
What are you talking about?
Junpei didn't understand, and he wasn't the only one.
What? You guys didn't figure it out yet? Fine, let me enlighten you.
Enlightened.
Clover was mostly right with her little explanation earlier, but she missed something. She wasn't really wrong, she just... screw it! Let me just write it out.
Seven snatched up the notebook and began to write in it. Everyone else clustered around him, desperate for a look.
If you're trying to leave with a group of 3 and a group of 4 and get everybody out, Clover's right. But there's another way. Only one combination, though. If you split us up into groups of 3, 3, and 1, you can make this combination.
Just leave him behind. Oh no, Seven!
Wait, this means...
Don't get me wrong here. I'm not trying to copy Ace or anything like that. Even if he hadn't been the hero back in the big hospital room, I'd still be saying the same thing.
The same thing? Are you saying?
Yeah, I am. I'll stay behind.
Why are you acting so heroic all of a sudden? Are you some kind of idiot?
Lotus was the first to speak. That in itself was a little strange. She'd reacted much differently when Ace had volunteered.
No, I'm completely against this. I'll be goddamned if I'm gonna have to owe you for getting out of here.
The rest of them began to speak all at once.
I'm against it too. I didn't want to leave Ace behind, and I don't want to leave you either.
I don't like that idea. There's gotta be other options.
I disagree as well. I can't say I care much for you being the hero.
Uh-huh. Interesting comment. Finally, they quieted down, and Junpei looked at Seven.
Well, there you go, Seven. Proposal denied. Clover's right. There's gotta be a better way than this.
Seven made some noise that was somewhere between a derisive snort and a cough.
Doesn't make any sense.
He was doing his best to pretend they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei could see the twinkling of water at the corners of Seven's eyes. Aww. That was when Santa spoke.
Whoa, hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet.
Until then, Junpei hadn't realized that Santa had stayed quiet for the whole discussion of Seven's fate. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable.
You agreeing? You want to leave him here?
Santa shook his head.
Nah, I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here alone.
Then I don't see how it matters.
I said alone.
Oh yeah, there's another combination where they both stay out of it, isn't there?
I said I don't want to leave Seven alone.
There was a dull shine in Santa's eyes. They were cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver.
What the hell are you...
What? You don't get it? I can't leave just one person. I need 2 more.
But
3 people, including Seven. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No, those are my orders.
interesting. Leaving behind 3 people, including Seven. Oh, so they can figure out a way to get out without, like, you know, sacrificing everyone by, like, spending 5 zillion hours trying to figure it out. Yeah, and are there any combinations of that in the... what I had figured out? 3 people, including Seven. Yeah, there's only 1. And that leaves behind Santa, June, and Seven. Which, obviously, Junpei's gonna have a problem with.
What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you?
You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice.
Did he take the gun?
What?
3, 2, 1.
Santa was so fast, Junpei could barely see him. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance. His feet moving like lightning. He spun and... there it is. He had June.
See? I told you.
His lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile.
What?
A shudder traveled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze, and he could feel his breath go stale in his lungs. Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. Was she a part of the... no, she wouldn't be a part of the Nevada group. Now I've got a question. Okay, so they're both upside down and both like the same. Okay, yeah, I was about to say like hers could potentially be read as the 9 bracelet, and it wouldn't have made sense, but saying that he needed 2 more, the gun in his right hand, a revolver. Oh right, because we didn't go through the room with him. Santa had grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaking brain identified as a revolver roughly against her temple.
Why?
Hitman Santa on the case, so Torello. Yeah, thanks Santa.
What the hell is that?
Where on earth had Santa possibly found a gun? Junpei's questions roared in his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Seven spoke, almost as though he had sensed Junpei's confusion.
The gun's from the other room.
What room?
One of the rooms behind door 6. I should have known he was gonna do this. I should have taken the gun.
Well, it's too late now, fat ass.
Damn it.
A mixture of fury and frustration twisted Seven's face, and he glared at Santa. Santa, for his part, didn't so much as flinch. The corner of his lip twitched into a slightly wider smile. We were so close. We were so close to perfection. Then the smile faded, and he began to move. He walked backward, dragging June with him. Before long, his back was resting against the door. On the wall next to him was the red. He put his hand on the scanner panels quickly, and then forced June to do the same.
Now, time for you to start following my orders. Ace, Lotus, congratulations! I've chosen you to come with me.
Cool. Lovely. Wait, but that's 3, 6, 1, and 8. Yeah, that works out.
Put your hands in the red.
That was what Santa had meant when he said he needed 2 more.
Hey, you deaf? I gave you an order.
Good ending, Copium, so true. It's gonna be the good ending, for sure. Santa's eyes narrowed to slits. He glared at Ace and Lotus. They stayed frozen, like deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car.
Right, fine. I didn't want to waste any bullets, but you guys just don't get it.
No sooner were the words out of Santa's mouth than his hand twitched. And the gun roared. A section of the floor exploded, scattering wooden splinters across the floor. A thin plume of smoke snaked out of the hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real and worked.
He really shot it? But why? Santa, why are you...
Clover's voice spoke out of betrayal and disbelief.
Santa, I thought you were one of us. I thought we were friends.
One of us having a special meaning here.
You knew about the leaf words and the 4-leaf clover.
Santa's cheek twitched, almost imperceptibly.
What the hell is that shit? I've got no idea.
You're lying.
Shut up. Just shut up, you stupid bitch! You want me to put a bullet in your fucking head?
Flecks of spit flew from Santa's mouth, his face twisted with rage. What exactly are you thinking, buddy? Clover recoiled, her eyes wide. When she spoke, her voice was very small.
Santa.
He snorted, then shook his head vigorously and turned to face Ace and Lotus.
Alright, assholes. What are you still standing there for? Get over here and scan those bracelets. I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? Your hearing's starting to go? Going senile, maybe?
Ace and Lotus still didn't move. It almost seemed as if they couldn't move. June's face was pale behind Santa's arm. Her eyes were wild and her chest heaved with every quick breath, like an animal cornered by a predator. Junpei's mind worked furiously. What were they going to do? Then he realized something. There was nothing they needed to do. There's nothing to debate.
That's it.
June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa commanded meant that she would be safe from at least 2 threats. She wouldn't be shot, and she would leave the ship alive, along with Santa, Ace, and Lotus. There was only one thing for Junpei to do.
It's the only way.
He turned to Ace and Lotus.
Please, go.
Huh?
No way.
Jumpy, what are you saying? If you stay here, you're going to be stuck, Jumpy. And so will Clover and Seven.
I know, but you don't need to worry about us. We'll figure something out.
Yeah, they will.
Right, Seven?
Because Clover has the note.
Right. You just leave it to us. It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but...
Don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of.
No, no, you can't! Ace, Lotus, don't come over! Don't worry about me, please!
June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus. He gently placed a hand on each of their shoulders and pushed them toward the door. They almost stumbled, then righted themselves and took another step, and another. They turned around and Junpei nodded.
all right.
Fine.
Ace and Lotus turned around again and walked slowly toward the door where Santa was waiting for them. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped in front of the door marked 9. Santa smiled.
All right, now let's get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the holdup? What? You think I'm fucking around here? I don't give a shit about this girl. The red doesn't need a person, you know? All I need is the bracelet. You get it? Good. Now put your fucking hands on the scanner. I'm not gonna say it again.
He shoved the revolver hard against against June's head, and she winced.
Fine.
Ace sighed, defeated, and placed his hand on the scanner panel. Lotus went next. Lotus glared at Santa and slammed her hand onto the scanner panel. Get his ass. Kill him. Well, don't do that. The fourth asterisk blinked on. Honestly, the voice acting.
Now, Lotus, pull that lever.
He's wanted to see the gore. Yeah, I believe
As
it.
soon as the door opens, you get your ass in there. Try anything stupid, and you know what happens, right?
Damn it.
Junpei could almost hear Lotus's teeth grind. The door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. It opened with a low, powerful rumble, a drum roll to welcome the chosen few.
Good. Go.
Lotus and Ace walked through the door, their eyes furious but defeated. Santa waited until they were all the way inside, then hauled himself and June across the threshold as well. 6, 7, 8...
Later.
After exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gust of air it created caused the candles on the altar to flicker and die. Yeah, the altar, huh? Do we want to look at that? The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced with her finger the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger than 2 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. It read engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The red read vacant. The digital root of the remaining people was 7. 5 plus 4 plus 7 equals 16. 1 plus 6 equals 7. There was no possible way for them to open a door with 9 on it. Junpei touched the surface of the door.
June.
He thought about June. About Akane Kotoshiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. If she was alive, if she had escaped this horrible boat. It's been 2 seconds, I don't know. That was what Junpei prayed for. Kevin came up next to him. He pulled off his head, scratched his head, and sighed.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do?
Seven opens his mouth to respond when... There it is! A noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something vigorously. Imagine. It wasn't mechanical. It was certainly human. Junpei and Seven looked at one another.
What the hell is that?
Shh, quiet.
Clover motioned to Seven to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. Morse? The three of them listened, trying to determine it's... Yeah, it's equal. So now. The three of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from.
Where is it coming from?
6. Yeah, it doesn't seem to mean anything.
Could it be?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
Doesn't that look familiar?
You're right.
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Just shut up and try!
It'd explode or something. Oh, right, they needed to use tools to actually open the thing up, so it was so well made. Junpei and Seven grabbed hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip with what little purchase they could find, and pulled with all their strength. Good to see you, Mateo.
Damn it!
Man, it won't even budge.
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
Not another one.
Hey, how about that? You got a little note there, buddy.
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open?
I think so.
The noise wasn't stopping, so they calmed down. We're working on it. In fact, it was getting louder.
Whoever or whatever's inside this thing wants out. And now.
I know that. But how?
Without a passcode, I don't think there's much we can do.
It's probably so, like, tightly closed that he can't even hear them outside of it or something. I don't know. Well, but... They couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
You got
Well,
one.
let's look for one.
0 would put a keypad on the coffin. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews, and Seven investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing.
Ugh, there's nothing here.
Not making this easy, are they?
The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room.
What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out?
Come on, remember, buddy.
I need something.
Why are we looking at it like this? The world blinked. Yeah, that's a good point. He is knocking really loudly for being, like, trapped in a tiny little coffin, which would be more like... Suddenly, there was a voice inside of Junpei's head. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Wait, what the fuck? Morphogenetic field? Now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. You aren't supposed to know this. You can't know this in this route, and yet...
Wait, what? What the hell was that? That voice?
Epiphany plus danger. That was from the Junpei of the other timeline. Junpei was utterly and completely baffled.
Huh? What?
What's up?
Seven and Clover ran over to him, but Junpei didn't know what to tell them.
Huh?
If he told them that they'd heard the voice, they'd laugh. Or worse, think he was going insane. This is the lock-picking lore, and today I have for you this coffin I found in the ship. Yeah. So all he said was...
Oh, nothing.
He cleared his throat a little too loud and looked pointedly down at his bracelet. There were a pair of small buttons protruding from either side of it. Junpei, press the buttons. Right. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. That was it. 8 numbers blinked on and then off on the bracelet display. Junpei checked one last time. 14383421.
14383421.
Just kidnapped 9 YouTubers for an honor game. Yeah.
Huh?
You know, get lockpicking lawyer. Honestly, I don't know who else.
Huh?
Hey, what the hell were those numbers?
Some conspiracy tuber.
Oh my gosh, are those?
Junpei didn't answer. He simply walked straight to the coffin. He knelt down in front of the keypad, running over the numbers in his head so that he wouldn't forget.
14383421. 14383421.
14383421. With trembling fingers, he punched them in. That was all of them. He punched the E button. There was a moment of complete silence. Then there was the sound of the coffin lid unlatching. It's funny that he just, like, had that through a psychic epiphany of some sort when we literally have access to the note. Someone sat up out of it.
No way.
What?
Why are you...
We did it!
Is that you, Clover? I apologize for worrying you.
Snake!
You? Why?
Junpei? And Seven? Is that you? Is everyone else there as well?
Just like Rip Van Winkle, yeah, so true. Still, it was very much like Snake to simply cut to the heart of the matter and ask.
Jeez.
Junpei and Seven shared a wry smile. Clover's eyes were filled with tears.
You're back!
With a cry of joy, she leapt into Snake's arms. Oh, sweetie.
Gently now. My body's still a little weak.
Oh, you're back!
Clover looked like nothing so much as a lost child who had finally found her home. She cried and cried and cried. Her eyes were red and her nose was running. She hiccuped and gasped almost as though she were about to begin hyperventilating.
You're back! You're really here!
Her voice was happy, but almost desperate, as if she feared he would disappear again if she stopped talking to him. Tear after tremendous tear rolled its way down her face. Yeah. Her small arms strained as she clutched Snake's body as tightly as she could. Perhaps she had to convince himself he was real. Herself he was real. Got it. Nailed it. First try. Perhaps she was worried that he would be gone the moment she let go. Alright, Mateo, go get you some rest. That's important. Good night. Perhaps she simply didn't know what else to do.
You're back!
Good night.
Come now, what's gotten into you? You're acting as though I've returned from the grave.
Not as though! You did! I really thought you were dead!
You were in a coffin.
Huh?
You jerk! Idiot! Idiot! Idiot!
Clover broke into sobs so great she could no longer talk. It was a touching reunion between brother and sister. Even though Junpei knew they had little time, and every moment they waited was a minute they wasted, it felt cruel to pull them apart. Junpei and Seven sat down in one of the pews, waiting for Clover to calm down before explaining to Snake what had transpired.
I see. I believe I understand things rather well now, thank you. In the shower room, there is a dead body wearing my clothes. Because of that, you thought that I was dead, correct?
He had quickly and neatly summarized the events of several hours.
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
You also discovered a corpse in the captain's quarters, and Santa turned on you here, in this room. Do I have it straight?
Well, the dead body in the captain's quarters is a surprise.
Sorry, there wasn't a good time to tell you.
Don't worry about it.
Well then, I've got a pretty decent idea of what happened while I was indisposed, but it's still something of a mystery who did all this, and why. The corpse in the shower room that looked like me. And the corpse in the captain's quarters. Why were they killed in the way they were?
Mm-hmm.
You don't know?
No. Why would I?
The guy in the shower room. We don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X.
There it is.
Anyway, this Mr. X is wearing Snake's clothes, but you're wearing some kind of weird robes. That means someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X. We need to figure out who that was.
I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me. I only just now woke up. I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time.
When were you knocked out?
When we split up to look for the red.
Where did they get you? Do you remember?
It was a small room in one of the hallways on C deck.
What happened?
The same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. A canister releasing some sort of gas was thrown into the room. I believe the gas is some sort of incapacitating agent.
Almost as if it was Zero who did that.
Then that means it was...
Zero.
Looks that way, huh?
There's nothing else I have to tell you.
Don't you start undressing him with your eyes.
When I woke up, I was in this coffin.
Junpei crossed his arms in thought.
Why? Why did Zero make Mr. X wear Snake's clothes? How would that benefit Zero? I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean?
What does it all mean?
How I got the passcode for the coffin either. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Where did those words come from? Why did I feel compelled to push the buttons on the bracelet after hearing them?
Seven had asked him about it while they waited for Clover to finish crying. He'd had no answer for him then, and he still didn't.
All I know is my fingers moved on their own. It was like I did it subconsciously. I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean?
His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues, theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think.
Also, Snake and Clover had been subjects in a similar experiment 9 years ago.
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. Her name was...
There had been another experiment conducted on this same ship 9 years ago, and a girl had died during it.
Can we get her name?
Morphogenetic field theory. The two murders.
It's all coming together.
Clues. The nonary game.
And whatever strange thing was happening to Junpei himself. Why didn't the morphogenetic field tell you Snake was alive? So true. Clearly she just wasn't under enough stress. The maelstrom in his mind spat out words and ideas that disappeared back into it as soon as he grasped them. But as he struggled through them, Junpei began to realize something. There was something that tied all of them together. And the point connecting the dots.
Zero.
Well, yeah, no shit.
He's the ringleader. The person who trapped 9 of us on this sinking ship. Zero should know everything. If we can uncover Zero's identity, all of our questions will be answered.
Who was Zero? Junpei had the beginnings of a theory. If he could only test it. Or perhaps...
At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape. Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry.
Hey, how are we gonna get out of here?
I mean... I guess it's impossible to prove that he's blind. But he would have to be faking it pretty well.
Isn't that obvious? Through the other number 9 door.
Like the fact that he didn't recognize Ace as Gentaro Hongo is like a pretty good evidence for that.
Oh yeah, you're right. With Snake, we can open the door.
Don't tell me you hadn't figured that out.
Get his ass. As they sank back and forth, Junpei glanced at Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on it.
Come on, you gotta tell me these things.
I, assumed you'd figured it out.
Forget it. Let's just get going.
Seven stomped off towards the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake, and Junpei followed. Seven quickly laid his hand on the red. An asterisk appeared on the screen. Hell yeah, yeah. Copy getting your brain going. Junpei and the others followed suit and laid their hands on the scanner panel. Soon there were 4 asterisks on the screen. Seven glanced at them and laid his hand on the lever of the red.
All right. You guys ready to go?
Yes.
Yep.
Junpei paused for a moment.
Not yet.
Huh?
Before we go in, I'd like to check something.
The library?
You want to check something?
Yeah, but before I do, Seven, could you pull the lever?
What?
I want to make sure we can verify with just the 4 of us.
Oh,
What
that's
do you
fair,
mean?
actually.
We don't need.
Just do it, alright? But if the door opens, don't go in yet, okay? Please, this is really important. I really need to check this, okay? Work with me here.
Junpei looked directly into Seven's eyes. The older man looked back for a moment and then nodded.
Fine.
Steak more like snacks, so true. Seven pulled down on the lever and the door 9 creaked open. And then they waited. 6, 7, 8. After 9 seconds, the door closed.
Alright, that means the 4 of us can go into door 9.
So, we knew that already. It's obvious.
Obvious. Yeah, you're right. It is.
He was getting information from the morphogenetic field about a bracelet not matching up with the number it says it was.
Now, what happens if we add Zero's bracelet?
What?
Oh, here we go.
Zero's bracelet?
Why don't you take it out, Clover?
For a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei.
So you did know I had it. I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime.
Lol, yeah, I picked up a bracelet off a body. She reached into one of the pockets in her voluminous jacket and produced a bracelet. Junpei took it from her and turned to Seven.
This was on the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. If you look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm gonna call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters, Cap.
Cap. Also, she cleaned it up.
Then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and his bracelet.
Why is it clean here? Like, when we looked at it, like, when it was off of his arm, it was covered in blood. Maybe it just, like, got... It, like, landed in the blood?
Though the big
But then-
question is, if Cap is the mastermind of this game, did he really put one of these bracelets on? Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover, give me your hand.
Okay.
Now the captain's bracelet. And pull the lever.
However, the door didn't open. The red's display read error.
I knew it. Now, what does this tell us?
Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work?
No, that's impossible. Did you see how the panel showed a 3rd asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is put the bracelet near the panel for it to register.
Seven waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, a single asterisk appeared on the red.
Huh. Looks like you're right.
See? So what does that mean? There's only one possibility.
That bracelet isn't the number 0. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Then what number is it?
Let's find out.
Experimentation, Junpei. Scan the bracelets with this combination. Yeah, we want to make a 9 with 6. So we need to add... I mean, ideally 3, but we can't do that. So... The next number we'd... So it'd be 12, right? We're adding to the 6 anyway. Let's see. 1 or 2, 5, 7, 14. Nope. 12. What would it be? God. 7 plus Junpei's. This would be, yeah. Yeah.
Let's try 7, me, and Cap. If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 6.
Nailed it.
Hey, it opened! The door opened!
First try.
What? Why? What does that mean?
Both Seven and Clover seemed rather shaken. As they turned to look at Junpei for answers, we still haven't answered also why it's 6 specifically? Just because it's 9 upside down? I don't know. The door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised an eyebrow.
Isn't it obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6.
Was he from the original Nunner game? 7 plus 5 plus 6 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9. And then there was also Guy X who had bracelet 2. So there's another... Oh. There's another 7 people unaccounted for then. One of them is possibly Alice, but I imagine probably not.
But doesn't it say 0?
This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0. It's a letter O.
Oh.
So how does...
Whoa.
Oh,
a
wait.
minute. I don't get it.
That's it, right? Because 0, 24, O is 24, and if you get the digital root of 24, it's 6. Yeah, he does seem like too old to be, Oh, also, yeah, 15th letter of the alphabet, so that too. But...
I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet is 6, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s?
Before Junpei could answer, Snake spoke up.
There is most likely only one person with a 6.
But I don't get it. What about June?
Well, this is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with.
Is it G? So therefore, because A, B, C, D, E, F, G. No, that wouldn't work.
Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is
9.
I was right. Yeah. I hadn't put 2 and 2 together about, well, 2 and 2. About, yeah, it's just adding 9 to... Anyway. Oh shit. June's bracelet doesn't change the value of... Ooh. Yeah, I was like, that wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be upside down. It's the same side, same side up as everyone else, right? Well. But then, what about the 9th man? What would his bracelet have been? Because he was able to open the door just fine with his being, interpreted as a 9.
That seems the most likely.
Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap?
Why would you say that?
Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up.
Right, yeah, no, wait. Because they would have needed the 6 in order to get through certain doors. Clover grabbed Junpei's notebook and began to write furiously in it.
Look.
Junpei leaned over to look at it.
List of all the numbered doors June's gone through.
I'll let you know what I'm writing, okay, Snake?
Do you remember all this? 4, 4, 8, 6, and once again 4.
And that's everything. I wrote down which door she went into and with whom. And I wrote what all the numbers were. So if you switch 9 in wherever there's a 6, the numbers don't work.
Favorite side character is Junpei's notebook? Yes, I am.
If the digital root is 7, then you can't open door 4. If the digital route is 2, then you can't open door 8.
Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list?
What do you mean?
You're talking about 3, right?
3?
3?
Santa's number?
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Oh shit!
Yes, that's right.
What about it?
That's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time you came to this room,
His is E. His is E. Shit. Ooh,
Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind. Now, doesn't that beg the question why? Why would Santa do such a thing? The answer is easy. Because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 in Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3.
Yep. He's 5. 5 years old.
Santa's real number, 7? Would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equations?
Yeah, because... Shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Because, yeah, with her number being changed from 6 to 9, it adds on 3. And, then his number changes from 3 to 5, adds on 2. So it's plus 5 in total.
Yeah, sure.
7 took the pen from a confused Clover and began to adjust her calculations.
This is what you were getting at, right, Snake?
He read out the changes he'd made. Wait, what? When he finished, he looked at Snake. 0? 'Cause... Hold on. Snake smiled.
Thank you. That is exactly right, 7.
That's exactly right, Peach.
Santa's true number wasn't 3. It was 0.
No way.
Wait, shit, then... Oh, whoa, fuck.
Santa is 0?
And June was 9, not 6. Conversely, Santa was 0, not 3. Plus 3 and minus 3, they cancel one another out. Nothing appears out of order.
Santa was still playing by the rules of the Nonary game this whole time.
Precisely.
So you're saying Santa planned this whole thing?
I'm not sure if he acted alone or not, but I think it is safe to conclude that he is 0, if my hypothesis is correct.
What the fuck? Of all people. Clover bit her lip. Oh, right, but he was involved in the original game, and he denied it. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Junpei? Junpei remained silent and thought.
Snake's hypothesis. Something doesn't seem right.
Hitman Santa, Hitman Santa.
June's bracelet being flipped. Even if that were possible, that would mean there are 2 number 9 bracelets. And if that's the case...
All right, that's enough talking. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door.
Yeah, what about the other... What about the 9th one's bracelet? How... It's like, who had gone through that the first time? Because I remember he had brought over Ace, I want to say? Door 9 opened. They leapt through.
Oh, it's right there.
The dead was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly, they scanned their bracelets. And the detonator stopped.
Oh.
After pausing for a moment to catch their collective breath, Junpei and his companions headed down the long hallway in front of them.
All right, let's keep going.
At the end was a set of stairs leading down into the ship.
I think these stairs go to the bottom deck.
Oh shit! They leaned out and looked over the side.
Looks dry.
Hey, Carbars, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day.
Let's head down.
After deciding it was safe, they headed down the stairs. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves on the bottom deck. They turned left into another hallway, at the end of which they found another door.
Hey, it's a...
Wow. That's Neptune? I assume, because it looks like a trident? And of course, there was a symbol engraved over the keyhole. It looked like the sort of harpoon one would use to hunt fish. The kind with 3 prongs. Snake traced the shape of it with his fingers.
This is the Neptune symbol. There must be a key around here somewhere.
Neptune key. I only have the Uranus key card.
Clearly, it wasn't going to open this door. 2 reasons for that.
It's a different planet. Plus, it's the wrong kind of key.
Let's turn around and go back for now.
Yeah.
After examining the door for a few more minutes, they gave up and headed back the way they came.
Hey, another door.
With a little more searching, they found a metal door.
And a card reader this time.
The symbol was engraved onto the card reader.
It's the Uranus symbol.
This is the place.
Lol, Uranus door. This is the place. This is it. He muttered to himself and slid the card through the reader. It beeped once, and the light on it turned green. With a heavy metal groan, the door creaked open. Jinpei, Clover, Snake, and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? The room they found themselves in was full of books. Yeah, surprise.
Wow! It's totally full of books!
There's so many. I don't know where to look.
Wow, it's the ballast room. It looked remarkably like a library. Not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books. More the sort of library that was simply a place to store books. He felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Junpei did his best to speak with authority.
Alright, if we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key. I say we split up and look for it.
Okay.
It's in a
Very
specific
well.
book.
Sure thing.
Good. Let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry.
It's gonna be a specific number. As he began his search, for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words float through his mind. Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Fortress of Knowledge. There's a very obvious reason why you'd be thinking about that right now. There's clearly something right there. There's a note on that table. Lights to the books. Huh, what does that mean? Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees, what, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is on to the next? They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness. Rather like myself. That's horrible. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining, not at all. I live in the darkness, yes. But that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths others might miss. I can hear the voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. Interesting. Oh, that looks notable. Notable. Teletemporation and telepathy. What the hell is this one about? Well, I know what telepathy is, but I've never heard of teletemporation. It refers to having the ability to travel through time. The more you know. It's like when you watch an old animation, you can tell which one, like which part of the scene is drawn on the cell. Can't hear you, it's too dark. Yeah. This one says the golden rabbit and the moon on it. Does that mean it's about a rabbit that lives on the moon? Rabbits are pretty cute, but what's the moon stuff about? It's talking about the Judas tree that is said to grow on the moon, according to Chinese legend. Didn't know about that. Kitab al-Zif. Man, they've got some weird stuff here. I can't even pronounce this one. Who's that? Some famous guy? It's not a person's name. It's the name of a fictional book created by Abdul al-Hazred. It's said to be one of the sources used in the creation of the legendary Book of the Dead, Necronomicon. Oh, so these are all occult books and stuff. So they are. Energy theory, huh? I don't even understand the damn title. It's like this shelf sells science and technology. Paleontology. This one's about fossils, right? Ammonites are pretty nasty looking. This one says transition of extinct species. We need to hurry it up, or we're going to end up in the pages of a book like that. Yeah. Introduction to geology, huh? Thinking about the Earth, even when you're on the ocean. Kind of romantic in a way, I guess. I suppose so. Mother Nature. Is that some sort of book about hippie chicks? Probably not. Except perhaps tangentially. It's most likely about environmental protection. I was just trying to make a joke. Dude, hippie chicks? Really? The theory of evolution. Heck, even I know this one. That's the Darwin guy, right? Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin wrote a book called On the Origin of Species. In it, he put forth his theory of evolution. Yeah, I remember that part. He called it natural selection. Exactly. Theories of the Cambrian explosion. Did a bomb go off near somewhere called the Cambria? Cambria? Wrong kind of explosion. Roughly 500 million years ago during what is known as the Cambrian period. Research suggests that a variety of living organisms increased by an order of magnitude. Why that happened, however, is still something of a mystery. There are a number of theories. It's the morphogenetic field again. This book is most likely a collection of them. Huh. Yarnal, Pu, Nedum, and Opud. Or Opub. Well, I'm writing that down. Null. Pu. Oh, Pu, sweet Pu. I don't actually remember the song from that short. Wish I did. Anyway. What's the deal with these titles? They're all just gibberish. Hey, what if we, like, switch them around? Nope. Or... I'm trying to see, like, open, it's open. I switch them around. Yeah. If we move them around, maybe they'll spell something. Open, here, find... bulb. Oh, I get it. Yeah, PI would also work. Yeah, heck, it's worth a shot. Openy. How about this? It's like putting those words in the right order opened this thing right up. That was a piece of cake. Hooray! You did it, Junpei! I guess that turned out well enough. So the letters from the title spell out, open here, find bulb. Powerful light bulb! Sure is. The light bulb looks like it's brand new. And it's really big, so it'll make a lot of light. So it will. Quantum gravity. 7, do you have any idea what this is? How about you start by using real words? Then maybe we'll get somewhere. Are property values going up out in space too these days? Man, guess times are tough for aliens too. This one says cosmic inflation. Supersymmetric string theory and 10-dimensional spacetime. Ugh. They're just talking about superstring theory. It's a theory of reality where... how to explain? It says that all elements of the universe are governed by vibrations and harmonics of tiny supersymmetric strings. What's this? An overview of conformal field theory. Ah, well, it's a theory that posits an invariant quantum field where conformal transformation can take place. Knock it off with the science voodoo stuff. You trying to put me to sleep? Theory of general relativity, huh? Oh, I know this one. That's Einstein, right? Oh, let's hear our Faraday's laws about electrolysis. I believe that's going to be about electrolysis in an electrolyte solution. These particular laws were set down by Michael Faraday. The more you know. I think that's all the shelves. Yeah. So we're good there. Okay, so this is all the same. Energy technology, development of nanotechnology materials, interactions between short-lived energy and matter. What else have we got? Just listening to you read those titles is giving me a headache. Can't say fancy technology stuff and I get along real well. Keep on talking about that stuff and you're gonna put me to sleep. The black hole hypothesis, gamma ray astrophysics. I guess this bookshelf has an astronomy theme. What's this Hellenism? I think it's something like a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture. A kid's book here? Looks like it's a children's story about Native Americans. Don't you think a random book like that is kind of suspicious? Maybe you ought to hold on to it. Cowboys and Indians, huh? This one has some Native Americans on the cover, but it has one. Hey Junpei, take a look at this one. Native Americans, huh? Maybe it's got some— whoa! You get kill? What's that? It's one of them pop-up books? LRK? And that doesn't mean anything. Does it? Well, you can make them KRL. Like curl or Carl. That's not what that says. That's 2 L's. Okay. History of the medieval period. Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot? Isn't he just a story? I don't think you're gonna find, like, a guy who didn't really exist in a history book. A history of Buddhism. Look, this one says Cultural Heritage of Rome. But that's gonna be serious inheritance tax. Permian creatures? Seems a little fancy for some kind of prehistoric critter. Not to mention most of them were likely reptiles and amphibians. Without hair. I can't imagine they had much need for perms, though. That's got nothing to do with this. Hey, look at this. This book's called Greek Mythology. Damn, that thing's huge. Can't imagine anyone's actually read the whole thing. Pretty sure it just put me to sleep. This one's called The History of the Western World. Well, I'd assume it's about European history. Yeah. Just gonna leave it at that, Snake? Doesn't seem like you. Doesn't know much about it, apparently. Oriental history. Maybe this one's about China's 4,000 years of history or something? Hey, Chinese history and Oriental history aren't the same thing. This one has books about religion, like a history of Buddhism. Alright. There are a bunch of books titles like the Black Hole Hypothesis. This bookshelf is on the bottom floor. These stairs go down to the bottom floor. Yeah, they sure do, buddy. The scaffold is set up in the shape of a cross. This one! It looks just like that picture book from earlier. The one with the pop-ups. You think they're part of a series or something? They do have the same binding. Fundamentals of Baseball. There's a baseball on this one. Come on, Junpei, let's see what's in it. I'm gonna go on a limb here and say it's probably baseball stuff. Whoa! Head. Kill head. Functions of the human brain, huh? I guess this is the book about the nervous system? I'd love to ask you to read it to me, but I don't think we have the time. I'm kinda curious about it too. There's gotta be a reason why people connect with each other, you know? Human equilibrium theory. Human anatomy. Regeneration of internal organs. Oh, this book is just called Dissection. This bookshelf must be all medical books. From what I can tell, it sounds as though these books have been organized by genre. This library must be massive. I'm rather impressed by how well organized it is. Oh, look, Seven! Here's a book that's perfect for you! It's called Correlation of Muscle, Bone Density, and Bone Strength. You're just saying that because it says muscle. Principles of monkey behavior, huh? I'd imagine that's a book just describing praxeology studies on monkeys. Monkeys are very similar to humans evolutionarily, so I imagine the research is fruitful. Ancient gladiators. What's this book doing here? Maybe they're researching human physical limits across history. Look, this one's called Recreation of Lost Human Functions. You think they're talking about if you, like, lose part of your body, then you can grow it back? I don't think so. Maybe they're talking about reconstructing abilities that humankind once possessed. In other words, they may be talking about cultivating a sixth sense. Seems notable. Dissection Atlas, huh? This whole shelf is full of medical books. This big opening is the door to the library. It's pretty impressive. Almost looks like the door to the shrine, door to a shrine or a church or something. There's another door after it, then the passageway beyond that. At the end of that passageway is the door with the Neptune symbol engraved on it. Hurry up! We need to find the key with the mark of Neptune. Okay! This sounds like a job for the best brother and sister team in the world! Aww. Man, it's like Seven and I don't even exist. What's this about Owen? Dad kind! Lee Bairn is... Sheldrake. Dad kind. What the hell is this? Wasn't that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a compilation of his work. Dad kind 1 through 7, 1 through 8, 1 through 7, 1 through 8. Yeah, there's no, like... missing numbers. Leibniz? This book is in German. It looks like it's the complete works of something. I've never heard of it. Well, if Snake doesn't know what it is, I don't think we'll ever know. Owen, huh? Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about the English Revolutionary? Sheldrake. Sheldrake. Isn't Sheldrake... Huh? It says Sheldrake on the spine of this book. I recognize that from somewhere. It's got the volume number written on the lower part of the spine. Did I write that down? Yeah, Sheldrake, Sheldrake, Sheldrake. Where did we hear that? I'm not finding it in my notes, but I remember it. Well, I'll write it down now, so if I come across it again, I'll know. Sheldrake. What about Sheldrake? Man. The Pythagorean theorem. This is a famous one. Sounds like there are a number of math books in this section. Algebraic number theory. Math, huh? There's another one like that over here. You mean something like primary number theory, or analytical number theory, or geometry? Oh my gosh, how did you know? Nobody said anything about those. Well, number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. If there was a book called Algebraic Number Theory, I took a wild guess that the other theory would be there as well. Looks like I was right. Genius. This one's called Goldbox Conjecture. Conjecture? What's it about? Like magic or psychic stuff or something? Right, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it? It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory. Sorry I said anything. Look, let's not get into this right now, okay? There's a weird book, Junpei. Indian mathematics. That's funny. Why is that funny? It says Riemann hypothesis. What is there about to hypothesize about with the Riemann? Isn't it pretty straightforward? Heavens no. There are many factors: length, girth, lubrication, or lack of. It's an exciting and rapidly growing field. Whoa! Siblings. Yeah, no, that tracks. Talking about gross shit together. Modern Japanese literature, huh? Hey, there's another one of the picture books here. Something about these things feels kinda nice, you know? Brings back good memories. I guess even people like Seven were kids once. No shit, you little brat! Hey, guys, cool it. Alright, I think I'm gonna take this picture book with me. Tales of Old Japan. It's got a magic wand on it. Okay. So, what's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it? Pretty sure it's just gonna have pages inside, oh! Sice! Or SEI5, SE15. Now let's look at that. Looks like another pop-up book. Book has S-E, a dash, and a number 5 sticking out of it. It might be impressive if I was 5. Let's write these things down. SEI5, or SE-5. Kill, or L-A-L-K. And head. What's this? It's a small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kind of like music stands. Okay, how about we try putting the picture books on the stands? Then... Oh... This is a little weird. There are 3 lights in this thing. Oh, the light bulbs. They aren't very bright, though. Hey, didn't we find some kind of really powerful light bulb earlier? Why don't you put it into one of those lights? Yeah, well, it'll get a lot brighter, but if there are 3 lights, that means 3 light bulbs. There won't be much point unless we can replace all 3 bulbs. We need 3 light bulbs, huh? Let's see what we've got here. So many books here. What about this one's... Whoa. What's this? Warm? Oh, sorry. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Hey, what's the deal with the sappy stuff? Folklore and myth, though. Astronomy books. This bookshelf has some sort of a glass inlay. It's pretty big, but there's only 6 books in it. But they're not in order. 6, 3, 2, 4, 1, 5. That seems kind of weird. Hey, it looks like there's something on the bottom. I can't really see it, though. The glass is all foggy. Well, we know what the password is. In the middle of the glass door is a cylinder lock. You know, the kind of lock where you rotate the numbers around until you got the right ones to open it. What the hell is this? It's like they just gave us the answer. Guess I might as well give it a shot. Yeah, it seems a little too easy. R15. You did it, Junpei! Yay! I don't know why, but I don't really feel particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever. At least the lock's open now. Let's see if we can get it open, alright? There's nothing on the bottom. All 6 books seem to be pointing at the cylinder number lock. You're not even gonna... There isn't a lock there anymore. Seems to be something in there, she said, but... This is gonna bother me until I finish it. There are books here in all sorts of languages. I can't read them. So, the light bulbs, though, is... We've checked out all these shelves. All we've got left is the light bulb. This iron plate is bolted down. I don't think it's a door. I think it's just a wall. Something else in here to click, which feels wrong. The fact that we can look at this feels notable. I don't think it's just because it's left over from, you know, you were able to interact with it before. There's gotta be something to that. Lights the books, yeah. It's a coat rack, like a place where you can hang coats and hats and stuff. Well, this one's maybe not too big, so maybe just hats. Or add an extra maybe there. What about the ladders? I suppose we're using them whenever we check out the higher shelves. Checked out every single shelf. I'm fairly certain. Although, did I check out, like, the corner shelves when I went through the first time? That's just the bulb. Because I started out facing this direction. Why did mankind lose their tails? Junpei, do you know what this one's about? Why are you asking me? I didn't even know we had tails to lose. Maybe you should ask a human with a tail. Something, I didn't want to skip past that, but yeah, thanks. Something about tails no longer useful. No longer useful, and the nutrients required to grow them were better put to use elsewhere. At least that's what I read. I was rather young, I may have remembered it incorrectly. Huh? Why the hell would a kid be reading a book like that? This book's called Paleontology. Creatures of the South Seas, huh? Wonder if this one's got pictures of colorful fish and stuff. Micrographia, huh? Ah, yes, Robert Hooke's famous work. First published in 1665. Dude. If I could stop doing this. Something about substances and other things too small to be seen in detail by humans' eyes. He then drew pictures of many of the things he'd examined, and published them in a book. I'd hazard a guess. This shelf is concerned with natural sciences. This book is called Mind Swap. You mean, like, you could change bodies with someone? I keep doing that because it's like I want to do the thing where it's like, you click one more time and it fills the entire... You know, you skip past the text scroll. I don't know why, like, when I've gone through this entire game. I wouldn't mind switching with my brother or Junpei too much, but I'd rather die than let Seven switch with me. What the hell? I could even want to swap bodies with a little brat like... Hey, were you just imagining it? You were. Shut up! Yeah, well, he wasn't the only one. This book is called... Yeah, we've seen that one. Yeah, I'll check out all the corner books then, because clearly I missed a couple of them. Well, seems like I was doing pretty good with them at this point. Yeah, none of this is new. And we're back here again. Yeah. Automated robotic assembly line techniques. Huh. What's that? Some sort of comic book? Jeez, I guess boys really like that stuff, huh? No, you're thinking of a different sort of robot. This book is talking about automated machinery that's used to build things like cars. What's that one called? It says Foundations of DNA and Genetic Engineering. Communication and Computer Science, huh? That's a pretty generic title. To be honest, it's so vague, I don't really know what it might be about. An overview of photochemistry? I think whoever set this up wanted us to see the cover, not the spine. Let's look at it, okay? Huh, looks like there's a whole lot of space behind these books. Look, Junpei! I think there's something hidden behind the books! Number 2. Well, there was a light bulb here. There isn't anything else here now. Okay. One more. I feel like it would have to be downstairs, but... I don't know. Yeah, we've checked them all. So... what would be... Maybe I've missed something downstairs in one of the shelves? Could have been. Well, there is all these. But I don't know that we can do anything with them yet. I don't know. So all we've got is the light bulbs. Agriculture and historical organizations in folklore. What's this? Origin of Japanese folklore? Looks like there are a bunch of books about Japanese culture here. Mostly ones about folklore, though. Well, folklore can cover a wide range of subjects. History, urban life, religious trends, environmental changes, oral traditions. Folklore can cover all those things if you know where to look. This looks pretty deep. Well, I apparently missed part of that shelf, but it didn't do anything for me, so... I want to examine this shelf, but I can't. Yeah, I'll put you to the cylinder number lock, I know. Is there anything notable about this? Not really. Huh, you can sort of see the letters. It's too dark in here to really tell, though. Well, that probably means our light isn't bright enough. So where... There's nothing else to examine here. There's nothing I can do to interact with them, so even if there's a puzzle there that I'm not, like, figuring out... it doesn't seem like I can even work on it anyway. Oh my god! This entire time the light bulb was in here, but my phone sticks up a little bit in front of my monitor because... yeah. It blocks part of my screen. Exactly where the light bulb is. It's like, I can't lower it anymore. Because it's got the charger, and my monitor doesn't get any taller or anything, so like, I've just been dealing with that. Amazing! Maybe I should do something about that. Alright, so 3 lights in here. I'm gonna change these bulbs. Now they should... Awesome! It worked! Way to go, Junpei. Good job, buddy. There's something projecting on the bottom. These letters, they seem familiar. Sheldrake 5.
Sheldrake 5?
And we can spell that with the letters we got. So yeah, the L-I-L-K, one of them is supposed to be an R. Amazing. I understood why they didn't, like, fix the one door in the, surgery room or whatever. Where it just looked silly, but, like, to not change this feels... I mean, it's fine, like, it doesn't... It's not like it matters too much, but...
I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay.
Sheldrake.
Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean.
Yeah, Lotus told me about him.
That was it.
There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory, morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Really? From Lotus, huh?
Well, Clover also said something to me about that stuff.
Oh shit, you're right. Thank you. Yeah, the way it suddenly just like shunts you back to A to B mode sometimes. Yes, I walked off.
She did?
Yeah, what was it?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger.
That girl. I told her not to tell anyone.
You did? Why?
Well...
Junpei's eyes narrowed.
Look, man, I didn't push it because we're in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay?
Tell you what?
Don't give me that. About the experiment.
Snake's shoulders slumped and he shook his head slowly.
Ugh.
He'd finally given up.
Very well, fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor.
Junpei nodded. With that, they climbed the stairs to the top floor. Snake was silent for a moment after they arrived, then finally crossed his arms and spoke.
I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card.
Snake reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small, stiff piece of paper.
That's a Braille card. It looks just like the one you showed us earlier. So you had 2 cards?
No, only one.
Huh? What do you mean? I thought that card just had some rules for the nonary game on it.
Yes, it did. And those were the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card. There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say there was something I couldn't read.
And that was?
Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator. It's a threat on our lives.
Oh.
Oh!
Well,
Snake nodded.
Well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too?
I don't believe she did. But doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth, but not hers?
Yeah.
To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone.
Probably because she was not directly involved. Because she was in the Nevada group while he was actually on the ship, maybe?
Still, apparently she told you. That girl.
Or he didn't know. Because Santa was one of the ones who was actually on the ship, I assume.
What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me.
If he even is Zero, which...
I mean, it looks like the whole activate her detonator thing was just a bluff. She's prancing around downstairs happy as a clam now that you're back.
Snake glanced down at Clover and Seven, examining one of the bookshelves. He did what?
That's very true. I've decided I can trust you. I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is Zero is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us.
Why?
Clover told me about the 4-leaf clover, about the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it. He wouldn't kill us, no matter what the situation was.
Snake paused and cocked his head, as though he was listening to something very far away. His face looked dark, as though something was weighing on him.
Hey, Snake?
Junpei wasn't quite sure what to say. Snake turned and looked at him.
Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment?
Yeah.
How much do you know?
Clover told me about...
I see. The morphogenetic field in the experiments 9 years prior. How the experiments had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one being the ship and the other being a building in Nevada. And the girl that died during the experiment. She told you all that, did she?
Snake looked down. His face was tight. A slight tremor shook his body, and he tried to hide it. Can you tell us the name of the girl who died? He was putting on a good front, but even Junpei could tell that he was holding back something deep and powerful. He made as if to brush something from his face, and looked up at Junpei.
At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine
Is who did this and why, right?
yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes.
Snake nodded slowly.
The people who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals. There were 4 of them running the show.
Yep. Kintaro Hongo, Nagisa Nishisaki, Todoroki Kubota, and Kakichika Musashido. Yep.
Kentaro Hongo, Nagisa Nijisaki, Teruaki Kubota, Kagechika Musashido. Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Look different.
Nijisaki was his right-hand man and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division.
Is that the 9th man? Oh, that's
Musashido was their majority stockholder.
That's Guy X right there. Okay. Nagisa's Guy X. And Todoroki is 9th man. And that is the captain, I believe. Sashido. That's Cap.
It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify it for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash.
So it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it, Junpei? Junpei couldn't shake the sense that he'd heard those 4 names somewhere before.
Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. Those 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonori Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will. The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was the morphogenetic field.
So, also, this is 4 more people, and how many letters are in 0? 4. And they will have the bracelets corresponding to the numbers 8, 5, 9, and 6. We already know that Nagisa had bracelet O. Cap, or Kakichika, had bracelet... Oh, no, sorry. Cap had bracelet O. Duh. And, Nagisa had a bracelet that worked for 2... Presumably. Don't know how that shit works. Certainly suggests things about Snake's bracelet? I don't know. Yeah. Todoroki had a bracelet O. Kentaro obviously is 1. And... yeah, Todoroki is 9. Okay. Kentaro has 1. Nagisa has 2. Todoroki has 9. Kakichika has O, which leaves a Z-E-R. In other words, 8, 5, and 9. And we had thought that yeah, no, fucking June's bracelet was number 9. And instead of 6, which means bracelet 6 was still floating around, but we know that that's Caps. No, it was still, there still should have been a bracelet 6. Yeah, Hongo had that one bracelet. So someone had bracelet 6, and we don't know who that was yet. Then, bracelet 8, or, well, 7, which is equivalent to 8. E, which is equivalent to 5. R, equivalent to 9. Meanwhile, Santa's bracelet was actually 0, which means 3 is still floating around there somewhere. Although it raises the question, how that shit work, though? Because, like, his bracelet read 3, which could have also been E, which would be 5. That's what Snake got wrong. That's what Snake got wrong. Oh, E for empty. Oh yeah, I suppose. That could work. Yeah, that's the only explanation I could think of for that. Cause like, they got that whole explanation and it like makes sense mathematically. And like, if Santa's bracelet was actually 5, then like how would that work? I don't know. But yeah, we potentially have bracelets 6, Z, E, R, and 3 floating around. E and 3 might have, you know, might have been one or another.
Huh.
Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produced the same results. The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why is that? How could it happen? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields.
But that's just a theory.
Can't bring yourself to believe it?
Yeah.
Nope.
Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial.
Uh-huh.
So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field.
Okay, yeah, that's a fair point.
That's right.
Snake nodded.
But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? That is what you were saying.
Yes.
So how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field?
I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding. Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you.
Interesting.
Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far?
Yeah.
Now, if there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people, what would happen?
And that's the psychics, quote-unquote.
If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well.
So that person is extra
Can you
powerful.
imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do?
Come on, there's no way.
I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person.
How many times have we heard I'm not done in this game?
This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people do handstands? What would happen then? A person who has the power to write to the field, and someone who can read from the same. You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these?
Junpei thought about it for a moment.
So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes. Close enough, at least.
Come on, that's just crazy.
Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least, that was how they thought. That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary project began.
They suddenly look very serious.
By the way, Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansfeld experiment?
Yep, I have. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
Yeah, that was an experiment in telepathy, right?
Uh-huh.
You place a pair of subjects in separate rooms.
Tried to act calm when all this shit is suddenly lining up.
Then you show one a picture and ask the other what they see.
Interesting. I'm impressed. Yes, that is exactly correct.
Did he hear about that in this route, though?
So, why did you bring up the Gansfeld experiment?
It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that
tracks.
showed promise. Children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped.
Uh-huh. It's all adding up. His face barely moved as he spoke.
There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total.
Oh, they were all Oh, Santa's sister that he failed to protect. Ooh.
For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had one transmitter and one receiver.
And it was mentioned one girl had died.
They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. The children who were put into Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A. Group A was then placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany. The other is danger. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind? It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. That's where Hongo came in. They set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each one before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. He had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the Nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields.
So cool. It's so cool to do with
The
children.
children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. Every detail was exactly the same. Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you have the answers, transmit that information to the children in Group A. If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown.
So doubling the chance that someone will find the solution.
Those were his orders. Do you know why the
Aside from,
astronauts
testing
of
the actual
Apollo
thing.
13 were able to return to Earth safely? It was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All of the equipment, the instruments, everything. All of it identical. Everything was just like the real Apollo 13. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts found themselves in. By putting themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems the astronauts were dealing with. Once they found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to return safely. It was the same with the Gigantic and Building Q. The children from Group Q had to use the power of epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they learned through the fields. The children in Group A, however, they had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That is the simplest explanation I can manage.
Snake sounded defeated. His half-hearted attempt at derision served only to show how much the story had affected him.
Huh.
Just as Junpei was about to speak.
Hey, Junpei, Snake! How much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses?
We've got it. We have
Get
things to
down
talk
here
about.
already.
Seven's voice echoed up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if just waking up from a long nap.
He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here, and soon.
Snake headed for the stairs, but Junpei put out an arm to stop
Hold
him.
it. There's one more thing I want to ask you.
Hmm?
Are you sure that there were 18 kids?
Why?
Well, I thought it was only 16.
Oh.
Oh, yes. That was what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes. I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment. After all, you couldn't exactly play a nonary game with any less, could you?
Well, yeah, but
They probably covered up a couple of missing kids.
are you saying that the news got it wrong?
Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of.
There it
I
is.
imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing.
Thank you for the Hydra in the stretch, and finally, I don't have a cat on me, so don't mind if my model dies. Might that have been Santa and his sister?
They were brother and sister, like Clover and I. The brother's name was Aoi.
There it fucking is. He's the one who's on the ship.
The sister's name was... Her name was...
Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. He looked as if what he was about to say brought him great
Her
pain.
name was Akane.
I'm Night Cossack. Have a good rest, but well, there's my theory that I kept being off and on about. That Akane was in the original game. I was like, well, she would have gone to Nevada, you know. Well, I mean, obviously, now that I think about it, it's a silly objection, because, like, they were all, you know, Japanese kids who got brought over there. Anyway, like... And she knew the entire time. Oh, boy. Cool.
That was the girl who died.
Wait, what? Junpei felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. That's not Akane. She has the 9 bracelet. Listen, Watermelon. In real life, multiple people can be named Akane, but this is a story. You can't have multiple characters with the same name. That's illegal. That's not the real Akane. So either that's somehow Aoi, or that's Zero in disguise. It would make a lot of fucking sense that Zero would, like, disguise himself as the one kid who died. His vision went blurry, and his head felt light.
years ago? Then, who's June? No. That's impossible. It can't be true. Akane isn't that uncommon of a name. If Snake had known her last name, that's a different matter entirely. So they share a name. A lot of other people do too. It doesn't mean anything. It was someone else. Of course it was. It has to be.
Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality.
Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange.
Then Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
No, it's nothing. I'm fine.
Ask about the last name.
Let's get back down there, alright?
Snake raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing up the rear.
I couldn't do it.
Yeah. There's a whole thing about how she had lost, or about Zero had lost in the other ending. Did she die? I think she died in that ending. And also, Akane had died in the submarine ending, which was very weird, and like, someone came along to kill Junpei, which I assume now it must have been, Alice.
Why didn't I ask? What's her last name? I just couldn't get the words to come out.
With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug at his heart. Vine Boom, yeah, me or no. They're looking at these. Sheldrake. This is it. This is what the shadow picture was pointing to. But didn't it say 5 at the end of the shadow picture? Yes, I think we need to find the 5th volume. Well, would you look at that? There's a big red button behind the book. I guess we should push this button. Lovely. What was that sound? It sounded like something really big was moving. It came from the top floor. Alright, let's go check it out. "13, 14, 10, 13. There's a keyboard in front of the numbers. And then there are 4 Roman numerals on the wall. It's gotta be a hint of some sort. 13, 14, 10, and 13. Those are all Roman numerals. Do you think we just need to put in the numbers from the wall on the keyboard? No, you can't. The keyboard doesn't have any number keys. You can't type in stuff like 3 or 4. Maybe it's the letters? The corresponding letters? 13, 14, 10, 13. E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. N. That can't be right. Yeah, because it's M, N, J, M. Well, I bet you've got to type something on that keyboard. Yeah, but he can only enter letters. And it looks like you can only enter 4 letters. Let's see how it works. Guess you just need to hit enter once you type in the letters. You can erase what you've typed with clear. Okay, I get the basic operations. Yeah, it's keyboard. Let's give it a shot. No way. But... yeah, I didn't think so. Damn it. I just don't get this. What the hell is the point of these Roman... what is Snake doing? These Roman numerals. If you convert them to Arabic numerals, you'll have 13, 14, 10, and 13. Oh, so let's convert those to hexadecimal. Duh. Because it'd be... A, B, C, D, E, A. Oh my fucking god, it's dead. True. This keyboard only has letters, and we can only enter 4 letters. Then why don't you just convert the numbers to letters? Convert the numbers to letters? Yay! You did it, Junpei! It's unlocked now! Good job, Junpei. Whoa there, don't get too excited. The password was dead, remember? Just makes me think whatever's waiting for us isn't good. So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady. We can't be worrying about stuff like that. I mean, come on, we got it to unlock, didn't we? Let's go, hurry up! Alright, let's get this thing open. Question is, does left or right matter? Probably not. The door opened, and Junpei and the others leapt through it.
Alright, this is the next.
Go in the door. Go here. Just as Seven was about to finish his sentence, their attention was drawn to the clang of metal on metal ringing out behind them.
Ugh, the door!
They spun around. The door they'd just come through had slammed shut.
Did that just close on its own?
Don't tell me we can't go back.
I don't know. Let's see.
Junpei grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled with all his strength. And there's a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge.
Damn it. It looks like it locks automatically.
Is there any other way out?
Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it.
Give yourself some juice. Do it.
It's got a red light on it, though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked, too.
But there is a card reader, right?
Yeah.
Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave?
That's gonna take a second with all the shit.
Well, yeah, that might work, but...
Hey! Wait a minute. Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Oh man.
They took a second look at the room they found themselves in. Yeah, apple juice. It was filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. That looks like part of a red. Or part of a dead, actually, with the color. It was like a tornado had passed through, followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times.
Looks that way.
Oh, there's part of a red. Junpei's heart fell.
No way!
For real?
Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry.
Well, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you prefer. I rather doubt that, however, so it would be wise to start looking. We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. All right then, let's begin.
Counting on you, Snake. Hey, Junpei. Isn't this a nautical table? Yeah, I feel like we've seen this before. That's the same one. Looks like anyway. No, it is different. Yeah, cause yeah. Oh, I think. Yeah, it's like nearly just reversed, except it's got an extra leg to the trip. Is it going to Arizona? From Arizona, Nevada? Like, you would go from Round Earth Propaganda Center. earlier that's attached to the drafting table. A drafting table. Looks like it's been used quite a bit. A light that's attached to the drafting table. It's got this little metal arm that holds it up. There are piles of crap everywhere. Man, this place is a mess. It's so messy, I don't know where to start. Some of this crap looks familiar. I think a lot of these are parts of the puzzle we solved in the other rooms. If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Perhaps Zero would shut himself in this room to devise the machines and puzzles he'd need to see his plan come to fruition. Just a pile of junk. Gosh, this desk is really big and it feels really sturdy. Yeah, it does seem pretty heavy duty. I suppose it belongs to whoever uses this room, wouldn't you say? Reasonable. There's some old computer monitors on this desk. You don't see CRT monitors that much anymore. I think these fans are for ventilation. You're probably here to circulate air. There's a control panel in front of the big screen here. Or if any of these buttons do anything. There's something on the screen now. Interesting. D plus 6 plus something equals A, 1 plus F plus 5 equals L, 9 plus B plus something equals L, and it spells out L on the bottom as well. Let me do some conversions here. D6 A 1 F 5 L 9 B L A L L. Or to translate 13 6 10 1 or wait. Yeah, 1 16, right? 5 that's 12 plus 9, 21. And 9, 11, 10, 21, 21. Well, the one thing that really stirs all this up is that we have 21s, which doesn't really fit into hexadecimal. So I feel like that's probably not what it is. And also, the one completed row is 1, 16, and 5. Let me just... B, C, D, F. 15. That's right. Yeah, right. F is 15, it's just... Yeah, okay. Anymore, you know? Yeah, hexadecimal is the scale of 16, but it starts with 0. Okay, so it does all add up. It's just... problem also, though, is that... top row is... yeah. 13 plus 6 plus something equals 10. So unless we're working with negatives or looping back around somehow... it's goofy. Yeah, digital roots seems correct, though. But then, like... yeah, that's gotta be So if I take the digital root of everything in here, you end up with 4, 6, yeah, 10. So you need 0 for that slot, or like something that adds in another 10. So, A? Wait. Yeah. Wait, no, because then it doesn't work, because digital root of 10 is 1. And is there even any way to get a digital root of 10 other than with 10? Like 10 and 1? I don't think there is. Because, yeah, once you get past 10, you got, like, a baseline of 2. Or wait. No, because, like, once you can get to the point where you, like, add things together twice and you end up with another 10, then, yeah. Because then, yeah, 28 would be... Wait. No, yeah, that's correct. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, so the 21s are actually 3s, in theory. Unless they're like actual 3s and more, just that's what they turn into. So, yeah, 6, 11, 12, 3, yeah. Okay. So might as well simplify everything. So 4, 6, blank is digital root 1, 1, 6, 5, digital root 3, 9, 2, blank, digital root 3, and then the columns combine into 1, 3, and 3 as well. Okay, 4, 1, and 9 is also completed. 5, 9, 14... No? That doesn't work. Yeah, 13, 14, 21, yeah. 23, 5, yeah, no, that doesn't... What's this? There's 15 cells here with letters and numbers in them. 15, huh? Let me see that. Ah, I see. So whenever you touch a cell, the ones next to it turn on or off. Ah. I was gonna try and be smart and solve it without, you know, going through to, like, when they say shit. Man, maybe I'm actually the real fool. Just gotta use that to make all the cells on the right and the bottom green. Hey, Junpei, I found this piece of paper under the thing. Do you want to take a look at it? Do you think this might have something to do with the puzzle? It's a piece of paper Clover gave me. There are a bunch of numbers and letters connected by equal signs on it. Just like what you said, it's probably related to the puzzle on the screen somehow. Thanks, Clover. This really helps. Alright, let's go back and try again. Anyway, looks like I just need to make all the cells all green. Yeah. Yeah, so that tracks with what I got before, which... Then what? Replace some of the numbers. Yeah, I know. Oh, wait. Well, no, because I can't. They're all already what they should be. Well, let's see here. Oh, wait, you're right, you're right. That means it's incorrect. Right, yeah, so, like, I noticed it was wrong. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. So ultimately, we need to make that add up to 10. And currently we're adding, like, way too much to it. Okay. So in order to add up to 10 and 10, yeah, these two can't have a 9 in it. Or anything past that. It's gotta be an 8 or lower, and probably not an 8, but that's just conjecture. It would have to be... Let me grid this out. And the center one is in both of the L's, so it's gonna be a larger number, I would imagine. Yeah, it's like... Yeah, so it can't be this. That can't be on. And I'm sure I'm not gonna be able to get it through just... But, you know. Anyway, Okay. So, this is a 4. And this is a C, which is equal to... 12, right? Yeah. In order to make 21 out of that, we would want to add 9 and 12, so we want the left and the right here to be together. 112 possibilities, yeah, we can just brute force it. Why bother? And then 21 for the next one. We need all 3 on, because it's 1, 15, and 5. And then, in order to make 10, we need the 6 and the 4. And I want to say, yeah, that all adds up correctly. Okay. So we want these 3, these 2, and these 2. Almost. Let's see. Never really good, like, conceptualizing how to do these things. I'm gonna simplify it on my notes so it's just literally which tiles are lit up. I'm not thinking about the numbers anymore. Because it's like you tap it and the surrounding tiles flick on or off. Yeah, okay. Alright, to make this happen, need to... Oh. This shit's annoying. Ayo! There we go. You did it, Junpei! You're so smart! Yeah, am I? You seem to have done an excellent job and solved the puzzle. Just what I would have expected of you, Junpei. Hey, come on, you're embarrassing me. Yeah, I literally just got like the one thing I was looking for, and then that did the rest of it, so... That was like my first step at solving the puzzle, and did the whole thing. I think he is hitting on Junpei a little. Whoa, don't get cocky, kid. We don't got time for that. Look at this. Tear out the right edge of the control panel. The slot slid open, or the lid slid open and something came out. cross emblem. Interesting. There's a piece of paper in here. Not sure without taking a closer look, but I think it might be a clue. Junpei, we don't need this anymore, do we? No, I don't think so. Yeah, this is for the puzzle we already solved. But I'm still gonna grab it! This document says 9-panel cross puzzle, first draft on it. It was found in the filing cabinet of this small, cluttered room. Since this says first draft, then presumably it was improved upon in the second draft and the third and so on. Yeah, didn't need that. There's nothing in all of those other drawers? Okay, cool. Alright, I put the emblems into the 4 indentations in the desk, but... Emblems, plural? Nothing's happening. Wait, what's Snake doing? I feel symbols engraved just above each indentation. It didn't prepare for you not having all 4 already. On the upper left is the steering wheel symbol. On the upper right, the cross symbol. On the bottom left, the mysterious circle symbol. And lastly, the waffle pattern is engraved near the bottom right indentation. Additionally, each symbol seems to have been given a number. 1, steering wheel, 2, cross, 3, mysterious circle, and 4, waffle patterns. Perhaps we need to insert the emblems in this order. That order, huh? It's so small. I wonder what it is. I've got no idea. There are 3 monitors here. The power's on, but there's nothing on any of the screens. The keyboard. Let's just tap a few keys and see if we can wake this thing up. Damn, no dice. Can't use those. A mouse. Nothing happens when I mess with it, though. There's something on that. Chew the pencils, so true. Okay. Dead over in this corner, apparently. Junpei, it looks like there's a compass on there. Ah, now I get it. What do you mean? I guess you weren't there, Clover, but I solved a puzzle like this one in the wheelhouse. I think I just need to do the same thing here. The same thing? The important part is the nautical table we just found. I just have to match up the directions on the compass with the lines on the nautical table. I used the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I think I'm gonna use the wheel attached to the side here. Okay then, show me, now! Of course. Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. This looks like it probably works the same way the steering wheel in the wheelhouse did. If I just touch the direction I want to turn it to, the compass will turn that direction. And I just gotta press stop when the compass is pointing where I want it to. I'm betting something will happen if I can do it right. Alright, let's do this. So, here's the interesting part, right? I didn't write those directions down. But there they are. I was gonna reverse engineer it, just remembering there's one extra direction, it was all reversed. But that's fine. Oh no, actually, it's all the same. Just, you know, adding on east, I believe. Yeah, south, west, south. Oh no, it's not the same. Southeast, northeast, east, north, east. Gotcha. Cool. South, west, southeast, northeast, East, north, east. Fucking... Man. This monitor is part of this machine. I don't know why I clicked that. It's really dim though. It's got a map of the world on it, but I can barely see it. Alright, if it actually stops for me this time, that'd be cool. South. West. Southeast, northeast. Are you for real? I know I was like a little late, but like... Southeast. Northeast. East, northeast. Easy. Yeah, you did it, Junpei. Good boy. Who's a good boy? Knock it off. Hey, we don't have time for screwing around right now. Check out the right side of the monitor. It just kind of slid open and something came out. Oh, yeah. I heard a noise, too. You know that big box in the hall by the exit? I think it made a noise. It's something unlocking, you know? A noise, huh? It's a Helm emblem. The metal shutter looks pretty sturdy. It's framed with black and yellow warning stripes. Alright, let's open it. Oh, holy shit. That is pretty damn creepy. There's a coffin in there. A coffin. A coffin. Oh man, does Seven think? Yeah, he's all pale. He's thinking the same thing I am. No way. Could this be? I'm sorry, but what's going on? It's a coffin! I wonder if there's a vampire in it. Right. I guess Clover and Snake don't know the story. Man, I can't bring myself to tell them. Well, at any rate, let's have a look around. There's a metal plaque on the coffin. Snake's touching it. All ice! Ah, the two machines. Holy shit. Man, this is serious. Oh well, let's open it, shall we? Clover, if you can give me a hand. Okay, I got it. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ha! No luck. It doesn't seem to be ready to open. Yeah, but it's not like it's screwed shut or anything. Yes, I believe it's locked in some other way. Okay, Seven, do you think you could open this up with your superhuman strength? No, What's wrong? I think I'll just pass on this one, okay? What the heck? Very well, we'll just have to give up on the coffin for now. Let's look around the room a little more, shall we? Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic. Is that actually true? You didn't need to close it. Alright. Yeah, I wonder if the exit and the entrance would have been flipped if you came through the other side. Not that it matters much, but... A steel cabinet with a double door. But she mentioned a big box, which... I'm not sure what she was referencing. Look, Junpei, the rust on here looks like Elvis's face. Yeah. How exciting. Y'all see it? I don't. It's not any of the stuff over here. Although there's something on the floor. Oh, that's just part of one of the Reds, or one of the Deads, rather. Let's see what happens when I... Whoa! Well, now we've got something on the screen, at least. Huh? What is this? Oh, wait a minute. I saw something like this when I figured out that Morse code puzzle back in the communications office. Morse code? Yeah, the dots on here look like dits for Morse code. There's 2 on the first line, 4 on the second, and 1 on the last. It's lost, can't believe it. Yeah, I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, perhaps you should give it a shot anyway? Yeah, alright, I'll try. Before I do that, though, maybe I had to run through the instructions. If I just tap the button, it'll enter a dit. If I hold the button down, it'll enter a da. Once we enter our answer, it'll automatically determine if it was the correct answer or not. Alright, let's do this. Wait, it just automatically proceeded. Have you figured out what you're supposed to enter here, Junpei? It looks like the word that's supposed to go here has 3 letters. It's got 3 lines, and I think each line is 1 letter. I see. Well, if that is the case, then perhaps the letters you need are made up of 2 symbols, 4 symbols, and 1 symbol, respectively. After all, isn't that what you just said? One line has 2 spaces, the next has 4, and the last only a single space. I see. So in other words, I've got to enter either dots or the dashes. Instead of 2, then instead of 4, then just 1. Yes, well, so it would seem. Maybe I had to run through the instructions. Yeah, I don't know. Hold up. Hey, Junpei? Hey, Junpei. I don't know Morse code. Did we have a thing for that? Something that's 2 symbols, something that's 4. Something that's 1. Ugh. Yeah, I just have to look for more clues, yeah. The fact that it, like, forced me back in there, though, is, like, weird, right? Like, if it had just been like, nope, you don't know, I would have immediately been like, oh, okay, yeah, there's like a guide and file menu or like something in here I gotta find. But the fact that it's like, kinda like scolded me a little bit, like, don't you know? And then forced me back into it, just like, huh? It's a chair. It's a chair. This chair looks nice. Mind if I take a load off? I think you'd be doing the opposite. In the meantime, she mentioned that she heard something unlocking. I thought she said it was near the door. Oh. There's something written on these pieces of paper. Looks like we've got 3 sheets of the stuff. There it is. So, the potential things... Yeah, he really did just say that. A, I, the first line, B, C, F, H, the second, E, the third, just off of this one. That M, N, first line, then the J, L, P, Q, the second line, and then nothing on here that would work for the third. Yeah, there's only gonna be one other. So T, It's either gonna be an E or a T. First line could also be... There's nothing on here. For the second one, B, X, Y, Z. A lot of options. There's gotta be another hint, though, right? Because... I mean, my instinct is to say it's gonna be an E for the last letter, but... I've got nothing to go off of immediately. I suppose I could just, like, try and find all the possible combos here. Abe. Ale. I don't think that's gonna be, like, how I want to solve it, though. What are the possible middle letters? Because it's not gonna be H. There's nothing... There's nothing that works with an H. And there's no vowels that are 4 letters long. So an N wouldn't really work. And an M wouldn't really work either. It's gonna be either an A or an I. Alt. A J doesn't work for anything. Ace. Ooh, that's a little bit interesting. Aft. Ape. Apt. Q doesn't work for anything. Y doesn't work for anything. Z doesn't work for anything, so... A, I... B, C, F... Yeah, there's probably more clues, but just to eliminate things right now. That at least makes it a bit easier to do. Is there nothing left in the cabinet? There's a thing here. Oh, it's hanging from the ceiling. A pipe. A pipe. A pipe. There are 3 pipes here. Not for all of them. Give me a P! Give me an I! Give me a P and an E! What's that spell? Pipe! What the hell are we doing? I'm so glad I did that. Ace does fit. I wanna say it'd be Ace, but there's no way that Zero would know what name Ace would pick for himself. And if it's not a reference to Ace, then it doesn't really seem to... It's Ice. Where was that again? I entirely forgot in the 2 seconds it took me to... Which is impressive, really. In its own way. Oh, but also, these monitors hang down from the ceiling. One of the tall screens. Thank you! Each screen shows a room on the chip. Tall screens, tall screens, tall screens. this one. Junpei, you already solved the puzzle on a device similar to this one, didn't you? Yeah, that puzzle was a lot easier though. This one's pretty tough. I see. By the way, the answer for that puzzle. I heard an A, L, and L. That would be all, correct? Anyway, yeah, it said all and I had to make those letters green. What about it? Well, I thought that perhaps might be a hint. The solution to that puzzle was all. If that's so, what is the answer for this one? I forgot to write down the actual, Oh, thank you. Thank you for actually putting those right there. So, I is 2 dits. I can't believe it didn't click that was the reason why it would have been a, it's all for the answer to the other one. The 2 dits. Da, 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 da. And then a dit. There it is! I see. It seems you have solved the puzzle, Junpei. Excellent work. The answer was ice. How did you know? All I had to do was listen to the sounds the machine made. After that, it was a trivial matter to decode them. Ah, yes. I believe I heard a noise from somewhere on the right of the device after you solved the puzzle. It sounded rather like something sliding open. Do you see anything that could have made that noise? Yeah, that's true. Ah, yes, one more thing. I heard a sound from behind the shutter. Perhaps the coffin is unlocked now. But what? Alright, fine, I'll open it. Okay, Junpei, you can do this. It's just a box. It's just a box. Oh, holy shit, this is a coffin. There's gonna be something horrible in there, I just know it. Okay. Okay. Deep breaths. Here we go. Oh man, there's nobody in there. Shit, can't believe I was scared of something like that. What do you mean, nobody? Were you expecting someone to be in there? Yeah, it's a long story. Ask Junpei about it sometime. Huh? Well, just like Seven said, there's nobody in there. There's something in there, though. Well, 2 somethings, actually. What is that? Wait. Why did I think that would let me look down? How do I... There we go. There are 2 things on the bottom of the coffin. Looks like we've got a plate with an emblem on it. And the Neptune key! Yes, we finally found it! Now we can get through the hallway. That's correct, Clover, but we do need to get out of this room first, you know. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's get the hell out of here as quickly as possible. I don't have any objections to that. I don't think we'll use the Neptune key in this room. It's really important though, so I'll keep it in my pocket for now. As far as this other thing goes. Steering wheel, cross, weird circle, waffle pattern. Whoa! Well, now we've got something on the monitors, at least. Ooh, what's that? Looks like some kind of puzzle. I wonder if these are the rules. Here, I'll read them to you. When you touch a numbered area, that area will be selected and it'll turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause the ball to be moved to that area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. That sounds familiar. Press the check button once you moved all the balls except for the red ones, which you cannot move. The digital route of the balls in the area must match the number for that area. That's it. Yeah, I still don't really get it. It's literally the doors. Whatever. Like they say. Practice makes prefix. Let's give it a shot. Don't you mean practice makes perfect? Okay, let's see you solve the next one. Then you can make fun of me. Alright, digital roots. With 1 through 8. I'm gonna make 6 and 3. Doesn't this feel familiar? Alright. So, in order to make a 6 and a 3, we would want to have a 12 or 21 or 30 for 1, and then a 6, a 15, or a 24 for the other. Okay, okay. Can I make a 30 with these? Probably. Because 8 plus 7 is 15. And can I make another 15 with 3 more? Oh, don't overthink it. Yeah, fair point. 8, 7... Well, I probably want to use the... do the thing where you use, like, opposite ends of the, spectrum in each of these, so, like, 9. Yeah, if I just, make it with 3 and then add a 9 to it, then I could do that. So yeah, 7 to 9. Oh yeah, because then I could just like make 2 9s and add 3. Then 4, 5, 6, 9, 6. Yep, okay, yep. Okay, this is it, right? But nothing's happening. There are still 3 more indentations left empty. I imagine something will happen when they're all filled. Doesn't that seem likely? The indentations on the desk. They have the numbers 1 through 4 written above them. There are symbols for a steering wheel, a cross. Okay, so next is the cross. Weird circle, wealth pattern. Okay, let's put in the emblem of the cross. Hey, Junpei, something just showed up on the screen. This puzzle sure looks a lot like the last one. Yeah, but there's a lot more of those red balls that can't move. The numbers for each area are different too. It looks like it's got the same rules as the last one though. You sure you don't want to double check that? No, I'll be fine. If I get confused, I can just look at the screen over there, right? Anyway, like they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Let's give it a shot. Isn't that a picture is worth 1,000 words? Hey, shut it. At least I'm trying, alright? Well, let's make it easy on ourselves here. 7, 6, or... Yeah, 7, 6, and 3 would be... Yeah. So if I... Oh, but if I want to... 8, 10... Add 9 to that, 3 and 6. Yep, okay. Oop. Easy. How would you remember what a picture's worth, Snake? So true. That's awesome, Junpei. Well, I suppose he can only remember. There's only 2 left now. You can do it. Waffle was last, I think. Okay, let's put in the emblem with the secret code. Damn, this puzzle looks a lot like the last one. Looks like the rules are the same, though. Don't you think you should double check it? Come on, this is the 3rd time I've done this. It'll be fine. So this, if you can't think of anything clever, please don't strain yourself. You might hurt something. Shut up. Just give me a break, alright? I'll think of something. 7 and 7. Yeah, okay. Nine and add. So yeah, if we had 4 and 5, 7 and 2. But then that's too much. Yeah, we need to make it out of 3. 4, 5, 7 and 6, 8, 2. Would that work? Yep. Excellent work, Junpei. You've only got one left. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Can you? Let's see what happens when I put the emblem of the coffin into this indentation. This is the 4th one. This puzzle looks a lot like the last couple. I think this is probably the last one. Once we solve this puzzle, I'm sure something will happen. Alright, I'll solve it in no time. 8 and 9. 8, 4, and 5, and then 2 and 7? But that doesn't work. Yeah, we don't have enough. But it's the only thing we can do, so... Yep. There's literally nothing we can do. Damn it, I just don't get this at all. The rules aren't displayed on the screen. Maybe I should read it again. Something. I move the red balls, 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Yeah, like... Well, I guess those are the rules. Yeah, like, are you ever gonna realize that you can't? You can't use that number. Yeah, yeah, cool. Yeah, right. Let's make the 9, I guess? Because that's the one that would let us escape. Because, okay, in order to make a 9, we'd want to... Oh, we don't actually have to... Oh. Yeah, it's 11 plus 9, well... Yeah, 6... 11... 18... 8. Yeah, that doesn't work. Oh, wait, no, duh. I'm so focused on getting into the 9 door. Huh? Where did that noise come from? Underneath the keyboard? Way to go, Junpei! You answered all the questions! Damn, Junpei, good job! Hey, did you hear something just now? Yes, I heard that as well. From the bottom left corner of the desk, I believe.
A picture?
In the drawer was a single picture. He picked it up. It was a photograph of 4 men.
What the?
Involuntarily, Junpei's eyebrows shot up. Yeah, there's 9th Man, Ace, Guy X, and Cap. He'd seen 3 of them before.
What the hell is this? This man with a mustache on the right. He's the same guy we found murdered in the captain's quarters. He had the Zero bracelet on his left arm. And this second man, with the glasses and a doctor's coat. He's the 9th man. The one with bracelet number 9. He died after he went into door 5. But this guy, the one in the striped suit...
Looking to not confirming his spot.
That's Ace.
So true.
Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
7 and Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulders.
But what does it mean? What is Ace doing in this picture? Not only Ace, the 9th man and Cap, too.
As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested they were close, at least to some degree.
And they look happy, like they knew each other well. Why? How? How in the world are these four men connected?
Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts.
You say Ace is in that picture?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken recently, though. Ace, the Ninth Man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger.
Ah, so the Ninth Man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it.
No doubt about it.
No, there's one more guy. He's got kinda long hair, he looks smart, but a little cold.
And he's dead
He's the
now.
only one I don't recognize.
Snake knit his eyebrows.
What's the date of the photograph?
What else did the Ninth Man find?
It doesn't have one.
Did you look on the back?
Good to see you, by the way, Connie.
Back?
Yes, the reverse. The other side.
The back. Junpei flipped the picture over.
Huh.
There it was. Praying for the success of the Nonary project with Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido. So... Hongo, yeah, that's... You wrote that. So, true, Watermelon. To be precise, it wasn't a date, but it was certainly significant. He read it out loud so that Snake would not be left in the dark. Holy fuck! Is that what the Ninth Man found? 10 subs? Thank you so much! Hello. That's a good couple. Hell yeah. Thank you again. Pog? I don't know, like, what else to say. I'm just, like, I appreciate it a lot. Honestly.
Praying for the success of the Nonary project.
Got a lot of regulars in there. Huge if true. So true, Seer.
With Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido.
Nonary project. Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido. Junpei immediately flipped the picture back over.
Then the 4 men in this picture were the organizers of the Nonary game 9 years ago.
Yeah, you summoned Seer. Since Hongo wasn't mentioned, Junpei figured that could only mean that he'd written the words on the back himself.
That means Ace, the Ninth Man, and Cap were all responsible for making it happen. But I feel like I should be more shocked about this.
Oh yeah, they sure did say Kobuda. Oops.
It's almost as if that's just how things were always supposed to be.
Hell yeah, Connie, go sub-bomb Seer. Let's fucking go. He deserves it. That their true identities did not come as a surprise was what Junpei found most surprising.
Why? Why am I not surprised? Ace was the one in charge of the Nonary project. But why? Why am I so calm? It's like I already knew.
Ah, of course. I understand now.
Junpei looked over at Snake. In his own confusion, he had missed the dark look on the other man's face.
Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo.
Ace is the Hongo?
Gotta go catch one of Seer's streams. Stop at nothing. Well, then I'll have to make sure I'm watching as well. 'Cause I gotta see that happen. Even as he asked, Junpei felt as though he'd already known. Almost as if someone had whispered into his head that, yes, of course Ace was Hongo.
I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were similar. Too similar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure, though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hongo.
Oh, yes. I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago. You were in Building Q in Nevada, but Hongo was in the Gigantic with us.
I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like.
Oh, I'm glad my streams are relaxing time. But yeah, I can relate. There's so many people I would love to be able to catch live, but schedules.
But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you.
Wake up to threats, yeah.
But if I'd told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that.
Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't of particular interest to Junpei. He still couldn't make sense out of his strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice.
Hey, Junpei. You think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
Sure.
He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture over. Hey, thank you for the gift sub for Seer as well. Hell yeah. Seer has the power of emotes now. So many people have the power of emotes now. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project's leaders over and over to himself. Oh yeah, I don't think he's remembered in this route.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
His brow was furrowed and his face was flushed.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the floor.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
Seven shouldn't have known their names. After all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Snake had spoken of them in the library. But as Junpei watched him pace, it was clear that he did know them.
Hey, Seven, do you...
Shut it! Just be quiet.
Thank you for the hydrate. His eyes were red, and Junpei could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead.
I'm this close to remembering. This close.
He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro. Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nonary Project.
Then he stopped.
I hate Alarum clocks.
I do hate Alarum clocks! Seven set down the picture and looked at the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide and he shot up straight.
Shit.
What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit, this is nuts.
What's nuts?
I remember
Remember what?
everything.
Everything?
Yeah, I remember all of it. My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched.
Seven's voice was filled with excitement.
What?
Shock and excitement had frozen Junpei in place, along with Snake and Clover.
Let me tell you what happened.
Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak.
Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo from the right. The other 3 are Musashiro, Nijisaki, and Kubota. Musashiro was the man with the cash. Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man. And Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
Realization began to dawn on Junpei, along with a pressing question.
How do you know all this?
Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place, before you forgot it.
Seven rubbed the scar on his chin.
You really want to know?
Of course.
Me too.
Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. It looked at Junpei as if he was simply waiting to see where Seven's sudden recovery might take them.
This is gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days.
Just give us the short version, alright?
Short version, huh?
The big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. He made a face and put his hat back on.
Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though.
Junpei and Clover nodded earnestly.
I'm a detective. It's a little awkward to say this about myself, but you could probably consider me a lone wolf type. I hold to my own code, as I think doing what's right is more important than doing what you're told. That's why I followed my gut that night. A slim lead brought me to the wharf.
You could write a detective novel, dude.
It was 9 years ago.
You got it down.
The wharf had been cold as fuck, and I could barely see squat. I was investigating a mess of kidnappings, all of them children. It all had one thing in common. A history of visits to one particular hospital. A hospital under the management of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. and my investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little sweet talking, I managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle. My source told me this.
That was probably Lotus.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
So I headed to the wharf. In the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship I was talking about.
There isn't much Farfield lore, but Seer can tell you.
There was a bunch of movement there.
Snatched from the Cradle Pharmaceuticals, yeah.
Men in black suits, many of them carrying large bags. Bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried, no doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding with my gun already in my hand.
Don't move.
I felt metal touch the back of my head.
Drop the gun. I could kill you right now. It'd be easy to get away with it, too. Just tie an anchor to your feet. No one would find you for a week. What you want? The fish here would love a meal.
They kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull.
Exactly, that's what happened.
There was nothing
I eat, John. It's what I do.
So true, Farfield.
Then suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle.
A drug?
That was my last thought.
I hate Anakin clocks.
I was out.
Fuck yes. Meanwhile, 7.
I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it. Shit, my head hurts. I did a quick once-over of the room. Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink, a toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but
Love that sound.
it won't open. Not like I expected much else. Would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked. Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed, and sat down. I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long. Then, I heard a faint voice.
It's the 9 door. I don't know how I didn't realize that's what they were saying before.
The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. Huh? No, it was several. I hear 5, or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No, that's not it. Left. It's coming from under the bed? I hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over.
I'm surprised they're
There it was.
already at the 9 door by the time he found it.
The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see shit, but I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from. Hold up. Why are there kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids.
Yeah, the drug works for a while. I mean, yeah, they had 9 hours, so I mean that tracks.
I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then...
7 just destroys the entire experiment.
Yeah! How do you like that, you son of a bitch? I
Starfield.
finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face. So I wiped it off and crawled inside.
Surprised you can fit, big man.
The first bit or so was tight. I had a wriggle on my belly. It wind up eventually, and there was space for me to crawl along on my hands and knees. I went from crawling like a worm in dirt to skittering like a bug. Couldn't say it was much better, but I'd take what I could get. I'd been in the thing long enough to start wondering where it'd take me.
I ain't just fool.
Massive sound nearly scared the piss out of me. It was like a heavy metal door had just been slammed shut.
No, that's just me eating those food.
Then, there was a voice.
Oh, no.
What? I wasn't sure what it meant, but anything with incinerator is bad news.
Yeah, no kidding, especially when there's
Almost as if
kids.
that was a cue. I heard a mess of young-sounding voices. A bunch of them were straight up screaming in terror. And all the sounds together made a howl that made the hair on my neck stand straight up. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? I scrambled through the duct as fast as I could. I made a giant racket, but I didn't care at that point. I soon found a metal door on the left side of the duct. The kids were screaming on the other side. I found it. I yanked the handle and threw the door open. I almost ripped the metal off its hinges. What the hell is this place?
And welcome to the Nordary game.
Believe what I saw. The room had a dome up top. There had to be about 9 walls, all the same size.
9 walls, huh?
The ceiling was an upside-down funnel, almost like a chimney. I looked down. There they were. The kids I'd been searching for.
Here's Akane. And Santa. And Snake. And who are you?
They all gawked up at me, suddenly silent. For the moment, from surprise and fear. Scared of the room or me, I couldn't tell. Not like I can blame them running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless. I snorted at my own dig at myself and turned to the kids. Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. All of them stood there, frozen. Well, except one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform.
Who the hell are you?
He stepped forward and glared at me suspiciously.
There he is.
I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. It looked like they relaxed some the second I got the words out.
How are you gonna help us?
Where's the exit?
There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there...
He kind of cut himself off. I think he was considering something before he changed his mind.
Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death.
Burned to death?
Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon.
Y'all ever forget about that, 7?
So...
The voice spoke again.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
They only had 15 minutes. I looked back down at the kids. Looks like a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. No way I could pull them up. Too big of a distance for any of us to reach. What the hell was I gonna do? But then I got an idea. Wait right there. I'm gonna be right back.
What? Where is he going? Are you just gonna leave us here?
They just got frightened again.
Uh-huh.
I'm not the best at that kind of thing, but I tried to reassure them with a smile. Don't worry, all right? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there. Got it? I didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. I had to hurry. Well, as fast as a guy could on his hands and knees. Didn't take me long to get back to my cell. Still no way out of there, but I had a plan. I needed something from the room. When I got it, I dove back into the hole and took off towards the incinerator.
Back in the hole.
Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. I tipped out the doorway and dropped down the rope I brought with me. Back in the cell, I'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. It was sloppy, but it got the job done.
Speedy.
All right, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time.
Right.
Huh. Wait a sec. Something was off. There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of you go?
Oh, no.
The boy in the uniform answered.
I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left.
What? You're telling me you opened that door?
That's what I said.
Then what the hell are you doing here?
We couldn't go with them.
Why not?
Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door...
He was in the middle of explaining when...
No time for that, buddy.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
The wall shook a bit and a voice bouncing around.
Look, that can wait, all right? Just get us out of here!
Right! I grabbed onto the rope. The first one I pulled up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with a red necktie, a A boy in a jacket came after. He said he'd climb up on his own. The boy in the uniform was the last up. Like the other kid, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked pretty scrawny, but I guess he was stronger than he looked. He moved fast, but when he was almost to me, we heard some knocking. Everyone looked at the door. It had a thick, square window set into it. On the other side, an angry face was staring in.
God damn it! What's going on here?
Hello.
Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
Oh, hi, Ace. Took me a second.
The door opened, and a man stepped in looking half mad with fury. I recognized his face. I saw him many times in photos during my investigation. The man's name was Gintaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Hey, pull Santa up real fast.
Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. Yeah! It was like he was an... He lunged for the rope. Hurry!
I know!
The boy in the uniform booked it up the rope.
You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit!
15 feet. 10. The second I could reach the kid, I grabbed him. I hauled him up and tossed him into the duct behind me. No!
Hey, better get out of there fast or else you're gonna get incinerated. And earlier than last time.
Hongo had lost it. His face didn't even look human. It was like the bastard pulled off his fake face. It was really a terrifying devil or some kind of damn monster. I quickly reeled in the rope, leaving a furious Hongo yelling at me from the floor.
You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment!
Experiment? What experiment?
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
Hey, old man! What the hell are you doing? Hurry up!
The boy in the uniform was trying to get my attention. I may have thrown a salute at the raging asshole's face before I closed the door behind me.
Get his ass!
We went to going back to the cell, so we went down the other direction instead. After about 30 feet, we came across another duct on the left. This one was heading down. Everybody nodded and took turns sliding down it. The duct emptied us out into a narrow hallway. There was a door on either side. The one on the left was a normal double door, but the one on the right was familiar. Black and yellow stripes. A device next to it on the wall. The plate on it read, Incinerator. Incinerator?
Yeah, that's where we were.
It was the girl with the red tie who answered me. We were inside an incinerator?
Yeah, Hongo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though.
Yeah, you're in an incinerator. That's why there is, like, the alert going on every couple minutes saying the incinerator is going to start.
What? If he's still in there?
Yeah, that's not good.
Better men, we better. We gotta get out of here. Go to the other door, hurry! The kids started running, and I was close on their heels. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run! Didn't need to tell them twice. Up and up and up. Feet pounding the steps. Our arms pumping fast. We went round and round and round. The devil was on our tail. The stairway kept going. We passed a couple of landings when the boy in the uniform suddenly spoke.
Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us.
Oh no.
My kid's sister. The girl with the red necktie.
Uh-huh.
Akane. Strange.
There it is. Oh, my fucking tracking apparently got busted. Oh! Oh, I've disconnected. Oh, that makes a lot of sense now. Wow, hold on. For anyone who might actually be watching the VOD, we're just gonna chill. We're just gonna chill. That's that. It's just gonna be how it is. Sometimes, technology. I mean, at least I knows where, you know, major things happen. I don't know where it cut off. So... Oh. I might be back. I might be? I might be, possibly. Otherwise, I'll have to restart internet, maybe? I'll check my connection. Let's see. Looks like everything looks good. No Xfinity, every place around me has an internet outage right now. I don't think that looks good. I don't know, just like an inkling. Well... Just gonna update on Discord and maybe go AFK while I troubleshoot. We'll see if this ends up being the end of the stream. I don't know. I will go AFK here. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I will be right back with that. Hi. So I'm back. I survived. The internet connection, it's like low bars, it looks like. So, I mean, we'll see if it holds, but hopefully. Anyway, it cut off, apparently, when Hongo ran into the room. But essentially, just yelling at Seven, like, how do you let them, how do you compromise the experiment and let them get away and blah 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 blah. They get out of the room, they instead of going back to the cell, they go to a different direction, instead end up like outside of the incinerator. He's like, wait, that's an incinerator? We're in an incinerator? It's because he somehow didn't put 2 and 2 together there. And I end up running up the stairs in like by going through a door connected to the same like hallway they ended up in. Except I kinda got left behind. So that's where that ended up. I don't know exactly how long I was out. I think it was about, yeah, 10 minutes. So, you know, not the worst, but you know.
I didn't remember seeing that name on the list of missing kids.
No family, that's one. Ooh, also, your name.
Akane!
He kept his hands around his mouth and yelled.
Maybe we outran her.
He didn't say that line.
Wearing the uniforms, getting to a stop. I stopped too. So did the other 2 kids. When did we do that?
Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest in one of them?
No, it's impossible.
Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs.
Sorry, Grandpa. Okay. Just gonna make sure I've got an eye on Discord since that's where I updated everyone, but...
He turned to go. Hey kid, wait! Damn it, I said wait! I don't think the kid even heard me.
Yeah, you should be the one who goes down.
Spun around to the boy in the jacket, the girl with the ponytail. I'm going after him. You 2 keep going, alright? You got it? The girl nodded and ran up the stairs. But the boy...
I'm going with you.
I didn't have time
Of
to argue.
course.
I just nodded and took off down the stairs. I could hear him following me. He ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found.
Oh, they thought she died, but what if she didn't?
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
I could tell the kid was frustrated. And then suddenly...
Help me! Somebody help me!
Oh
The
no.
girl's voice.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway by the incinerator. We rushed in after him. I couldn't for the life of me believe what we were seeing. That bastard Hongo had Akane by the arm and was forcing her into the incinerator.
Come on, goddammit, move!
No, I don't want to! Let me go, please! Let go of me!
So she had number 5 in this game.
She planted her feet squarely on the floor and was struggling to get away. But Hongo was bigger and stronger. She wasn't gonna win.
Interesting that then Junpei got 5.
Akane!
My brother roared with anger and charged toward Hongo.
Help me!
Ah! You're too late, idiot!
Idiot!
Hongo lifted Akane bodily into the
Christ.
door, still fighting him into the incinerator. Before we could even blink, Hongo had leapt through the door after her. We saw him land inside. Then, the door slammed shut. We ran to the door. We did everything we could think of to get the thing open. But
Fuck! It's no use! The goddamn thing won't move an inch!
Oh no!
he started slamming his fists against the door. He was close to shattering his knuckles with how hard he pounded on it.
So this is how original Akane died.
Akane!
Okay.
Akane! Are you okay?
Yeah, welcome back, Spy. Welcome back, Connie. Welcome back to me. My internet died for about 10 minutes. But yeah, all you missed is, Ace got super mad that, Seven was interfering with the experiment. Seven almost got the kids away, but Akane fell behind. They went back to find her, and Ace had caught her and is throwing her back into the incinerator.
You
voice was muffled, but all of us could hear the sheer terror in it.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here.
Where's Honko?
Honestly, Xfinity is transphobic.
It went out the other door.
What?
Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
And they went down a ramp to get into this part. So, they can't just go back.
It's the same damn thing.
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, all right? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
His words would have seemed like a sick joke to her if she'd been able to see how white and bloodless his face was right then.
Oh boy. I hate this.
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
Please help me. I'm really scared. I don't want to die. Please, I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
This does remind me of her panic attack when she saw, the, Gaiax's body, Nagisa's.
It's gonna be all right. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise.
It was torture listening to her sobbing on the other side of the door. Her brother was nearly crying himself. He could only stand there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white.
Wait, hold the fuck on. They got pairs of siblings to do this, so why were Santa and Akane both on the ship? It was silent. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited, and waited, but Seven didn't continue.
What happened then?
Junpei couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked at the floor.
Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that?
Then...
Yeah. Shit. If I'd known it was gonna be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered.
Seven shook his head. But there was something Junpei had to know.
Hey, are you sure?
Huh?
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl, Akane, really...
Seven stared straight ahead at nothing.
Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended, and we heard something... burning.
But did you hear her screaming or anything like that?
The fire stopped, but we still didn't move. Me and the jacket kid were frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed as if he couldn't hold himself up anymore. A few minutes passed. The door opened.
He is a unit, though.
The boy in the uniform tripped over his own feet running in. We followed, too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made my lungs feel like they were on fire. It was like standing on hot asphalt. The air was wavering, and in the middle of the room, there it lay. The kid's legs were shaking so bad, I don't know how he managed to walk. I couldn't see his face, but his body somehow looked empty. Finally, he reached it. He fell to his knees as his legs gave out on him. And then...
Oh. Oh, poor Santa. Junpei felt the cold lump form in the pit of his stomach. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. He desperately did not want to know the answer. He feared he knew already, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What's that?
The girl, Akane. What was her last name?
What does it matter to you?
Just tell me, okay? Please?
Seven looked at Junpei curiously and ran his tongue quickly over his dry lips.
Kurashiki. Her Her name was Akane Kurashiki.
There it is. Something inside of Junpei stopped. He had no more words left. He had no more Junpei left. He was just a shell of flesh and bone. Seven turned to Snake.
You were there that day, weren't you?
And the Akane he was talking to remembered, even better than he did, something that happened in their past. He never knew that Akane. He never knew the one that died.
The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. You are correct, Detective.
Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. Somewhere far away, he could hear Seven and Snake talking.
Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
Of course not.
Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on! You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot! I was in Nevada, in Building Q.
You idiot, yeah, so true.
I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Her surprise seemed to be genuine. Seven regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Well, I guess I believe you.
Clover nodded.
Alright, let me ask you another question.
He stuck his hands into his pockets and took a few steps. Then he stopped and turned to face them again.
Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki.
There's Zoe.
He's Akane's brother. You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes. I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother. But I didn't know he was Santa. At least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now. I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
When did you figure it out?
Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. It was only a short while ago, while we were leaving the library. When she told me that, I had a feeling.
Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki, Jun's brother?
That spark caught flame in Junpei's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to turn, images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Junpei blinked. He was back.
There's still a lot we don't know. I mean, like a lot. But there is one thing I think we can say we know.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room. It had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
What?
Come on, man, what kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Christ.
Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, alright? Cut me some slack.
Well, if he is, the 3 murders make sense then, don't they? Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place?
If Junpei is correct, and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's, that means all of the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonary Project.
Yep. So it's interesting, right? Because Ace had taken credit for murdering, Kubota, saying like, oh, he wanted to have the 9 bracelet. And he didn't want to have someone else who knew what had happened, you know, around to muck things up. But the person who would have a reason to kill Kubota was Zero. And it's weird, right? Because, like, he has control over Kubota because of, like, his influence. Like, it's possible he just didn't trust him to not spill and, like, you know, all that. But he was one of the 4 people in charge of the project from the beginning. It's weird to think that he wouldn't have trusted him enough to at least, you know, keep him around. I think the other reason he said he just wanted to, like, test it to see if that, you know, Zero was full of shit. But that photo showed them all, like, getting along well, and, like, I mean, he's, like, a terrible person who could be willing to kill a coworker he gets along well with, but I don't know. Then he was manipulated into killing Nijisaki, and Musashido, who knows yet.
Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments.
Yeah, he's an asshole, but I don't think he's like... He's an asshole who's willing to murder kids just for, you know, to maintain the integrity of an experiment. I don't know that he'd be willing to murder his coworker just to test something and to have access to the bracelet. Maybe? It wouldn't be, like, super surprising, but I don't know.
Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister.
No, he's not.
That's why he killed them.
It's so true, though, Spy.
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone.
In fact, Junpei didn't think he knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours was finally driving him insane. But Junpei had ceased to be surprised at his son's knowledge, and had even begun to accept it.
If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it? I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Snake, Clover, and Seven all nodded.
The next target will be Gentaro Hongo.
And wow, I guess you went through that door. Mm-hmm, yeah, it was, Ace, June, and Lotus, and Santa. Could it have been Lotus this entire time? Hold the fuck. Because we know that Ace is Hongo, and frankly isn't smart enough to plan any of this as like this weird, like, fucked up, oh, I'm actually in charge of the original project, but I'm also Zero, so I'm like masquerading as like, oh, I'm trying to get revenge, but actually, no. So it's not him. It's not Santa. Of course, the other possibility is that it's June, but I think it's a little too easy to suspect June, right? Because, like, she's not herself, and it's weird. It's... twins. Aoi and Akane had identical twins. They were their partners in Nevada. That's who June is. Fuck knows who, you know, Aoi's partner in Nevada would have been, but, like... And then it's not... Because, like, my thought had been, like, oh, he was trying to... He suspected that Akane was... Ace, hold on. He suspected that Akane was... Zero, and then, you know, from there. But... This is like the stupidest theory, but it feels like right for this kind of game, you know? But they had to have someone that they connected with even deeper than their siblings. It could have been a friend, but they specifically were testing on siblings. That Akane, the Akane that Junpei knew, or like the one we know now, was still going as Akane and, you know, Akane and all that, and has memories of all, well, at least knows about what happened. It's possible it was someone from the original, there was someone unaccounted for in that group. There was another kid who we didn't know. I mean, from this whole experiment, everyone's gone, like, this run of it, everyone's gotten to know each other pretty well, so it's not unbelievable that in the original, the kids would all have gotten to know each other pretty decently well. It would be weird if it was... Oh, that was Nona. Right. Then what? I mean, I think it still could have been... I think... I would not put it past Uchikoshi to have, Akane have an identical twin. Or, like, I wouldn't even have to be identical, like, close enough that she could reasonably disguise herself as her sister, especially 9 years later. When, like, any discrepancies would have been excused. But then at that point, like, if it's that kind of plot, then she still would have been 0. Unless she was, like, coerced into doing that by 0? But yeah, also though, Lotus, her kids were a part of the experiment, and she has reason to want to take revenge. I don't know that I fully believe that she would go to this kind of extent. She's, you know, an elite hacker, true gamer, so it's believable that she would have been able to set this all up, but I don't know. But she's one of the only viable people in that group, so could be. Part of what I want to know about is, I mean, she had yeah, she had 2 kids who were involved in that experiment, and one of them was in Nevada and was communicating with Nona. Nothing too weird going on there.
The person who planned the Nonary project.
In other words, Ace.
There was a moment of silence.
What?
And then the room shook. From far away, they heard the sudden rush of water.
What the hell's going on here?
It must be 6 a.m. Our time is up.
Shit!
Come on, we need to get out of here.
How?
In the door that held the picture was a keycard. Junpei grabbed it.
I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go.
Ooh, keycard 0. Or O. I was gonna look at what's new here. Right. Okay. All I needed to know. Junpei, look! It's unlocked! Yeah. Now we can go back to the library. Hurry up, Junpei. We don't have time. Let's go. Alright, let's go. We did it! I kind of forgot that we hadn't technically cleared the room yet. I was so invested in everything else that was going on. The door opened and they stumbled into the library.
Huh. I think the shaking stopped.
It would seem so, but we are yet to be out of danger.
You're right. Let's hurry.
They ran across the hallway.
This exit needs the Uranus card too.
Straight for the large metal door. Next to the door was the Uranus card reader.
Hey, Junpei.
Yeah, I know.
They slid the key card through and the door rumbled open.
All right, it's open. Let's go.
Out of the library and into the hallway they ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached into his pocket to pull out the key as he ran toward it.
Okay, Neptune Key, let's see if you work.
He turned it.
Yes! I think it unlocked.
The lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. In front of them was another great metal door. Above it was a metal plaque.
It says incinerator, so this is the incinerator.
This is the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so.
Then there ought to be a lever near the door.
Yeah, right here.
Junpei ran up to it.
Pull that and the door should open.
Got it.
As he spoke, he pulled the lever. The motor in the door groaned as it slowly ground open. There was no time to waste.
Let's go.
As soon as the door had opened far enough to admit all of them, all 4 dashed through, although there's still another 9 door. Then suddenly, there before them were the 4 they'd parted from earlier. Ace and Lotus stood in front of the number 9 door. Santa was curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator, holding his stomach. And then there was June. She was slumped against the wall, exhausted.
What the hell is going on?
Thanks, Ace. Junpei ran toward June. So true, I'm a hacker of hearts. He skidded to a stop in front of her and knelt down.
What's wrong? Are you okay?
Her face was pale and her lips dry. Also, who are you? When she spoke, he could barely hear her.
Jumpy, you came to get me.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
She mumbled the same words over and over, weakly. Junpei could feel his heart breaking.
What happened to you?
I'm fine.
No, you're
I
not.
just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though.
Oh, the reason she faints a lot is that she did get, like, pretty heavily... Would you call that injured in that case? Because it's weird, because, I guess so.
Are you sure?
Yes. I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine.
She got it.
You shouldn't worry about me.
She was looking towards Santa. Junpei turned to look as well.
Santa.
Santa grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him.
Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hide it somewhere?
Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips as Seven shook him.
I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun.
What? Who took it?
What? Isn't that obvious?
I took the gun.
Why did you say they? It's the CG again. He did indeed have the revolver in his hand. It was pressed against Lotus's temple. Why did it take this long? I feel like you were just standing there waiting the entire time. Ace had her pinned to him with the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. Ad Parpe BTU is ad permitted term. Kill the thought. Yeah, She didn't dare speak. There was sweat on her forehead, and when her eyes weren't flicking up to the gun pressed up against her, they seemed to desperately want to say something.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Or maybe I ought to say Gentaro Hongo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals?
Seven's deep baritone rumble shook the walls. Ace sneered.
You have me at a disadvantage. And I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain?
Wow, edgy ass.
The pain of prosopagnosia, right?
Junpei's voice was casual. Or at least he was trying to be.
Another irritating insect. And how do you know that?
Good question.
Good question. Yeah, so true. Junpei couldn't say. He just knew. Another unexplainable mystery.
No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me. This is a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go.
Behind Ace, Junpei could see the red. It was placed in a small indentation on the wall. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner.
First is 1. Give me your hand.
It beeped and forced Lotus's hand. He forced Lotus's hand onto it as well.
8. And with this...
Then at last, he reached into the pocket of his jacket. He pulled something out and pressed it against the panel. It's not 9, isn't it? It's not 9. Because we know who has 9. The third asterisk appeared on the red.
9.
The thing he had used for the final verification was the bracelet with the number 9.
The 9th man. Kubota's bracelet.
I mean, it doesn't make sense for it to not be the 9 because he was able to get through here, but... From, like, a story perspective, I think this is about time for it to be revealed.
I believe I've won this game.
His smirk made Junpei's blood boil.
I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose.
Wait, what? Ace doesn't know who Zero is.
Uh-oh. It would be very fucking funny if it was Lotus. Junpei's eyes flicked towards Santa. He hadn't moved since they'd entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaning as if in immense pain. Junpei wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure it wasn't either.
What the hell
At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye. Wait!
Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request, and laid hold of the lever on the red. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it. There it is! Oh, you stupid bitch.
What? Why isn't it opening? One more time.
Lotus tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion and managed to twist herself out of his grasp, but... At the last second, he grabbed a hold of her wrist and shoved it onto the red.
Now open!
He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red and his own bracelet as well. He pulled the lever a second time.
No! What is this? Why? The digital root should be 9! It has to be 9!
You would think that, wouldn't you? Guess which idiot got the number 6 bracelet?
Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Ace's fury and confusion had overridden all other thoughts. He had set down the revolver. Nice job, idiot. It was just below the red.
Now!
Seven chose that moment to act. Sinister Farfight, yeah, a little bit. I think I deserve it. Deserve to be a little sinister. He moved far faster than the man of whose bulk should have been able to, and he launched that bulk straight at Ace. It was over before they knew it. In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain. Lotus ran straight for Junpei. She darted around behind him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei between herself and Ace. You're gonna defend yourself with Junpei?
Oh, that was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven.
Don't mention it.
Seven stood over Ace, his breathing slow and heavy. I mean, I guess she wanted to get further away, but still.
Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat.
9 years ago? Then you must be...
Is it name time?
Yeah. You finally figured it out, dumbass.
Yep! Hit his ass. Ace planted his hand on the floor and shook his head. I love Seven so much, honestly. Junpei walked toward him. He stopped and looked down at Ace with pity on his face.
Ace, you killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you?
Wait, Nijisaki?
Yep. He peered at Junpei, genuinely confused.
Oh, right. You don't know yet. All right. We'll just go through them in order then. Let's start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone.
He's so cool. I love him.
You killed him without making it look like you killed him.
Junpei's pretty okay.
The way I figure it, you had 4 motives. 1. In the nonary game, the number 9 is dangerous. Whoever had the 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. Adding 9 to any number doesn't change the digital root. Which means that number 9 could do whatever they wanted. You wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. You wanted the number 9 bracelet for yourself, so that you could make use of its power. In fact, you did use it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number hadn't been 9, Kubota was a problem.
Hey, gamer. We're having a fun time here. We just get into one of the endings in 99. Hope you're having a good day.
He knew your past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. You needed to silence him before he told anyone.
I'm a gnome, and you've been...
No, thank you for the gnome.
4. But last, and perhaps the most disturbing, you used Kubota as a test. You wanted to know how serious this nonary game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank? You convinced
Time
him
for an ad.
so you could
I'm a
see
cat
what
who loves to snoop.
That was why you killed Kubota. But But he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki, while everyone was off looking for the missing parts for the Reds.
Also, yeah, Sierra, you're right. He was just a dick.
You ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki. Chiefly because, when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake.
No, that's not... That was Nijisaki? Why? How did...
I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid, but his presence made you think. Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him. That was when you decided you had to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. You just waved it over the Red. Verified your own number and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel.
Wait. Now that we know that Kubota's wasn't the 9 bracelet, that means Nijisaki's wasn't 2. In order to make 3 from a 6, a 1, and 1 more, he would need... Sorry, give me a sec. 6! Oh, boy. Right? Wait. Hold up. Brain rot. Intense right now. And 6 was the O. I believe. Wait. But, nope. Brain melting for sure. It's a lot of numbers to keep straight. You gotta understand. Yeah, we want to make a 12. Or to do that, 8, 4. Yeah, okay. I did something's backwards. Anyway, don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing at all times, for sure. So you... Yeah, okay. Next is the 4. Which... Yeah, 24... 6, wait... Interesting. Anyway... Suffering from Brian disease, so true. Why was X... Wait, well, I guess it doesn't really... Because, like, his bracelet was... indicated as... Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter. Right? Fact was is that it worked. In that Zero knew that he was going to put him through door 3 because he thought that he had the 9 bracelet and the 1 bracelet and the 2. Yeah, so he just gave him the one that would actually make it all add up properly. Just doing the math like a... No, hold on, why am I adding... Listen. 5, oh my god. I'm a clown. I'd read the fucking numbers down incorrectly because my thoughts got mixed up. Sorry, there's a lot of reveals going on right now. Anyway, Nijisaki had the E bracelet. Yeah, so the 6 from Kubota plus the E or 5 from Nijisaki.
Huh?
Plus a 1 from... Yeah, that's how I feel right now. Plus 1 from Ace. Yeah, okay. Yep. Sorry, it's also nearly 9 a.m. Based on a 45-degree angle. Yeah, you're not wrong. That's another bracelet accounted for. So far, We know that Cap had the O bracelet. Nishisaki had the E bracelet. R, and the Z are both unaccounted for, I think. Yeah, that tracks with what I was thinking earlier. Right now, leaking out, yeah, really. Because yeah, I noticed that I couldn't figure out where, like, who had bracelets. 3, 6, Z, E, and R. And we know now that Santa isn't 0 and his bracelet is probably still 3. Well, he was able to get through the door as such. 9 a.m., 9% on door searcher. Yeah, we know where the E was, we know where the 6 was, so it's just C, R, and potentially 3. Let me work that out real fast, because, going through the door, he had Ace himself, and we don't know technically what that is, June, and Lotus, and we need to have a digital root of 9. Let's see. Might be closer to anything? Yeah, really. About to knock the fuck out after we get this ending done. 14, 15, 3. Yeah, nope, that works out perfectly. So his bracelet is exactly what we thought it was. Wait. I wrote her number down as 6 because I'm so used to thinking of her as. Oh my god. My brain. Leaking out. Clearly. Yeah, okay. 1, 3, 9, and 8. 17, 21. Oh yeah, that still works out perfectly fine. As long as I'm not doing my fucking math wrong. No, that turns into 3. Ah, there's too many numbers in my head. I'm dying over here. But yeah, like in that case, you end up with 21, so it's digital root of 3 rather than 9. So we're missing 6 somewhere. Yeah, sorry. You know, maybe I should be doing the whole deal I did back during, yeah, the Somnium Pals where I actually have the notepad on screen. I'll go through it for my own sake and everyone else's. Bad at math, yeah, real. Santa went through the door with Ace, himself, Lotus, and June. We know, we're pretty sure, that, June has bracelet 9. Then meanwhile, the others are 1, 3, and 8. That all adds up to 21 for a digital root of 3, which doesn't work out. So we needed a 6 from somewhere. We know that Kubota, who we thought had the 9 bracelet, actually had a 6. So if you had added him to the equation, they would have been able to get through just fine. But his bracelet wasn't used, because Ace had it. Oh. What if? I'm pretty sure that 4 pips showed up on the screen, the asterisks, when they went through, but possibly since Ace had the 6 bracelet, or the 6 bracelet on hand, it's possible it could have registered without any of them even realizing it when he went over to do that. Alternatively, he knew the entire time, but I don't think that's true. He was convinced. Yeah, in the other ending, he was completely convinced. And just now, like a couple minutes ago. So yeah, no. Without anyone noticing, that bracelet scanned? That's at least my best theory. Because the other possibility is that Santa actually had the 9 the entire time, and I think probably not. I think funny game theory, probably not. Anyway.
Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed.
Well, the other possibility is an R, and how do you do that with a, like, one of those, like, 8-line indicators? I suppose it's 7 lines. An R with that looks like... Yeah, I don't know any way to distinguish it from... I think you just end up using, like, 2 line segments to make a lowercase r when you want to do that. Because otherwise it just looks like an A. Yeah, it's like wondering if it'd end up looking like, 3 somehow, but no. I suppose it could be an M, but that's obviously not a part of 0, so, like... Or a W. Anyway.
And poor Nijisaki was dead.
But also, this is light, but
Snake is still alive?
F on, power running out, sad.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm as good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead. Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much.
Fuck him up.
Well, I wouldn't blame you.
Ace's self-derision was frustrating. But Junpei kept his emotions in check and continued.
Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said?
Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
I handed it to you, and you left the room. You had been in charge of the Nonary project. Of course you would have known the solution to every puzzle, which would mean that you also knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All you had to do was place the watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, you could enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Conveniently placed next to him was an axe that practically begged you to kill him with it. You picked up that axe and buried the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow was all it took, and then you returned to the chart room as if nothing had happened.
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
I had no reason to say no, so I followed you to the wheelhouse. When we stepped inside, remember how you slipped your hand into my vest? You pulled out a piece of paper, the one I used to cheat during the vote. But that wasn't really what you were after. Your true purpose had been to slip the watch into my pocket. It wasn't a very good plan. Had way too many holes, and someone saying the wrong thing could have brought it all down around you. You must have been desperate. But what made you willing to risk it all to do it?
You must have been desperate.
Ace.
That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out.
Musashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it. But why?
Because of this.
Slowly, Ace reached down and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a folded piece of paper.
What's with the paper?
Just read it.
Junpei took it and opened it.
Let's see.
This was what it said.
Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the Nonary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world.
Oh, he wanted to stop Musashido from doing that.
Simply look into the camera and repent. Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters.
Or
perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. 0.
When I awoke in that room on D-Deck, I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If
If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least, that was the plan. Unfortunately for me, you got to it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice.
You meant to kill him from the beginning then? Musashido, I mean.
I only knew Musashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him, and he answered. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him.
Also, it'd be easy for you to kill.
But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness.
Ace had confessed everything. What energy he had left with him, he had left him with the truth. And he sagged on his knees. Although he confessed, his sins were not forgiven. Junpei felt revulsion for the pathetic man on the floor near his feet. But in among the revulsion was a hint of pity. After all, Ace had not been the only person who murdered those 3 men. Junpei spoke quietly.
Ace, you figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated.
Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet, in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back.
Yeah, he's just chilling down there.
Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap. But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap. And I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do.
Yeah. By manipulating you, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa?
Junpei looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaky.
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any...
Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, I guess I should call you Aoi Kurashiki, huh?
Seven's face was sad as he spoke.
My memory came back to me, kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki. No doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the Nonary game this time around was Zero. And Zero's you.
Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh?
Santa's smile was sarcastic and something else.
I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurashiki.
But I'm not Zero.
I was one of the kids in the Nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out. So did Snake over there. But there's one thing... No, I guess there's 2 things you got wrong. Number 1, I ain't Zero.
What?
Wait, what?
Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant, like a secretary.
Yeah. That's right, you've been playing Metal Gear, so this is... He's an assistant.
But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders.
Then, if you're not Zero, who is?
I guess it's gotta be Akane.
Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say 2 things? You made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said all of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys were playing the Nonary game. To save someone.
Save someone?
Akane?
Right. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there. I saw...
Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went as wide as dinner plates, and he spun around toward June. Junpei followed his gaze.
What?
She was gone. Where June had been, there was nothing. Okay.
What the hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kurashiki?
Seven began to mumble to himself, a strange series of words strung together as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. His face twisted with effort, as though he were struggling with something they couldn't see. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands against the side of his head.
Oh, my head! My head, it feels like it's gonna pop.
Oh, they're using the fucking... Oh. They're doing the deal. They're using the morphogenetic field to influence him, I guess?
Seven! What the hell is going on?
Is that, like, did she get fed, like, Akane's memories somehow and get turned into probably not. Probably not.
I don't know, I just... Oh! I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode!
From somewhere far away, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His words were calm and measured. That's not Santa anymore.
What was the Nonary Project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon? For two organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact. The morphogenetic field theory.
So is he just the... is like Zero not involved, but like also controlling Santa through...
Human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information. That was what this experiment was conducted to determine. There were two separate locations. One was the Gigantic, and the other was a building in Nevada called Building Q. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones in the Gigantic. They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were put in Building Q, and the receivers were put on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q. However, for some reason, she was placed on the Gigantic with the receivers, like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the Gigantic. I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei.
What is going?
Don't play dumb. You
Here
know
we
things
go.
you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nichisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it?
Well, that's...
Nope. The answer to that is easy. He knew because I knew. Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the morphic field set. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures, then? Imagine a river that splits in two, like an upside-down Y. The river flows from the top to the bottom, from a single stream into 2 branches. It only flows in one direction. It can never flow backward. Information is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but never flows backward. That's why people at the river's source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. But the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river. But I am different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. I know what happens on either fork of the river, even though the people on either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am I, the 9th letter of the alphabet. But I am also 0. No, that's not true. I'm not really 0. Not yet. Perhaps you can say I'm less than 0. 0 is my future. In 9 years, I will be 0. Where did she go? June. No, Akane. Where did you go?
Santa!
Why is Clover... Oh, shit.
Freeze.
Santa's got the gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Looks like he's turned the table on Ace, though. Wonder how he likes having a gun to his head.
Get up.
Sure isn't about to take that gun off him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either, but he just looks drained. I guess he's going for the door, huh? Doesn't need to verify to go through that door, but
Hey, what's your plan, Santa? What are you doing?
he can't get through any numbered doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking?
Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true.
That's it? That's all he's gonna give us? What the hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. And now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least someone's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. The fact that we haven't heard or anything from Junpei so far is making me suspicious. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying. Let's see if this door still opens.
Damn. Well, it looks like this door isn't opening anytime soon.
Oh no, wait, we did. Never mind. There's this one line. Like, we haven't...
You mean we're trapped?
So it would seem.
What the hell is Santa trying to do?
Oh, there isn't a novel screen. Yeah, go get your workout. Thank you for hanging out.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, what?
Have you considered where we are? There can really only be one thing Santa would do now.
No, you can't be serious.
Making a wish come true? Oh, but he is. Shit, we've got to do something. Maybe we can still get out through door 9. There's the red. Yeah, alright, we can do this. I've just gotta... No, it's not gonna work. There's no way. The 5 of us can't open this door. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 equals 26. 2 plus 6 equals 8. Is there any combination that'll work?
Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook?
Sure, why not? I don't think I'm gonna need them. Ever again. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. Looks like she's writing equations. A lot of them. Oh man, she doesn't look very happy. But hey, no need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez.
What the hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that!
Alright, at least 7 got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7, so never but Lotus.
What? And there's no other way?
Lotus. Looks like she'd figured it out, though. Man, this is just too cruel.
It's okay. Go.
Lotus.
Come on, you know we can't do that.
Oh, don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me.
God damn it, you idiot!
Whoa, where the hell did that... Yeah, where the hell did that come from? It's like she expected that about as much as I did.
If you're not... Look, it'd be bad, alright?
For a cop, he sure doesn't have much confidence.
Bad? Yeah.
Yeah, because that's Nona's mom.
If there weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of a job.
Or that.
Uh-huh.
Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, alright? End of story.
Someone's in love.
7.
He's right. I'm not leaving you either.
Me too.
You didn't honestly think I'd abandon you, did you?
You're all idiots.
Act as tough as you want, Lotus. We can all see you're about to cry.
That being said, however...
See you, Zen. Go get some meats.
However...
I doubt we would be able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind.
Huh? Why?
I trust you remember what happened to Ace? I couldn't, see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier, at the Red.
Oh, yeah.
No! What is this? Why? The digital route should be 9! Then why?
Just to see. Why don't we give it a shot?
Give it a shot?
Yes,
that's a G.
What I said.
4 or 6? I don't know. It's one of the two. Two plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 equals 18, and none of them are... Yeah, because that's Snake, Clover, Junpei, and 7, and none of them are, like, notably, like, we know they have different numbers than they actually...
You were right.
It ain't opening.
But it did open 9 years ago. The digital route was 9 then, I'm sure of it.
You think maybe they changed the settings?
Perhaps.
Shit. If we can't get through the door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There's no way in hell we can get to that hole 7 popped out of 9 years ago. All we can do is stand here and stare at this door with a 9 on it. I guess this is it. This is the end. Akane vision! Amazing, it really just tells you. I mean, I knew, but... I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums, I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness, was inside of him. Through the morphic fields that we were resonant, and we were as one. I was him, and at the same time I was an observer. It started with a tremendous noise like a clap of thunder. That was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonant event melted into him and we became one. Inside of Junpei, somehow I found myself in Junpei's mind, 9 years into the future. But I didn't lose myself. I was living in 2 realities at once. One was the present, and the other was the future. Perhaps you can think of it as 2 movies showing on the same screen at the same time. Eventually, it becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me.
Come on, over here!
That was my brother Aoi. He was yelling. I followed him. Around me were 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age.
Come on, hurry up!
We ran down a long straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got in a fistfight. A girl watching them began to cry. I want to go home, she cried. I want to go home. Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. It had been 2 hours since the Nonori game began. We were starting to fall apart. But just when all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we would call him Snake.
Hello? Everyone? Could you come over here for a moment?
He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity. The fights died down, and we gathered around him.
I have a little sister. She is very important to me. Right now, she is over in Building Q, and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today is her 9th birthday.
Her name is Clover? As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. In his hand were 9 4-leaf clovers.
I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I've already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant is... well, it is difficult. But my sister means a great deal to me. And I hope that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or a sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. Do you understand? If we're going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember. We need trust and love, and we have to have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So if you believe what I've told you, and you understand, then I want you each to have one of these. They're a promise between friends.
He gave a clover to each of us. I took one too. Eventually, he was left with only a single four-leaf clover. He had one last thing to say.
Now, don't ever forget. So long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand?
When he finished, the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. We were calm. After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer and opened several of the numbered doors until we finally found a door with the number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with 9 on them, and we found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups and watched through the doors. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, this room had another number 9, but this time it was the only one. But if there was only one door, that meant only 5 people could escape.
What are we gonna do? There aren't any other doors.
We began to panic. Then, as if things had not gone bad enough already,
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
What? What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good.
my brother swallowed hard and answered.
I think it means this room is gonna burn.
Burn!
The plaque on the door says incinerator, and that voice said that the incineration is about to start. And incinerate means to burn.
No! Help me!
Abject terror filled the room as everyone began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes was filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was a huge, frightening mountain of a man, as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him Seven.
Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
The rest happened just like Seven had said it did. The 4 of us who had stayed behind were saved by Seven. We crawled through the vent away from the incinerator and slid down into the hall. We came out onto the other side of door 9. On the wall opposite the door was a set of double doors. We went through those and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, my brother Aoi, Snake, and Seven. The other children, the ones who had gone through door 9 before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upward like a tornado. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they'd caught up. That was when I realized.
Oh, where is it? Did I drop Jumpy's present?
I knew I'd had it with me when he passed through the vent. Then, had I dropped it as we slid out? I had to go back. I had to. But I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me. I was sure of that. I didn't stop to think. I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, the room that had connected to all the other areas of the ship. I hid in the shadows, and moments later I felt a rush of wind as they ran past me up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Finally, I reached the bottom deck. I ran into the hallway and looked around frantically.
There it is!
It was just where I thought it'd be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back toward the stairs and freedom... The door to the incinerator opened and a man stepped out. It was Hongo. Gintaro Hongo. 9 years later, we would call him Ace.
Ah, how wonderful to see you decided to come back.
His smile made my blood run cold. It looked mechanical, as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth.
Come with me. We must continue the experiment.
I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly, I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left wrist.
I said, come with me.
There was an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could.
No! Stop! Let go of me! Let go!
I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let go of me. Yeah, she's totally gonna, like, as soon as she dies in the past, she dies in the present. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo.
Stop struggling, goddammit! Do as I tell you!
He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed.
Help me! Somebody help me!
Then suddenly,
Akane!
the door to the stairs flew open, and my brother, Aoi, burst out of it. Behind him came Seven and Snake.
Akane!
He cried my name again as he leapt toward Hongo.
You came back!
I cried out. But then,
You're too late, idiot!
Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator. The force of it threw me to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked toward the open number 9 door. Hongo stood between it and me, but behind him I could see my brother, his fists clenched. But those fists never reached Hongo. With the cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me mechanically, his face registering that there is an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Also, this was the 9 door. Behind the 9 door is the exit to the incinerator? Then he turned away and mocked the red that sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. He checked the screen, then tossed the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. He said nothing at all and walked past me as though I were nothing more than a rock by the roadside. A few moments later, the 2 other doors slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran toward the door with the 9.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
I could hear a voice from the other side of the door. A worried, frightened voice. My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lonely around the empty room.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door!
What?
Then it started again.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Incineration will begin in...
Oh, we're back to Junpei Vision.
18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Holy shit. Man, I knew what it was gonna say. But that is one hell of a creepy voice.
I knew it!
It's starting.
Yeah, we
Santa
can't.
started the incinerator.
Fuck! Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years.
What the hell? What the hell? What in God's name are you talking about?
Yeah, you're kind of out of the loop, aren't you, honey?
It's 9 years this and 9 years that, and when it's not 9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. You aren't making any sense.
Oh, but you know, though.
I'm sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have time to explain it right now. I promise. I'll tell you everything once we get out of here.
But...
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn!
what kind of idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means.
She's just remembering that from 9 years ago.
Well, god damn it. Okay, fine. I won't ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want. But you have to do something for me. 7, figure this out.
What? Why me?
Just shut up and stop this thing.
How the hell?
There has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button.
Don't you wish?
There isn't anything like that.
How the hell do you know?
Because I looked for it 9 years ago.
Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait. The floor, it's moving. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, we finally get Junpei's inner thoughts. What else can I say about it, but...
What the hell is that?
What is that? What is that?
Someone's a little more concerned. What else could I say? The floor opened and a machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. At least it kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off even as more took their place, and I forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass, drenched in tears. All I can see on the screen is a reflection of my own face. I'm looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. Okay, Junpei, just calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. Gah! Man, I wish that thing would just shut up.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it?
Hey, move!
The hacker! Gah! Hey, we're all tense, lady, but that doesn't mean you get to shove people around.
It's turned on. There's nothing on the screen, though. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. If there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it?
Sure, I'll just press buttons. I'm sure that'll... Ah, well, at least it's on now. Feel like I'm gonna want this. Just written down. But it looks like... Oh, there's screws on the one. That can't be moved. Gotcha. I'm assuming we want to... It's gonna be like a more complicated version of the puzzle from before. 5, S, 7, P, 8, 3, 6, 3, 8, 1, R, S, W, 1, A, 3, S, 5, O, 70. I imagine it's not gonna really make sense until I'm solving it anyway, so it's like, what's the point? But... It's on the screen, though.
What is this?
What's up?
It looks like some sort of puzzle.
It's got a bunch of numbers and letters scattered across a 5x5 grid. The numbers range from 1 to 8.
Do you think that if we solve this puzzle,
the incinerator will stop? Yeah. Well, we can hope, right?
Alright, puzzle, how do you work? Man, that goddamn voice again.
Incineration will begin in 13 minutes.
Shit, 13 minutes. Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it somehow, but I had no idea how. My connection to Junpei had been gone for a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt the seconds tick by as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as the tears poured over them. And I heard a voice.
Hey, what are you doing?
It was muffled. I turned around. Pressed against the window in the entry door was a face. A frightening, evil face. It was Hongo. How long has he been watching me?
Don't know what to do.
He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled.
It's simple, really. But I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine.
His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears.
you're a terrible person! I hate you!
Oh my! How could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice.
I don't want to look at this image much longer.
I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see? I've even left you a way out.
A way out?
Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that, and you can stop the incinerator.
What's the point of stopping it? You'll only all again. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well just die now.
My goodness, haven't you listened to anything I've
Rebel.
said? I told you, I'm a fair man.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
If you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will in turn activate. If this experiment is to deliver valid results, there must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape.
The verification function of the red?
Mm-hmm. That's, Then I remembered. Before Hongo left the room, he had scanned 2 bracelets into the red. Oh, right.
Ah, so you do remember. Right now there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1, and the second is 3.
First is 1, the second is 3. Santa and Ace.
Say, Akane, what's your number?
I looked down at my left hand. It's a 5. The face on my bracelet showed a 5. Oh, they match. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. I ran to the door with a 9 on it. I grabbed the red and put my hand against the scanner panel.
You really aren't one for listening, are you?
I hear
It's time
Hongo's...
to kiddo the off the table.
So true! That's what I feel about Ace right now. I hear Hongo's muffled voice across the room.
I've already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate.
Hell yeah, for moments.
In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. What kind of fool are you?
Why are you doing this?
You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys. Now start the experiment. Solve the puzzle.
I can't! I don't know how!
Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution.
I can't!
Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's gonna be quite hot in there in a few minutes.
Yeah, he's that kind of like, oh, I'm a genius, and therefore...
I imagine it will be very painful.
His horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it.
Incineration will begin in 10 minutes.
Time to go back to Junpei? I was crying, great gulping the sobs broken by hiccups that shook my body. Monkey face. Oh! That's true, yeah, monkey faces can't distinguish, yep. Humans can't distinguish them, and that's like similar-ish to prosopagnosia. Oh! Yeah, surrounded by monkeys. Oh, he's trying to use this so he can, like, not have to deal with prosopagnosia before, because he gets information from someone else about whoever it is. Maybe? Maybe. I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. Somehow, I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at the monitor.
I can't. I just can't. There's no way. I can't figure this out.
I'm just going real quick. O is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O. 15 plus 9, 21. Or, what the fuck am I saying? 24. I had, like, different thoughts running through my head at the same time. It's not a good call. Then P is 25. R is 27. S is 28. And then W. Alright. Yeah, that's 4 more after that, so that'd be 32. Yeah, that's pretty broad range. I didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms were sweating and my blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot. So hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if it would bound itself to pieces. I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing I'd come back to get. The doll Jumpy had given me. At least I had that. I held it tight with both hands and prayed.
Help me, Jumpy! Help me! Help me! Help me! Jumpy! Jumpy!
Yeah, maybe she should just figure it out. Such a...
Please! Help me! Jumpy!
Akane?
Akane?
Who the hell is Akane?
You know that one, though.
Shut up! Just shut the hell up!
Seven and Lotus didn't understand. I think Clover and Snake have an idea, though. Clover's looking at me, and I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd she go? Maybe over here.
Akane! Akane! Can you hear me? Akane! Say something!
Fuck! Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit.
Akane! Answer me! Akane!
Jumpy?
I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course, but I'd heard it so clearly. Like he was right there. I screamed as loud as I could.
Akane!
Jumpy!
That's her. She's there. Then that means...
Akane! Akane!
What? Are you in an incinerator right now?
Yes, I am! How did you know?
I couldn't believe that he knew that. Now I understand what Santa meant.
There's only one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
Oh, in the original timeline, she had died because she didn't know how to solve the puzzle, and meanwhile, Junpei of the future was just off doing like whatever the fuck. So he got Junpei to... Ooh, shit.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
Jumpy, we don't have time!
As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator.
Got it!
And I do. I get everything now. At last, I finally understand what all of this means. Maybe he's just trying to make a stable time of... I know why the Nonary game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to this one moment. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. June is... Zero is... Akane Kurosaki. She recreated the history of the future she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. Good morning, Elegy! We're still going! That means there's only one thing for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan. Not yet, baby! I'm still waiting to do that. Fortunately, I have this week off of work, so it doesn't really matter. But... I will save her. I will save Akane Kurosaki. I must save her, no matter what.
Incineration will begin in 6 minutes.
The voice reminded me of how much time I had left.
Yeah, I know. Just hang on, alright? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die. I promise. So don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes, okay?
I think my connection died. Interesting. Well, it says I'm connecting to chat, but my phone is still connected just fine, and I'm still, like, moving around. So I'm not sure... Did the stream just die for a moment? It might just be OBS not connected to the chat for a hot second. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. It felt like my heart was on fire. Still connected to my morphogenetic field center. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him. Alright, time to get to work, Junpei. Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way.
Hey, what are you... Just trust me, okay?
Sorry, Lotus, I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more at stake here than your pride. I'll apologize later, alright? Let's have a look at this thing. We've got numbers all over this grid. I think the panels are out of order. So I just need to switch these out? Staring at it isn't going to accomplish anything. I'll just have to try it.
Just think of what I did all those times before. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem.
Scrabble numbers. I almost wish I hadn't done that. But I think I kind of had to. Cause yeah, there's no like completed rows or anything, or any hints of anything. I feel... When I press hint, numbers appeared in the empty spots on the grid. They're all single digits. I get the feeling the numbers change when I switch out the yellow squares. But this square at the bottom, why does it say blank when I press hint? Yeah, this one right there? Okay. Pickle 2! It's our turn. 4, 7, 6, 4, 9. 6, 9. Nice. 2, 9, 9, 2, 9. 9, 14, plus 14, plus 5, 19, 28. The top row totals 28. Am I trying to make it 9? And what happens when... Pressing the button again makes the numbers disappear. Looks like I can turn them on and off. And is there some special meaning to there being 2 modes? What could it mean? When I flip the hint off, all the empty spots look like the one in the bottom right. Does that mean they're supposed to match? Maybe I need to make all the numbers in the squares the same. I guess that makes sense. If I switch out to yellow square, the numbers that show up in the hint change too. I'm not... Is that true? It looks like the numbers are affected by the adjacent squares. For example, I switch out the 3 of the 5, the hint number increases by 2. I bet the hint just adds to the surrounding numbers. Like... Shut for a moment. Most of the answers should be these are single digital roots. Dude, like... Let me do this for a hot sec. They don't change. Yeah, I know this. All the digital roots the same. But to what number? Switching out the yellow square affects... Okay, so it's like the surrounding square set. Yeah, because 5 plus... 25 plus 5 is 35. That's an 8, not a 4. So... Yeah, because, like, 1 plus 6 plus 3, 9, 10, 18, 9... Like, what? But 1 square doesn't get a hint number. What does that mean? The 9 spot at the bottom. Only this one stays blank. Maybe a fixed number goes inside, so the 9 square has a different roll. Dude, literally, stop saying shit to me. Oh, yes, I can. I don't know how I forgot about that. Yeah, now I'm really confused on how the, like, where did these come from? It's not... It's like, how does... This is, 7 to 3, 11, 18, that is 9. This is 3 and 1 and 32. 35, 36, 9, that does work. Yeah, the letters are hexadecimal. 9, 9, oh no, okay. I was wrong the first time, I guess. Yeah, it's essentially extending it to, like, base 35. We've used that before, rather than hexadecimal. Let's see. Okay. Most of the letters here are obviously really high numbers. The biggest number I have on the board is 32. And in order to make a 9 with that, you would have to add... Like, you could potentially add up to... So, a pretty high number, actually. It would probably be easier. I should be able to turn all the multi-digit numbers into digital roots, because it'll still be the same. It'll turn out the same number. Because, like, for instance, 3, 1, 32, 4, 36, 9, versus 5, 1, 3, yeah. So that would simplify it a lot. Yeah, so A becomes 1, D becomes 5, O becomes 6, P becomes 7, R becomes 9, S becomes 10, becomes 1 again. Alright, and W becomes 5. Yeah, so D and W and A and S are essentially the same. Okay. Yeah. P would be 7, because you have to add also 9 to all these totals in order for it to work. Wait. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. 26. It's letter 26 plus 9. Wait. Letter 16, sorry. Which plus 9 is 25. So, yeah, the easiest thing, probably for right now, is to figure out everything surrounding the 1. What's the, like, lowest value number on here? What's the thing we want to get rid of? Probably 9s, right? Because they make it harder. 9 plus 1 plus 8, potentially, could be a... But we don't... Oh, we have 1 8. Because W is 5. Do we even have any 9s? Actually, I don't think we do. No, we have that R is. Yeah, that is not Mod 9. I'm pretty sure. So, I mean, the easiest thing would be to, the easiest, quote unquote, would be to find, the center tile, but I'm not sure, like, what criteria, because, like, in theory, you'd want that to be, like, the thing that matches with everything, right? Because, like, the number selection we have right now is, yeah, do we have, all numbers between 1 and 9? I don't think we do. Because I don't think we have a 2. We have... a 1, an A, which is also 1, an S, which is also 1. A second 1, actually, as well. Oh, yeah, I have odds only as far as that's concerned. Thank you, thank you. It's only +8, yep. 1, 1, AS. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 3s, which is interesting. Oh, yeah, okay. One, 2, 3, 4. Any 4s on here? No, we don't have any 4s, including the letters. Free space. Yeah, the thing is, I'm not sure how. Because we can't seem to put anything in it. It said something about, like, making the, all the tiles match the free space. Oh, R. But how do we put that over there? So, yeah, okay. So we can't use that. So an 8 and a 1 can't be used for anything. Probably, anyway, I don't know. Can you make a word with the letters? I'm trying to see. ADOPRSW. I'm tempted to say no. There's nothing obvious that's popping into my head with those letters. But it feels like I should be able to. That's part of the puzzle. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Okay, so 4 3s, no 4s. And as far as the 5s go, there is 1, 2 numerical 5s plus P. And then we have 1 6. And O, which is also 6. And then 1, 2, 2 7s plus P. Sorry, W was 5, not P. Stop that up. Yeah, W is 5, then 2 7s. And P. 2 8s. No, letters that add up to 8. And then 1 9, which is R. So yeah, it's a fairly even spread. It's yeah, the median, would it be? I forget. I never remember which one is which with those terms. But anyway, it breaks down exactly even between the two sides. So I think what we need to do is do what we always do. And make some easy 9s. I think the thing with the 1, there's only 2 other numbers, and in order to make something that adds up to 9 with that, we'd either need to add a total of 8, which is the most probable thing. I think that'd be, because anything else would turn out to be 9 anyway. The other possibility would be to put together 17, which would involve using the R, which I don't think we should. So yeah, anything that would add up to 8. I feel like there should be something else I can go off of there to figure out what goes in this corner. Oh, you know what? It's probably gonna be... Because this is first size... I'm gonna start by putting a high number there. I'll put a 7. I wish it was easier to... make this work. And then we need another 1, which we have in spades. 117, that works out pretty well. 1 7 8, another 1. Which we could use the S for that. But then it's like the 117 here works out, and it's the only thing that can... But this as well. We don't have enough 1s to really... So we only have 1 with A and S, right? Yeah. Oh no, we have another S. So that works. But then we need more 1s over here, unless we can make, we need to add a total of 11, which I think we can accomplish. Because what makes 11 here? Well, an 8 and a 3 would do it. And we already have an 8 in there, so we might as well try that. 8, 19, 11, 12... 13, oops. Wait. Okay, so... S1, 2... 16! We need to make a 16! Oh, and that matches up with the... Ooh, nice. But then this kind of causes an issue with this. Because, like... Oh, what's the P? The P is equal to 7, so we need an 8 in there instead, I think. But do we have any 8s? No. They are taken. Put it in math problem format? Yeah, really. I feel like I'm just, like... I'm gonna end up running out of, like... I'm gonna get to, like, halfway full and it'll be, like, all completely wrong. This is a 9 right here. So in theory they are, but again, I don't want to use it. But I suppose it's worth a shot. Yeah, I end up with like a lot of 8s in here that I don't really... So this is 9, 8, and need another 1 for that. Like, what else do I have here to work off of? So I know now that, the numbers are, like, evenly spread across the spectrum. There's, like, mostly odd numbers, but as far as, like, there's no, like, higher amount of, highs and lows.
Skullmanjaro.
So true, Skullmanjaro. I just can't think. 8 letters and 8 bottom slots. Ooh, thank you, Seer. Oh, shit. So if you don't... Yeah, do you think... Because ADOPRSW, what can you spell with that? That would be irrelevant. Are there any, like, big words we've heard so far that have a P in them? Because, like, I feel like that'd be the big thing. I'm looking through what we got, but... Digital root... Morphogenetic field... All eyes... That's right! There's another S. I'd just written down one of each of the letters, so I forgot about that. Oh my fucking god, it's password. Well, let's just put that in there. I hate that so much. That's so fucking funny, though. So yeah, double confirmed, we can't use the, 9. Alternatively, we do have to, spell out password with, like, the numbers, but it's not, it wouldn't make a difference. Have I disconnected, or am I forgetting something? Also, I do know that, like, making it this early might, like, not matter since I have to spell it anyway, but I like having all the numbers up there. Yeah, I was like, oh, it's gotta be, like, something relevant to the story so far. But no, it's literally fucking password. I mean, if I had written down all the letters individually and remembered that I have 2 S's and not just 1, probably would have helped. But in that case... I wish it would just let me swap individually, like... There's no reason to not. Yeah, buddy. Swapping it out for an even swap that... It should. You need to find the password. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so we just need to swap these individually. Oh, I see. Yeah, so, like, it isn't, like, swapping, like, 5 million things. It's literally just, like... You cannot be serious. I hate this. The funny blue numbers are doing digital roots. You just add the digits together. And it, in this case, we're looking for ones that create a 9. But, password! Now let's see if I remember what this could be. I know I should know. There was something we couldn't enter earlier, I'm sure of it. Oh, nope, I know what it is. 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. Nope! Apparently not. But it's the right amount of characters, and that's a total of 8. What would they have set as the thing? All lights for morphogenetic field. Futility. William Thomas said. Gintaro Hongo. Nagisa. Cradle Pharmaceutical. 632415. Wouldn't it be fucked up if it was all just 5s? Yeah, it really would be. Silveril. Ethylene diamine tartrate. Saturn Sheldrake. UDT crystals. Invisible information transfer. Cells Alive system. What was the Cells Alive system? Way of preserving bodies, that's right. Preserving life, even. Presbyopia. Gansfeld. Gansfeld? It wouldn't be Gansfeld, but it is the right amount of characters, so I might as well try. This would be stupid and it wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, no. In that case, in that case, in that case, in that case. It would also be funny. Also, password? I'm inputting a password now then. Are there any hints? What am I supposed to put here? It could also be the ones we swapped out for the, letters and password. Yeah, so, like, in theory, that would be 7, 1, 1, 1, 5, 6, 9, 5. Nope. Nice, also, yeah. A password to our previous room was dead. 13, 14, 10, 13. Is that? Hold on. Hold on. Nope, that's passed, by the way. The screen appeared after I solved the last puzzle. Maybe the hint was in the last one? Sure wish it was, buddy! I sure wish it was. He was fucking 9. I'm so mad right now. Are you serious? Like... There was 8 potential characters.
Akane, did you get it?
Yes, I did! I solved it! I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did! Now I just have to press enter!
Then what the hell are you waiting for? Push it!
Okay, I will!
9 hours, 9 doors, 9 passwords. Maybe it takes me 9 hours to figure that shit out. I hit the enter key. Or, I hit the enter key. Jimpy already did that.
Has been confirmed. Incineration system has been disabled.
Parfait vision, yeah, honestly.
Jump! It worked! It worked! The incinerator shut down! It worked!
Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but they were a very different sort of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I'd had left disappeared and I collapsed to the floor. Did she get, like, warped to the future after this? And that's why she wasn't there when they came in? They saw a body, but, like... For a while, I just lay there, laughing and crying, and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst.
Whew.
I can't quite believe I did that. But I'm so glad. So glad. I feel like my heart's on fire. No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell Akane.
Sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay?
I'm gonna have to hang up now?
Oh, of course, that's fine!
I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Then I looked over at the corner of the floor. There were the 2 bracelets Hongo had left behind.
Now.
Well, Seven and Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who just saved your lives, guys.
Junpei, are you...
Okay?
Shut it.
Right. Okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. So what if I haven't pressed the enter key yet? He actually hasn't? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Wait.
Incineration will begin in 90 seconds.
It doesn't sound like it's stopping.
What the shit? Why isn't it stopping?
Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. Just hit again, and again, and again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. Yeah, chat is just a morphogenetic field. They knew this was going to be streamed. The hell is going on? I've got all the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. Why the fuck isn't this thing stopping?
Incineration will begin in 60 seconds.
Junpei dies moments. Wait, of course. That's what the numbers that showed up after the puzzle mean. 2 plus 5 plus 4, 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 equals, plus 8. Say Clover, me, 7, and Lotus. Then, door 9. No, that's it. The number on that door isn't a 9. It's not even a number.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found.
Q? Because that'd be 26. And 8!
Seek a way out. Seek a door that...
Holy shit. Of course! Then we just have to put the right number into the red and...
Incineration will begin in 30 seconds.
Run, guys! Get to the door! Run!
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Don't have much time. Man, I sure hope they can just trust me on this one or we are all fucked. Alright, no time to explain. Just go.
Verify your numbers on the red.
Verify?
Who?
What combination?
All of us! We all need to verify!
Why?
You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it!
Lol for building cube. Hurry, 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 hurry!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Central gate has been opened. Incineration system has been disabled.
Yeah, though, like building Q, I was just thinking about exactly that. Oh, thank fucking Christ. No, no time to be happy. Time to go.
Hurry! We've only got 9 seconds before the door closes. Go, go, go!
Come on, guys, move it! Okay, they're all through. Move it, Junpei. Just in time. And there goes the door. No, don't call them yet. You're not done. You've still got to find the dead.
Shit. Looks like we made it, huh?
Man, that guy can sure laugh when he wants to. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. Snake is shaking his head wearily. I just want to take a nap, but...
Akane! Can you hear me? Akane!
I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel. But nothing. The link is broken! You're no longer under pressure. Welcome back, Connie. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother.
Akane!
Oi!
I cried his name, even though my voice was almost gone from screaming, and leapt into his arms.
Oh, oi!
Akane!
I buried my face in his chest and cried again. I cried and cried and cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. Its beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what had seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay there in his arms forever, but I couldn't. The moment I passed through the door, my bracelets had begun the countdown to death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to and scan all the bracelets. I left the ones that Hongo had dropped on the scanner panel. That was it. I took a deep breath and looked around again. The huge detective who we'd call 7 in 9 years and Snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open.
Alright, let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again.
Unfortunately, no Picross whistles this game. Which makes it not as good as it could be. I was right. It was time we got moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar 7 and Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. We took off running up the spiraling stairs to freedom. Time for more running. But if they can get us out of here... No wonder we're running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. Huh? Is 7 talking?
Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something?
What's up?
That door, the one with the 9 on it. Why'd it open?
Yeah, all 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 is 26. That makes our digital route 8. It shouldn't have opened.
That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already.
Huh?
Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah. What are the 2 numbers in base 2?
0 and 1.
How about base 10?
That goes from 0 to 9, right?
And how about base 16?
0 through F. After 9, it starts at A and goes from there. B, C, D, etc.
Interesting. Interesting that a different final version.
You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, and so on.
So, what about it?
You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 all the way to base 27?
Base 27?
Yeah.
Well, the numerical digits are the same, so I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15, G is 16,
H is 17, I is 18, J is 19,
K is 20, L is 21, M is 22,
N is 23, O is 24, P is 25.
Yeah, and? What comes after that?
Q.
26!
And what does that mean?
There wasn't a 9 on the door.
It was a Q! A fucking lowercase q!
Yep, that's pretty much it. I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27.
Christ. Time for more running. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear, any moment now I'm gonna tear a muscle. I feel like every single cell in my body is dying for air. Damn, every breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are gonna burst. Maybe just a short rest. Can't stop. Don't have time. Come on, legs. There can't be many more of these steps left. Let's run. Run. Like a bullet down a rifle barrel. Like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally! Jesus, I can barely breathe. No, Junpei, no time to rest. Pull yourself together. You're almost there.
Alright, I'm gonna open it.
Yeah.
Yes, we're finally here!
Please do.
Sure, you look like a big heavy door. But you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom when Final panned up early. But even more important than that, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. You're gonna open, and you're gonna open now. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Aoi's. He gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace when Final personifying an object not to. And not only because my brother and I were back together again. Thanks to the huge detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped were finally able to escape from the gigantic. On the distant horizon, we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. Its last cry echoed across the ocean, and then it was gone.
It's over.
Aoi whispered.
Yeah.
It was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was only a prologue to what would happen in 9 years. Sure is, buddy. Yes, finally, air! Ugh. Damn, that sun is bright. I can barely see anything. Hey, Cortazalek. Good to see ya. I gotta admit, this doesn't look quite like... Wait.
No way.
You have gotta be shitting me.
What?
Were we in Building Q this entire time?
It can't be.
This is...
We're in Nevada! I was about to say, the ship sank 9 years ago.
This is the building in the Nevada desert.
the mock experiment building.
Oh my god. This whole time we were in Building Q.
Sure enough, that's a desert out there, with mountains all around it. Hello there, son. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I've ever been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Did I just hear something fall? Right, our bracelets. I guess I've never really got a good look at the underside of one of these. Let's see what's inside you. Just a little electronic chip, like in an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. Nothing even looks like a detonator. There was never a detonator to begin with. Figures.
Connie.
Jumpy.
She's still here. Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. So, hi, that was a lot. Hello, we never found out about Alice, really. If she's really on there. I mean, I suppose it was an exact replica of the Gigantic, except that they couldn't have two of her. Okay, cool. That was... Okay, good game. I still have one ending left, technically. So there is that. But... Holy shit. Of course not. I've never skipped the credits. But man... There they are, the kids! I don't think we saw that, CJ. I certainly don't remember it. I don't know what to say. It was... Oh my god. Seeing this kind of ridiculous story, like, tie itself together is always wild. Still don't know what exactly was going on with Connie, because, like, was she just a hallucination for everyone? Was she, like, existing in two places at once, like, actually physically?
Are you okay?
Oh, come on. This is nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't look okay.
If you do the white path, you're like, oh. Oh, so if you don't know the password. It was just before the end of elementary school. Oh, right, it's the Connie vision. I could have seen that. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill, looking down at the town as the sun slowly set.
How does it look then?
He was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute first.
Well, let's see. It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing.
What does that even mean?
Junpei grinned and...
Ow, 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 ow.
See? I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's crazy.
I believe in him.
Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something.
Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this thing is a pretty smooth ride. Sure was nice of someone to leave it out for us outside the building. Keys in the ignition and gas in the tank. Almost like it was a present, you know? Yeah, anyway, we jumped in, and now here we are. Screaming across the desert. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven and I are all squeezed into the backseat here. I still can't believe we let her drive. Clover?
Woohoo! This is so fun! This is so awesome! Driving is so great when there's nothing around, and there's no speed limit.
Hey, Clover, watch those bumps, all right?
She's gonna get them killed.
This car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death.
Hey, shut it. I can't help if I'm big, all right? Suck it up.
Suck it up.
Don't you drive, Seven? I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
He doesn't have an international license.
Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat.
Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up.
Lotus called shotgun.
And Clover, there's no need to slow down.
Fuck yes.
The car Santa and June are in should be somewhere down this road ahead of us.
Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. There's no doubt about it.
Then we've got to hurry if we want to catch them, don't we?
Sure thing.
Oh, shit. God damn it, she doesn't have to drive so fast. I didn't even think a car like this could go this fast. We're sure throwing up a lot of dust. It was a couple hours after we run into the junior high students. They'd been hiding in the bushes in the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. The moment we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran up to them, furious.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
Then he jumped on them. He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could.
Help me! Officer, please! You have to come with me!
The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy, sprawled on the ground with a face covered in big swelling lumps.
You couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me?
I asked him. He stuck his tongue out through the hole in his mouth where a tooth had fallen out.
Yeah, I guess I could've.
Then why didn't you?
I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up. Beat him up real good.
Because of what they were doing to the kitty.
Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders our first semester. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you mean the bunnies.
Yeah, the bunnies.
He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it to the wind.
They asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. And then they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbits. I couldn't forgive them for that, so I... Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get.
Of course, they probably don't know any more than I do.
Like Ace. Well, I guess I should say Guitaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary Project? Anybody? Any ideas?
Why don't you ask him yourself?
Well, yeah, I guess I could.
He's still in the trunk, I assume?
Duh! Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming, with his mouth taped shut. His eyes just look empty. No emotion. He looks like he's just given up. What if he even cares what happens to him anymore?
Hey, were you listening to us?
Yeah, go ahead and try and pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Let's get that tape off your mouth.
Come on, I know you were. Answer me.
You could at least look at me when you talk, man.
I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces.
I was right.
I thought if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expressions of others.
That's it?
Yes. If you want to put it simply, but if you are looking for a more philosophical answer, I can supply that as well. You see, the human collective consciousness...
I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on.
All right. So what's your second question?
You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you?
Well, somebody's a little nosy.
Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with your two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that?
Well, see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own. I wanted to catch up when I finally slipped up. And during the course of my investigations, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Bourdain and Alice.
You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature?
Sounds like Hongo has something to say. Alright, fine, I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave.
What?
Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragora, of the family Solanaceae.
Oh yeah, just a Mandragora.
I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that extract to create Sopor. Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm, and we grew rapidly.
Shit, this is gonna go on forever. Tape's going back on, Hongo. The rest of my questions can wait a bit. For now, I think I'll just enjoy the ride.
Here, this is for you.
What's this?
This is, for you, doll. His name is Junpei.
Jumpy pulled something out of his pocket and shoved out his arm toward me. In his hand was a doll made of yarn, small enough to fit in his palm.
Jumpy, are you sure it's, for you, doll?
Huh? Yeah, the lady at the shop said so, so that means it's for you, right?
Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll?
Oh no!
Wait, what? That's... Oh, man. Oh, man.
Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then.
Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden.
Well, you know how after June, we aren't gonna get to see each other too much?
After
I
June?
mean, we're gonna be in different schools, and I just thought I'd, you know,
Oh, okay, well, how about we call it June then?
Oh shit. Yeah, it's the OG or morphogenetic field. True. Voodoo doll named June.
Okay. So, I wanted to give you this.
Okay, so there's... Yeah, she's the voodoo doll. Hmm.
You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie.
Yes. I, head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe.
Man.
So I give this, it me. So we always together.
Oh, Jumpy.
If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take.
I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy.
Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell onto June's tiny yarn body.
Oh, Jumpy. I'll never forget you. I promise.
Jumpy looked straight into my eyes and said just 5 words.
I'll never forget you either.
The sky was a beautiful crimson red as it melted down toward the horizon. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat, bathed in the warm light of evening. Just the two of us, leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set, and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened, and one by one, the lights of the town began to flicker on. There's still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and also the only one that's really important. It has to do with June and Akane. 9 years ago, she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic. But she's still alive now as June. But how? Was it because I tapped into the Morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Alright, let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then... how do I make sense of what 7 remembers? Snake makes sense. He's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. But 7... he said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or wait, maybe that's not it at all. There's one other logical explanation. Was what you told me the truth, 7? You look satisfied. No. No way. He couldn't.
Hey, look! Over there. There's somebody next to the road.
Huh? What? Hmm?
Yeah, probably slow down a little bit. What? Alice? Hello? She needs a ride. The burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there, on that shimmering plain, was a woman, her arm out and her thumb up. It would not be long before Junpei realized who she was. Alice real. Okay, cool. That's the end. That's it. What the fuck? Yeah. Don't forget your towel. Clearly intentional. Oh. Yeah, I assume... then... yeah, this is like... the ending you get if you, like you said, don't do the red ones first. That's it then. That's it. On to Virtue's last reward, so true. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't blame you, Spy. I'm gonna switch over to here. But, man, that was an experience. Good ending! Very good ending. I'm glad Alice turned out to actually be real and, you know, just... Not sure if the June and Junpei's timeline is dead or not. I think... See, man. So, like, my thought is obviously that he, like, changed the past when he... Oh my god! She melts from ice nine at Nevada temperature. That's amazing. She was brought to a place where she would melt. Not the bottom of a boat. That wouldn't get warm enough. But to Nevada in... Oh... Anyway, June. Oh my god. So, like, my thought is that Junpei changed the past by helping June and fulfilling that whole thing. And, like, so essentially what happens is, originally, Akane dies, and then Aoi makes a point of, like, recreating the game to rescue Akane. But, like, how? Because then Akane is there from the beginning of the game. Yeah, classic time travel self-correct. Yeah, right. Because, like, that's what I'm thinking. But then how was she there from the start? Because he hasn't done it yet. Or maybe, like, as soon as Aoi, like, created the new game and put Junpei into that situation, it basically guaranteed that he would solve that puzzle with Akane later on in time, and then in the past, that saved her, which allowed her to take part in the new game, forming a stable time loop there. But then you would think that Seven's memories would have been fixed from the very beginning as soon as Akane popped back into existence. But they didn't. But then he knew. But then it seemed like Junpei implied that it seemed like he had known the whole time and he'd been lying. Yeah. Her fevers are from the incinerator. And if they had stopped after she was rescued, we don't know that was the case. But, like, he's in cahoots. Yeah, I could see that. I think what it could be is that it was, like, a paradox, so she wasn't dead or alive yet, for certain. Junpei was there, so she could have lived, which wasn't the case originally, which is why she just died and wasn't there anymore. But because she could have been alive, she was there, but dying. That's as best as I can do. Either way, I should probably sleep. It's nearly 11 a.m. That took longer than I expected. I was thinking we'd get to another, like, almost good end. And then we'd get, like, even one more stream of it. And not, you know, 8.5 hour stream of 999. Yeah, this is very late by even my standards as well. But I had to finish it in one go. Like, so much of that was just reading through the actual ending. The bonus puzzle rooms? Oh, shit. Well, I'll have to take a look at that next time, then. Okay, but who is online who can raid? Because it's not gonna be my usual people. Probably. But yeah, thanks for staying up with me, until 11 a.m.-ish? Play this bonus in true ending. Oh, that one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, like, the couple of extra ones after you'd done the, yeah. Yeah, I noticed that you got, like, the achievement for an ending after finishing the, one room, like, Zero's little chamber, right? But I was like, well, but then I was assuming what was gonna happen is it would just play out like story for the rest of it in no puzzle rooms, and that was why I unlocked right then. But no, I unlocked that because it was a ending technically. Not a lot of people are online, so I'm gonna end up rating a bigger stream than usual, but we're gonna go say hi to Buckaby. Let's go say hi and probably, at least for me, get the hell to sleep. They play since, yeah, I guess Connie was opened up for this person. Yeah. Yeah. It fucked with so much, that entire ending. I'm gonna have to sleep on a lot of that too, honestly. Let's go say hi to Baka. I'm gonna get some rest. Some of y'all probably should as well, but I'll see y'all around Thursday night, or yeah, Thursday morning rather, Wednesday night, with probably just moving straight on to Virtuous Last Reward. I don't think there's anything else. And let's go. Okay. Go spam with emotes, go say hi. And have a good night. Or day. I switched without thinking about it. It's safe for me solidly at this point is what I said. Anyway. Good night. Good day? I don't know. Goodbye.